Deep within the temple lies the extraordinary royal class, an academy dedicated to forging the empire's most brilliant minds and talents. Its halls are walked only by students of immense, innate genius. These are the top 1% of prodigies in the entire empire. Our protagonist, however, is completely baffled and overwhelmed, unable to fathom how he entered such an elite class. The truth is, he's a 30-year-old web novelist from another world who, as atonement for the sins of his former life, was reborn as the 17-year-old son of the dreaded Demon King. Now, his only mission is to endure this academy until the very end. In a bizarre twist, this world is built upon a novel he authored, one with a tragic end. Somehow, he must defy the very ending he scripted and find a way to live. The Demon World War was an epic-spanning, savage conflict between demons and humanity to decide the world's fate. The war's bloody conclusion arrived when the hero Artorias vanquished the Demon King Valier in a final clash. Peace was restored, but only after an exhausting and brutal conflict. The Empire desperately needed to invest heavily in nurturing future champions. This necessity birthed a unique institution for the most promising students, a place known throughout the land as the Temple. And within the Temple's royal class, a classroom reserved exclusively for prodigious, once-in-a-generation talents, there exists a young man named Ludwig. He possesses a righteous heart but a fiery, uncontrollable temper. Despite his spirit, he consistently holds the lowest rank. This entire narrative was, in fact, penned by our main character, a web novelist, right after he published it for the world to see. He was met with such a tidal wave of hatred that he suffered a fatal heart attack. Stricken down by the sheer stress of it all, but to his utter shock, a grim reaper materialized before him, offering a peculiar and mind-bending proposition to consider. The Reaper revealed to him that when a person passes on, they are required to pay penance for their greatest sins before reaching paradise. His transgressions were abandoning numerous serialized novels and crafting storylines filled with glaring inconsistencies. Typically, this would hardly be a grave offense, but his repeated failures were so frequent that they had become a significant problem that could not be overlooked. For his atonement, he had to select one of his finished books, where he'd be reincarnated at random as one of its inhabitants. His ultimate test would be to endure until the story's conclusion. Seeing he was without any other option, he scrolled through his library of completed works, only to discover that none of them had anything resembling a happy end. As he reviewed each title, he could vividly imagine his own swift demise in every single one of those worlds. His gaze then fell upon a novel he'd written, titled The Demon King is Dead, a seemingly peaceful academy story set within a fantasy realm. When weighed against his other tales of doom, this one appeared far less lethal, presenting itself as his superior choice. Even though this was the specific story that had caused his untimely death initially. Still, he reasoned his odds of survival were much higher here, since he'd be reincarnated as just some arbitrary character. He prayed he wouldn't be burdened as the protagonist. He would be content just to be an average student within the academy's walls. He voiced his decision to the Grim Reaper, and in an instant he was violently pulled into the narrative. As his vision cleared to a classical, opulent room, he knew instantly he was now trapped within his own creation, and to his horror, he felt a pair of horns sprouting from his head. Suddenly, a game-like status window materialized, showing his details. He realized with dawning dread that the name Valier Jr. sounded chillingly familiar. He also saw his title was marked as the lowest grade demon prince. Connecting the terrifying pieces, he recalled the book's title, The Demon King is Dead, and it hit him with soul-crushing force. He had become the one and only demon prince in this world. Before he could even begin to process this, a cataclysmic blast rocked the royal castle with a deafening explosion, hurling him across the chamber from the sheer force of the shockwave. Then, a quest notification flashed into existence. It declared that, with the Demon Realm's army on the verge of annihilation, his objective was to escape the Demon King's crumbling castle with his life. Given his current state of utter powerlessness, his only path forward was to flee for survival. A reward of achievement points awaited him if he could escape unharmed. He couldn't fathom what was happening. Surrounded by the lifeless bodies of his demonic kin, the grim reality finally set in. He had truly been transported into the novel, exactly as he had wished. But instead of a simple life as an academy student, he was now trapped in the epicenter of the collapsing demon domain, reincarnated as a character that never even existed in his original tale. He was now the sole prince of a dying demon kingdom, a realm teetering on the edge of utter obliteration. As he sprinted through the castle with every fiber of his being, he couldn't shake the bitter thought that the Grim Reaper had tricked him. She had presented this transmigration as if it were some grand reward, but now it felt like nothing less than a cruel condemnation. He agonized over why he was forced to be the son of the Demon King, a side character fated for death from the very first page of the story. The reason the fortress was self-destructing was because the Demon King himself and the legendary hero were engaged in their final, epic confrontation. Within the novel, both combatants perish here, and the war concludes with humanity's victory. Understanding his dire predicament as Prince Valier Jr., he knew that if discovered by the humans, he would be executed without a moment's hesitation. He glanced at his status window, which still hovered beside him, and reviewed his stats, which were pitifully unimpressive. Worse still, he possessed absolutely no combat skills whatsoever. With no other paths available, he decided to raid the castle's storeroom, desperate to find any useful tools for his escape. But as he burst inside, he found it was filled almost entirely with junk. Just as all his hope was about to fade, a grimoire of magic scrolls managed to catch his desperate gaze. He frantically opened it and discovered a teleportation incantation. In a panic, he attempted to unleash its power, only to realize with horror that it was completely ineffective. The spell was nullified by a powerful anti-movement barrier around the castle. Frustrated and certain of his impending doom, he briefly wondered if pleading for his life would have any effect, though he knew that was hardly a viable survival strategy. He flipped through the magic spell book one more time, and there he found a camouflage spell. Desperate, he decided to gamble on it, magically altering his appearance to that of a human captive, praying it would be convincing enough to deceive anyone he met. His new escape plan was to pose as a human prisoner, integrate himself into the human ranks, and patiently wait for the Imperial army to come rescue him, along with all the other captured humans. He was convinced this was his greatest chance of making it out alive. However, as he arrived at the chamber where the humans were being held, he was horrified to discover they had all been savagely slaughtered. Stunned, he realized with a jolt that this gruesome massacre was never in the novel he wrote, which he had intended to be a light-hearted, romantic comedy-style story. Soon, Valier spotted a blonde-haired girl huddled in the corner, weeping quietly, feeling a bit uncomfortable, but understanding he must maintain his prisoner disguise. He moved toward her, trying to fully commit to the role. He cautiously asked if she wanted to join him in an escape from the castle. She gazed up at him, and to his astonishment, she didn't instantly refuse him. Instead, she simply asked him to come and sit down beside her. Slightly bewildered, Valier did as she requested, feeling a strange sensation during the entire exchange. To break the palpable tension, he retrieved a biscuit from his pocket and held it out to her, asking if she might want to share the small meal with him. The girl paused for a second before nodding and accepting a piece. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed nearby. The prison door swung open, and armed guards marched inside, followed closely by a high-ranking nobleman. Valier glanced up, bracing for the worst, but to his absolute amazement, the soldiers bowed respectfully before the blonde-haired girl. "Your Imperial Highness," they proclaimed, their voices resonating with deep reverence. Valier's heart nearly stopped in his chest. The young woman he had just been speaking with, the supposed prisoner, was in fact royalty. Her name was Charlotte de Gardias, the first princess of the mighty Gardias Empire. In that exact moment, a new notification appeared on his status screen. "Mission accomplished," it declared, followed by his prize, 100 achievement points. At the Imperial Army's forward base, a formation of armored knights stood assembled before the military tents. Valier stayed near the Imperial Princess's side, having been extracted alongside her by the noble commander. He fought to maintain his composure, but his mind was racked with anxiety. He was a demon in disguise, relying on a rudimentary camouflage spell. If the princess's court mage decided to cast a dispel incantation to scan for any curses left by the demon king, his true identity would be instantly revealed. He was also unable to slip away unnoticed. Far too many eyes were currently watching over him, tasked with ensuring his protection. What troubled him more was that the princess, Charlotte de Gardias, was never a character in his original manuscript. He had never once written her into existence. From nearby, a knight by the name of Sir Lance came forward, offering a respectful bow. He notified the princess that they had only secured a humble meal for her, but she assured him that it would be more than sufficient. He also added they would return her to the imperial palace. The very moment that Duke Celerion arrived at the camp, the princess then extended her sincere thanks to Valier for his kindness back in the cell, which left him feeling somewhat confused. He remembered doing almost nothing of note, yet her gratitude felt completely genuine. She then began to ask about his homeland, planning to arrange for his safe passage back to his family. This sudden question immediately put Valier on high alert. He desperately tried to fabricate a believable response. As he frantically searched his thoughts, it was as if the names of all known regions had vanished from his mind, leaving his memory completely and utterly blank. He felt Sir Lance's piercing gaze fixed directly upon him, a hint of impatience flickering within the knight's eyes. Feeling the immense pressure, Valier chose to fake having amnesia. To his astonishment, the princess accepted his story without question, her expression immediately softening with deep empathy, trying to imagine the terrible ordeals he must have suffered. With a quiet but firm resolve, Princess Charlotte vowed her unwavering commitment to assist him, until his memories finally returned. Valier could only offer polite thanks. Sir Lance attempted to warn the princess against this, implying she should not make any such promises to Valier. But Valier knew her vow would likely be meaningless in the long run. He understood that even if she truly wanted to protect him, she probably wouldn't survive long enough to keep that promise. After all, he never wrote anything about human prison cells being inside the Demon King's fortress. He now suspected some unseen power had automatically generated new details to give this world more depth and make its existence feel more plausible. If the princess was indeed a product of this strange backstory, Valier feared her life was already hanging by a thread. He had created Virtus, the imperial prince, to be utterly ruthless and ambitious, a villain who would stop at nothing to claim the emperor's throne. Understanding how Virtus's mind worked, Valier was nearly certain the prince would never permit his sister's survival. She was simply another obstacle in his path to power. Valier felt a powerful impulse to warn the princess of the immense danger that now surrounded her. He hoped that by gaining her complete trust, she might protect him if and when something disastrous occurred. Just then, Princess Charlotte ordered Sir Lance to summon the physician, stating she felt a little bit sick, attributing it to possibly overeating. Sir Lance hesitated, expressing his reservations about leaving her unguarded. Deeply concerned for her well-being, she dismissed his worries, proclaiming that, with the Demon King finally defeated, there was no remaining threat. Reluctantly, Sir Lance departed to locate the doctor. The instant they were finally alone, Valier sensed a dramatic shift in the princess's entire demeanor. Her expression grew deathly serious, far more focused than he'd ever seen before, and she spoke to him with a tone he had never heard from her. She began with a shocking apology, her words crisp, formal, and chillingly direct, and then, to his utter disbelief, she informed him that he would die because of her. Valier was left completely stunned, trying to make sense of her words and this sudden change in her personality. It was as though the princess standing before him was a totally different person entirely. The princess continued, laying out the grim reality that if things stayed the same, her half-brother, Virtus, would most likely have her assassinated very soon. She believed that a large number of the soldiers here were loyal to him, and their decision to isolate her in this camp almost certainly meant they wanted no one from the outside to know that she had survived her captivity in the Demon King's castle. Valier remembered that when they were first discovered, they had both been concealed by thick, heavy robes which would have made it nearly impossible for any onlookers to recognize them as survivors. The princess further explained that the soldiers were most likely waiting for direct orders on how to dispose of her, probably intending to murder her, and then fabricating a story that she died inside the Demon King's castle. She cautioned Valier that his own life was in grave peril as well. If they murdered her to conceal any proof of her survival, they would also have to eliminate him as the sole witness to her rescue, making sure nobody could ever dispute their false narrative. Valier proposed the idea of asking the knights for their assistance, but the princess immediately shot down that suggestion. She told him that it was a futile effort. She was convinced there was not a single person among them she could trust, and yet, she gave him a look of reassurance, swearing to remain by his side until his memories were fully restored, resolved to aid him in his own escape as well. She then unveiled an audacious strategy. They would somehow break out of the camp. Her voice was firm, yet laced with urgency, as she revealed she would engineer a distraction, giving him just enough time to make his critical move. There wasn't much time, and she warned him that if he were to fail, it would almost certainly cost them both of their lives. Valier moved stealthily into a nearby tent, his gaze sweeping the area to confirm he hadn't been spotted. A knot of anxiety tightened in his gut as he wondered why the princess had thrust such a difficult and sudden mission upon him. Moments before, he had questioned Princess Charlotte, asking if she seriously planned for them to sneak away, to which she gave a firm and decisive yes, stating there was but a single path for them to escape alive. She revealed that their plan required them to bring Sir Williams Francis along with them. Although Valier knew that name, he maintained a completely blank expression, feigning ignorance about the knight's identity. Charlotte then proceeded to explain that Sir Williams was the very man who had saved them from the Demon King's fortress. As one of the few truly neutral figures, he holds a fierce and unwavering loyalty to the entire imperial family, and not to any single political faction. Valier now understood exactly why she needed to recruit Sir Williams. His allegiance to the throne itself meant he could be relied upon to aid them, without reporting their location to Prince Vertus's loyalists. Valier then voiced his own apprehension, asking if Sir Williams Francis could genuinely be relied upon. He raised the grim possibility that Sir Williams might have a hidden allegiance to the treacherous prince. Princess Charlotte swiftly refuted his skepticism, arguing that if Sir Williams was truly loyal to the prince, he would have simply murdered them back in the Demon King's castle, instead of bothering to rescue them. This single action, she reasoned, was definitive proof of his loyalty to the imperial line, and not to any specific group within it. Valier found her reasoning to be sound and consented to her dangerous plan. Princess Charlotte, clearly relieved by his cooperation, then picked up a simple dining knife, planning to use herself as the bait to create the necessary chaos. Alarmed, Valier protested that they could not allow her to take on such a great risk, saying it was far too perilous for her to be the center of attention. He calmly reasoned that she should remain safe for the time being, at least until her captors received a direct command to deal with her. Princess Charlotte urged Valier to move quickly, reminding him that their window of opportunity was closing fast. Valier understood he couldn't retreat now. He was left with no choice but to follow through with her desperate scheme. She strode out from the tent and demanded the guards allow her to inspect the surrounding barracks. The soldiers appeared anxious and attempted to refuse her, but she asserted that, as the imperial princess, she had every right to examine the military base. She started peppering them with questions to keep them occupied, while Valier slipped out from the back of the tent. Once he was free, Valier felt a wave of uncertainty. He had no idea where he should even start to look for Sir Williams Francis. The encampment was vast, and he didn't know where the knight could be. He scanned his surroundings, praying he would find someone who could point him toward Sir Williams. But time was rapidly slipping away, and he knew he had to move now. As Valier stood there, trying to decide on his next move, a passing knight noticed him and asked what he required. Valier quickly responded that he was searching for Sir Williams Francis. The knight stared at him for a moment and then said that Sir Williams had already departed for the Demon King's castle, asking why Valier was looking for the man. Valier was completely thrown by this information, shocked to learn that Sir Williams was no longer present. The knight then elaborated that Sir Lance, the man who was with Princess Charlotte just moments ago, had ordered Sir Williams to venture out and help mop up the remaining demon forces at the castle. Valier was floored. He knew Sir Lance was a close confidant of the princess, and he began to wonder if Sir Lance had foreseen a situation like this developing, even without being informed of the princess's desperate gambit. The knight, sensing Valier's state of confusion, pressed him again on why he needed to speak with Sir Williams, offering to relay a message on his behalf, assuming it wasn't a matter of extreme confidentiality. Valier urgently informed the knight that this was an emergency, and that Sir Williams himself was in mortal danger. The knight's demeanor instantly changed. He declared they must go and rescue him at once. But then the knight paused and looked back at Valier, now visibly confused, asking what he could possibly mean by that. Valier, knowing he needed to be forthcoming, decided to reveal the terrifying truth to the knight. He confessed that he wasn't aware of every single detail, but a conspiracy was in motion to harm both the princess and Sir Williams, and for that reason they had to recall Sir Williams immediately. Valier then hesitated, admitting that he was a total stranger and the knight had no reason to believe him. To his complete shock, the knight looked at him with a solemn expression and declared that, even without knowing who Valier truly was, he believed him completely. Valier was not swayed and demanded to know why the knight was acting this way, since there was no logical basis for it. The knight stated that there was, in fact, a reason. He said that Valier's voice carried such desperation it almost sounded foolish. The knight also revealed that he had a premonition that this exact situation might arise. He explained that Sir Williams had anticipated something like this, and had commanded the knight to remain on standby, as someone might eventually come in search of him. Valier was stunned by this revelation. If Sir Williams was aware of the trials the princess was about to face. But then another thought struck him. If Sir Williams was aware of all this, why would he abandon the princess now? Why journey to the Demon King's castle? He should be remaining right by her side. Darius then asked Valier if he was prepared to depart, and also inquired if Valier had any experience riding a horse. Valier instantly confessed that he had never ridden before. With that settled, they both approached Darius's warhorse. Darius properly introduced himself to Valier, stating that his name was Darius. At that very same moment, Sir Lance was observing them from behind a tent. Darius and Valier are seen galloping away together on the horse. As they rode, Valier spotted a group of captured demons. He asked Darius about them, and Darius clarified that they were prisoners of war. He explained that this meant the demons had been taken alive. They could be either stragglers from the enemy army, or simply non-combatants who were not part of the fighting. Darius added that they were still combing the area for more demons. In the vicinity of the castle, the captured demons would most likely be sent to headquarters for execution. Very soon afterward, a chill went down Valier's spine as he realized he could have shared their fate, captured and imprisoned, awaiting his own death. Soon, they reached a military checkpoint where they encountered more knights. Sir Darius saluted them and announced his identity. He then told them that Valier carried a critical message for Sir Williams. The knight on duty looked shocked when he heard this, and stated that he had just gotten a new field report. The report claimed that Sir Williams was killed by surviving demon forces while conducting a reconnaissance mission. Valier was completely stunned by this devastating news. He couldn't believe it. Was Sir Williams truly gone, slain in combat just as the report claimed? The knight, his face a mask of deep sorrow, cursed the demons as he lamented the tragic death of Sir Williams. Valier, standing frozen nearby, knew that, with Sir Williams now dead, there was absolutely no one left to protect Princess Charlotte. This crushing realization settled heavily upon him. The checkpoint knight then asked Valier if there was anything important he needed to know regarding the message. Sir Darius, who had remained silent until that moment, immediately interjected, stating the message was meant to be delivered in person, directly to Sir Williams. With that, they were granted clearance to return to camp. As they began to leave, Valier was deeply agitated. He felt a powerful sense of foreboding. He remembered how smoothly everything had been proceeding just before. Something about this entire situation felt terribly wrong. He began to doubt the official story, that Sir Williams was truly killed by leftover demon soldiers. He simply could not accept it. He knew that Virtus, the imperial prince, desired Princess Charlotte's death. If she truly managed to escape from the Demon King's fortress, Virtus would use all his power to suppress that information. He would certainly move to silence any and all witnesses. And because Sir Williams was one of those crucial witnesses, the terrible truth became crystal clear to Valier. Sir Williams must have been deliberately lured into the Demon King's castle, so that he could be silently assassinated. This was all part of a much larger, far more sinister conspiracy. Vallier, feeling the immense gravity of the situation, kept trying to figure out what he was supposed to do next. He refused to simply surrender to this fate, but the challenges before him seemed insurmountable. Sir Darius, noticing Vallier's inner conflict, finally declared it was time for complete honesty. He insisted Vallier explain precisely why Sir Williams was in danger, and how Princess Charlotte was connected to it all. Vallier paused, uncertain if he could place his trust in Sir Darius. Charlotte had explicitly warned him that the majority of the Imperial army was secretly loyal to Virtus, and he had no way of knowing if Sir Darius was among them. Even if he was a knight of significant rank, Vallier couldn't be sure if Darius had ties to the lower-ranking soldiers, who might be pledged to the treacherous Virtus. But with absolutely no one else he could turn to, Vallier made the choice to tell Darius the entire truth. He laid out the grim reality that Sir Williams was almost certainly dead, not by demons, but due to a betrayal from within their own ranks, and that the princess's life was now in immediate mortal danger. Darius absorbed the information carefully, and after hearing the full story, he affirmed that he understood the gravity of the situation. He conceded there was a strong chance that Sir Williams had been assassinated by their own soldiers. Then, to Vallier's great surprise, Darius pledged his sword and his life to the princess. He revealed that he served in Sir William's own company and felt a powerful duty to offer his aid. Vallier, while still wary of placing his full trust in him, ultimately agreed. He decided Darius could be a valuable asset, especially if he could assist in their escape attempt. In this incredibly perilous situation, Vallier knew they needed every ally they could possibly find, even if he couldn't completely trust the knight just yet. As Darius suggested they should return to camp, Vallier stopped him, his mind suddenly racing with a new idea. He told Darius to hold on, suggesting they venture to the demon supply warehouse to plunder any items that might aid in their escape. Darius, though hesitant about the plan, agreed to follow his lead, as Vallier argued that even though the warehouse was likely ransacked, there might be something of value left if they searched carefully enough. They quickly made their way to the storeroom, and Vallier's sharp instincts led them to several concealed items that could be invaluable. After a bit of searching, Vallier unearthed a scroll for mass teleportation, along with a book containing several other powerful magic scrolls. He knew these would be absolutely essential for their escape, so they quickly gathered the items. Vallier felt a wave of profound relief, knowing this could very well be their ticket out of this deadly camp. However, as they got ready to depart from the warehouse, Sir Darius observed something quite peculiar. He was perplexed by how Vallier knew the precise location of the scrolls, especially since Vallier had insisted he was just a common prisoner. Darius kept his question to himself, but a seed of suspicion began to grow. Before they had a chance to leave, the sound of approaching knights forced them both to go still. The soldiers were actively hunting for them, obviously trying to find any trace of their current location. Darius and Vallier immediately took cover, and it soon became apparent that the knights searching for them were from the dreaded house of Duke Solarian. Vallier felt a surge of panic, because this was a massive complication. House Solarian was the maternal family of Prince Virtus, and they were one of the most formidable houses in the entire empire. Their singular ambition was to place Virtus upon the throne as the next emperor. The raw power and influence wielded by House Solarian dwarfed that of nearly every other noble family, meaning their soldiers were no mere ordinary knights. Vallier began to suspect that these very knights might be the same assassins who had murdered Sir Williams. As the knights continued their relentless search for them, one of the soldiers displayed a bizarre and powerful ability. This particular knight possessed a supernatural eye, one that could somehow detect where Vallier and Darius were concealed. Knowing that they had no other option, Vallier and Darius stepped out of hiding to face the knights. The moment the knights laid eyes on them, they readied themselves for a fight. The knights unsheathed their blades, fully prepared to execute Vallier and Darius for the crime of siding with the princess. Darius instantly drew his own sword and took a protective stance before Vallier, for he is prepared to confront the assassins and shield them both. Vallier, however, can only brood upon the sheer futility of his desperate escape from the castle, only to find himself here, standing on the precipice of oblivion. It seems all his frantic struggles were ultimately meaningless. But then, his attention is snared by a chilling sight. He spots a grotesque statue, its eyes burning with a sinister, crimson light. A flicker of memory from his past life ignites in his mind. It's a gargoyle. He remembers the countless stories and games from his former world, understanding they often awaken in moments of dire crisis like this. But before his mind can even process the thought, a deafening crack shatters the tense silence. The stone gargoyle lurches into terrifying motion. The knights are frozen in disbelief, and so is Valier. The gargoyle descends with unnatural speed, delivering a devastating blow to the captain, obliterating him in a single, brutal strike. Everyone is paralyzed by shock, never anticipating such a ferocious, violent assault. Valier, too, is completely stunned, even though he had just been contemplating that these gargoyles typically spring to life in these exact types of situations. Witnessing the ensuing chaos, Darius quickly seizes Valier, pulling him clear. He uses the pandemonium as their chance to flee. This is the golden opportunity they have, and they will not let it slip away. Darius and Valier are now galloping away on horseback, the thunder of hooves echoing as they race into the night. Valier reflects upon the shocking events that just transpired. When the status window first appeared, he glimpsed a skill named Demon Domination. He now wonders if it is because he is the Demon King's heir that he is endowed with such a fearsome skill. The stunning realization dawns on him. He must have subconsciously commanded the gargoyle to attack, unleashing his demon domination ability. However, there is no time to ponder this discovery now. In the near distance, Valier sees a squadron of knights in hot pursuit. They are resolute on stopping them from reaching the forest's cover. He quickly assesses their environment, desperately seeking another route of escape. His gaze falls upon the scroll book he is clutching, and a brilliant strategy suddenly sparks in his mind. Flipping rapidly through the ancient pages, he locates the haste incantation and immediately unleashes. Their horse erupts forward with an incredible burst of speed, and soon enough Valier and Darius have opened a considerable lead between them and the knights. But just as a fleeting sense of relief washes over them, a crossbow bolt suddenly whistles menacingly toward them. Valier realizes he needs a more powerful solution to handle these knights. From the formidable house of Solarian, he immediately begins to devise a better way to manage this situation. But before he can execute a new plan, he remembers these specific knights are conditioned to resist magic. He knows that merely relying on spells will not be enough to lose them. Understanding this, he accepts that he must think both quickly and with great cunning if they have any hope of escaping with their lives. Valier's focus returns to the scroll book, fully aware that the knights are rapidly closing the distance. He calmly gives Darius a word of reassurance, informing him that he is not targeting the knights themselves with magic. Instead, a faint purple aura begins to radiate from the scroll. Valier casts an illusion spell directly onto their own horse, distorting its appearance to create the image of it galloping much faster. While the magic-resistant knights are immune, they remain oblivious to the deception. Suddenly, one of the pursuing knight's horses missteps and collapses, sending its rider tumbling and proving the illusion was a success. Emboldened by this small victory, Valier immediately follows up by casting charm spells, aiming this time for the remaining knights' mounts. The charm takes hold of several, and their riders lose all control, causing them to stumble and fall far behind. Now only two tenacious knights continue the chase, but Valier and Darius are still not free from danger. The horse carrying them is completely spent, its galloping pace slowing with every heavy stride. The final two knights are drawing nearer. As a wave of panic starts to take hold, Valier's eyes fall upon a group of demon prisoners being escorted nearby. A strange and familiar power surges within him, one that feels just like the moment when he had subconsciously awakened the gargoyle statue earlier. Then, an abrupt crimson glow ignites in the eyes of a massive orc. From within the procession of prisoners, without any warning, the orc breaks free and charges ahead, leaping directly at the knights who are closing in on them. The orc's hulking form slams violently into the knights, blocking their advance and creating utter pandemonium within their ranks. Valier, completely astonished by this shocking turn of events, understands that this is their one chance to finally escape. He desperately shouts for Darius to ride even faster, knowing full well this diversion may not last for very long. Darius can't help but feel a strange and growing sense of unease. It seems that every time they are in a life-threatening situation, somehow demons appear to intervene and save them. It is far too much of a coincidence for this to happen twice. But he knows this is not the right moment to question. Their number one priority is delivering the princess to safety. They at last make it back to the princess's private tent, but are immediately blocked from entering by the guards. Darius, with his quick thinking, decides to employ a much more direct method. He effortlessly dispatches the guard in his way, clearing their path, but the commotion draws unwanted attention. Knowing that they have now been exposed, Darius commands Valier to proceed with the final mission. While he remains behind to fend off the approaching knights, Valier bursts into the tent and is confronted by two court mages, who are standing guard over the princess. The mages immediately voice their fury at this sudden intrusion, as they had obviously been given strict commands to prevent anyone from getting inside. Their gazes narrow with clear and open hostility. Without wasting a single second, Valier shouts for the princess to shield her eyes. He instantly casts a blinding flash spell, incapacitating the mages for a precious few moments. With their vision completely compromised, Valier capitalizes on the opportunity. He lunges towards the princess, grabbing her by the hand, knowing their time is almost up. He unleashes the power of the mass teleportation spell, knowing he now has no other choice but to activate. He declares their destination, Gradium, the grand capital city of the Empire. A brilliant light blue energy erupts on the spot, with a massive magic circle forming as its foundation. In the very next instant, a system notification materializes. Valier has cleared the prologue sequence. This has unlocked a special achievement titled The Turning Point of History. A pivotal character like Princess Charlotte, who was originally fated to no longer exist at this moment, has now miraculously survived, and the flow of the future has been radically changed. Valier is also rewarded with 1,000 achievement points. In the primary narrative of this particular novel, the Demon King is dead. The story unfolds within Gradium, a metropolis that is heavily based on Seoul, the very city where Valier used to live. Valier and Charlotte have successfully teleported to Gradium. Upon their arrival, Valier is absolutely astounded. The city is nothing like what he had anticipated, and he is floored by how intricately detailed everything appears. It is far more realistic and alive than he ever could have imagined. Meanwhile, Charlotte is completely disoriented, as her surroundings have abruptly changed. She quickly grasps the situation, realizing they are now standing in the center of the capital. Valier proceeds to explain what has happened to her. He informs her that Sir Williams is now dead, and it was Darius who ultimately helped them escape. Just then, Darius himself appears, materializing from the fading energy of the teleportation channel, validating Valier's account of the events. Valier feels a sense of relief that their plan worked as intended. Darius managed to escape using the powerful teleportation scroll, precisely as they had planned and hoped. Afterward, Darius gives a formal introduction of himself to Princess Charlotte. He then starts to recount everything that had transpired, including their infiltration of the Demon King's ruined fortress, their recovery of the magic scrolls, and how they were ultimately saved by an unlikely intervention from demons. As Darius continues his tale, Princess Charlotte becomes more suspicious. The story seems highly improbable, and she cannot help but steal a glance at Valier, who also senses that key details are not adding up. After strolling through the crowded market square for some time, Valier manages to quietly slip away from the bustling crowd. He discovers a secluded alley to sit down and contemplate his predicament. He feels deeply frustrated by his inability to purchase food or other necessities, wishing he had known much more about this strange world. He even muses to himself that he should have created a rule within the game system, allowing demons to subsist on mana alone. If only he had thought of this possibility. To his absolute amazement, a notification flashes on his system window. It informs him that he can, in fact, implement this setting into the system, but doing so would cost him a staggering 100,000 achievement points. The notification also reveals that he has the power to make alterations to the story's main plot, giving him a measure of control over the world he now inhabits. Along with this revelation, a list of available challenges appears. Every single one of them seems nearly impossible for him to achieve right now. However, these challenges do provide a path for him to acquire more achievement points, but failure is strictly forbidden from actively sabotaging the story's plot. Any action to do so will incur severe penalties, resulting in a deduction of his precious achievement points. This critical rule forces him to be extremely cautious in how he chooses to affect the world around him. Intrigued, Failure examines the roster of challenges and finds one called Scribe's Advice, which costs him 150 achievement points. He chooses to accept it, and upon following the given advice, he is directed to go and visit a magic item emporium. Figuring he may need to sell the scrolls he currently possesses. Simply to survive, Failure makes his way to the closest shop. When he enters, he attempts to sell his powerful scrolls, but to his utter bewilderment, the proprietor immediately throws him out. It seems as though the shopkeeper assumed he was trying to swindle them with counterfeit scrolls. Failure finds this reaction extremely strange, and is baffled as to why the scrolls are met with such instant distrust. Undeterred by this setback, he proceeds to a different establishment. This time, he presents the scroll to the shop's owner, who appears genuinely curious. The proprietor asks if he can attempt to copy another one of the scrolls, noting that Failure's draftsmanship is quite skilled. If he agrees to do so, they could divide the profits from the scroll sales evenly. The shop owner also adds that, if Failure manages to complete the copied scroll by the following day, he will be compensated with 5 silver coins for his effort. Failure accepts the offer, although he cannot help but wonder why no one seems to recognize the authentic scrolls he plundered from the Demon King's own fortress. Feeling a growing suspicion, he decides to visit one final shop. If they also fail to identify the scroll's true nature, he'll simply sell off the fireball scroll and be done with it. He makes his way to another shop, and as he steps inside, he discovers the place is disorganized and completely deserted. However, as he begins to look around, a red-haired woman emerges from behind him and inquires if he is a patron. Failure replies that he is here to sell some magic scrolls. She informs him that she does not purchase scrolls, but she also cannot simply allow him to walk away with them. Instead, she makes an offer to pay him a sum of 2 gold coins. But when her eyes fall upon the scrolls, her entire expression transforms. She becomes deadly serious, and her eyes fix upon him with a much more penetrating gaze. She commands Failure to be completely honest with her. She needs to know where he acquired those scrolls, because she identifies them as a form of magic construct that is exclusively utilized by demons. Her voice takes on a sterner edge as she presses him once more, demanding to know how he came to possess those demonic scrolls. Understanding the immense gravity of this predicament, Failure feels a sudden and intense chill run down his spine. He knows he is in serious trouble now. Even though Failure knew that magic was a real force in this world, he never bothered to study the intricacies of how it functioned, or the key distinctions between the various types of magic. He was unaware if a spell was of human or demonic origin. As he stood there paralyzed, he knew this must be the reason the other merchants had so quickly dismissed his scrolls as forgeries. They were either not mages in their own right, or they simply lacked the knowledge to identify them correctly. But the red-haired woman was entirely different. She appeared to see right through his facade instantly. Her grim and serious expression told him she knew precisely what these powerful scrolls were. She demanded he tell her the truth, insisting he reveal how he had managed to get them. In a fleeting moment of utter panic, Failure attempted to use his system window to make her forget the entire encounter, but he quickly saw that he needed 3,000 achievement points for that ability, a total he was nowhere close to having. With no other recourse, he reluctantly made the decision to tell her everything. He confessed that he had acquired the scrolls directly from the Demon King's castle. Fully understanding this confession would carry severe repercussions. The woman, however, does not immediately accept his story. Failure then elaborates that he procured the scrolls during his attempt to rescue the princess back inside the crumbling Demon King's fortress. Upon hearing this, the woman appears to soften her stance slightly, seeming somewhat persuaded by his incredible tale. Her rigid demeanor shifts, and to Failure's total astonishment, she unexpectedly pulls him into a hug. While this gesture was likely intended to be comforting, Failure feels nothing but discomfort especially since he is still starving, and she refuses to let him leave just yet. She then posits that someone may have put a curse on him during his time inside the Demon King's castle, offering her services to remove it. Valier tries to refuse her, wanting to avoid any further complications. But before he can even voice his protest, she has already cast a dispel magic spell upon him. The magic takes effect in an instant, and Valier is forcibly reverted to his true, original demon form. Now trapped in an even more compromising situation, Valier scrambles to try and explain himself, but before he can get the words out, the woman suddenly falls to her knees and offers him a formal greeting. She addresses him as the son of the Demon King, which completely shocks him. He is floored by her recognition of him, and as he examines her more closely, he sees that she is, in fact, a vampire. Her sharp fangs are now clearly visible. And yet, despite this, he has no memory of ever meeting her. She asks him if he can recall who she is, but Valier is still trying to absorb everything that is happening. Alaris, realizing they must avoid drawing any unwanted attention, suggests they move immediately and leads the way upstairs to her room. Valier trails behind her, still reeling from everything that has just occurred. Once they are inside, she provides him with a meal, which he accepts with immense gratitude, his gnawing hunger at last being satisfied. While he eats, Alaris watches him with a careful eye, and discovers that he can only recall his own identity, but nothing else at all about his life. She formally introduces herself as Alaris of the Flames, a sworn member of the Gradium Infiltration Squad. Valier has no recollection of writing about any such characters in his novel, but he doesn't raise any questions. Instead, his own curiosity gets the better of him, and he asks her why she, a powerful vampire, would reside in a sunlit house often visited by humans. Alaris explains, almost matter-of-factly, that she really had no other options. Residing in a home with a commercial storefront was the only way she could possibly afford her rent. She then proceeds to tell him more about the other members of the Gradium Infiltration Squad. One of these members is Sarkagar, a dreaded dreadfiend who uses the alias of Count Argon Pontius. The other is a lycanthrope who is known as the Hound of Ionia, and he runs his operations from a base near the Bronze Gate by the Ionia River. Alaris reveals that it was actually Sarkagar, the shape-shifting dreadfiend, who abducted the human princess. His powerful ability to alter his face and transform made him uniquely suited for blending in with human society, which allowed him to complete such missions without being detected. Regarding the infamous Hound of Ionia, Alaris continues, stating that he is the ringleader of one of the most feared gangs in Gradium. This particular gang is both massive and very influential, offering significant financial backing for the entire infiltration squad, helping to finance all of their various operational costs. Despite all this grim news, Alaris expresses her profound relief and gratitude that Valier is alive. She is certain that with him leading them, they can restore the demon realm. However, Valier abruptly cuts her off, stating clearly that he has zero interest in rebuilding the demon realm. He forcefully argues that such a campaign would only ignite another great war between the realms, and the last war was already horrific enough. He refuses to experience that kind of tragedy again. Furthermore, he notes that gathering all the demons together in the current climate would very likely get every last one of them killed. Alaris attempts to persuade Valier that as the sole prince, it is his solemn duty to want to resurrect the demon realm. But Valier remains resolute in his refusal, telling her that he has no desire to be the ruler of a kingdom that is now completely non-existent. He also reminds her that she, too, is no longer duty-bound to serve a kingdom that no longer exists. Her expression falls as she processes his harsh words, and after a long, quiet pause, she turns and walks away, appearing deeply dejected. Before she leaves, later on that same night, Valier, still deeply curious, asks Alaris what his former self was like before his memory loss. Alaris, visibly nervous and quite hesitant, tells him that he was once a great and inspiring figure to all demonkind. Her voice is strained, and Valier perceives that his past self was not as benevolent or as heroic as he might have been hoping for. He doesn't press the issue, deciding instead to focus on his current reality. He declares that, on the morrow, they will need to rendezvous with the rest of the infiltration squad. With that settled, they shared the bed, and Valier felt for once that being this character was rather nice. The following morning, Alaris and Valier emerge onto the city streets, making their way to the meeting point for the rest of the Gradium infiltration squad. The grand capital, still reveling in the wake of their great victory, is overflowing with joyous celebration. People are shouting and cheering throughout the streets, celebrating the safe and miraculous return of the princess. The Great War has at last reached its conclusion, and the citizens of the capital are taking to the streets in jubilation, deeply grateful that the long and brutal conflict is finally over. As they move through the ecstatic, celebrating crowds, Valier and Alaris head towards the advanced Manhwa train, which has its main station located in the Aligarh district. The Manhwa train, a detail Valier had originally put in his novel for simple convenience, now provides them with a very comfortable journey. Valier and Alaris soon arrive in the area beneath the Bronze Gate Bridge, a location Valier recalls from his own writing as a place where the city's beggars frequently congregate. But Alaris doesn't seem the least bit surprised by the area's condition. She is well aware that this is the place where they will be meeting the leader of the beggars. Alaris calmly informs Valier that they will be moving through a sewer pipe located nearby to get to their final destination. As they begin to navigate through the grim area, Valier begins to feel a sense of apprehension, perceiving something unusual about this particular place. Just at that moment, a woman emerges from the deep shadows, and she immediately calls out Alaris's name, as if she had been waiting for her to arrive. Valier is taken aback by this woman's sudden appearance. Her piercing gaze and self-assured stance give her a powerful presence, which makes Valier feel instinctively very uneasy. However, the mysterious woman greets Valier as well, and after a brief pause, she introduces herself as Lawyer, another sworn member of the Gradium infiltration squad. Since Alaris is already acquainted with her, there is a clear sense of familiarity between the two of them. Valier is stunned that the leader of this territory is a woman, forgotten part of the city. The woman asks Alaris about Sarkagar's whereabouts, and Alaris informs her that he has not yet arrived. She surmises he is probably occupied with his noble obligations, but reassures her that he should be arriving there shortly. However, Alaris decides she needs to share something with Lady Lawyer. She informs her that Valier remembers nothing except for who he once was. Lawyer stares at Valier, completely shocked by this news, and asks him to confirm if it's true. Valier simply nods, affirming that he possesses no memories beyond his own identity. Lawyer's reaction is a strange mixture of relief and astonishment. She is genuinely pleased about his memory loss, as she vividly remembers how Valier had treated her so poorly in the past. She secretly hopes that without all of his memories, he will be unable to treat her with the same cruelty. Valier has no idea that his previous behavior was so incredibly harsh, and he offers Lawyer a sincere and heartfelt apology, hoping they can begin to mend their relationship from this point on. He offers his hand for a formal handshake, and Lawyer reluctantly accepts it. But to her absolute shock, Valier mischievously tickles her instead. Lawyer becomes furious and demands to know why he would do such a thing, but Valier did not anticipate her reaction would be so extreme. He quickly apologizes before they are able to move on. A loud thud suddenly interrupts their exchange. Abruptly, Sarkagar appears, clumsy and overcome with excitement. He barrels over and embraces Valier with such force that Valier finds himself struggling for breath. Sarkagar continues to hold him in a tight grip, pleading with Valier for something, but Valier, still gasping for air, begs him to please let him go. When Sarkagar does not, Valier calls out to Alaris to help him. Alaris explains that Sarkagar is the one who served the former Demon King, with a completely unwavering devotion, to the degree that he would gladly give up his own soul if it meant he could rebuild the lost demon realm. Later, with some help from Lawyer, who was forced to pull Sarkagar back by his hair, they all finally assemble around the fire they lit to stay warm. While they hold their discussion, Sarkagar passionately argues that Valier must go and resurrect the demon realm, proclaiming that he must avenge his late father and forge an even greater empire in its place. Valier then interjects that even if they did rebuild the demon realm, he still believes that he himself is completely useless. Sarkagar, however, quickly assures him that he is anything but, that he is a pure and high-blooded archdemon, before whom all other demons must bow their heads. And yet, Valier is still not convinced. and he presses Sarkagar on what exactly he means by archdemon. Everyone is initially shocked by his line of questioning, but then Sarkagar begins his explanation. He tells Valier that an archdemon is the most supreme of all demons, because in the Dark Lands, the harsh realm where they live, a brutal and unforgiving place completely soaked in blood, strength and absolute unity are paramount. However, he continues to explain that the demons once drove themselves to the very brink of extinction, all because they belonged to many different rival races. But one day, an immensely powerful demon finally stepped in, seizing control of the minds of others, to finally put an end to all the infighting. He single-handedly restored the unity among demons in the Dark Lands, and from that day forward, the demons revered him as the archdemon. He came to be known as the great progenitor of all the demon kings. At that moment, Valier finally grasps what they are telling him. He asks them to explain their plan. Sarkagar responds that Valier must first grow much stronger, journey back to the demon realm, and there reunite the scattered demon tribes to amass his power. But Valier immediately rejects this entire strategy. Knowing they are deep inside the Empire's capital, the very heart of their mortal enemy, instead, he suggests that they remain here at the Bronze Gate to study the culture and traditions of their foes, with the goal of discovering their greatest weaknesses. Sarkagar is eventually swayed by his logic. He then counters with a different idea. Valier could potentially enroll in the temple, the Empire's most elite academic institution. Although Valier is extremely hesitant, Lawyer surprisingly sides with Sarkagar on this point. Valier, however, is still adamantly opposed to the plan, secretly praying that Alaris will come to his rescue. But to his utter dismay, Alaris also agrees with the plan. Seeing that he is left with no other choice, Valier immediately voices his strong reservations, arguing that the idea is far too risky. He is terrified his true identity could be exposed, making it impossible to know what would happen after that. In direct response, Sarkagar brings out a special ring and slips it onto Valier's index finger, explaining that it has been handed down through many generations of powerful dread fiends. He tells Valier that this ring will allow him to morph into any form he desires. Sarkagar also reminds him that the former glory of the Demon Empire will soon be theirs to reclaim. Since they have decided Valier will attend classes at the temple, they first consider using one of Alaris's or Sarkagar's pre-established aliases for his student enrollment. However, they almost immediately discard this idea, knowing the humans will likely investigate Princess Charlotte's former captor. Lawyer then suggests her own subordinate, Dibin, as a potential alternative. Working together, they forge a brand new identity for Valier, Reinhardt, with the powerful Dreadfiend ring to change his physical appearance. Valier would then enroll at the temple using this new disguise. Lawyer commands Dibin to escort Valier out the very next day, to acquire a new, official identification card. When Valier asks how they intend to pay for the exorbitant tuition fees, everyone in the room falls completely silent, realizing they overlooked that detail. They immediately start to brainstorm. Dibin reminds Lawyer that they absolutely cannot afford the temple's tuition fees. With their current income stream, they would never come close to affording the tuition for the temple. The academy, known as Guardias's Temple, is the single most prestigious educational institution on the entire continent. It is where the young heirs of the most powerful and influential families go to get their education and to socialize. The yearly tuition fee alone is roughly 100 million. A massive fortune they could never possibly manage. Still, Lawyer remains somewhat optimistic that they can somehow gather the amount. Dibin then suggests that if she is truly serious, she could possibly make it happen by lowering the cut she takes from the club's finances. Valier is completely surprised when he hears them mention a club about their business. Lawyer, on the other hand, is completely unwilling to decrease her portion of the funds, knowing full well that it would jeopardize their entire operation. But Dibin insists that it is their one and only option. Valier then interjects with a bold new plan. He only requires the funds for the first semester's tuition. He reasons that he can secure a full scholarship, as the Empire is desperately seeking future heroes to replace all the warriors who have already fallen. If he can demonstrate his true potential, he could be completely exempted from paying the fees. He is well aware that the temple waives tuition for students who display exceptionally rare talents, and although he may be a low-grade demon prince, he is still a powerful archdemon at his core. He is certain he will discover his talent once enrolled. He has also decided that, should the need arise, he can use achievement points to unlock a new talent. Lawyer, genuinely impressed by his sheer confidence, agrees to this plan. Daibin, however, points out they still lack the funds to cover even that single semester. Failure, observing this impasse, suggests they alter their strategy. He says they should begin approaching potential customers directly if the customers are not coming to them. He unveils a new idea: find customers along the Mana train line, a place with massive foot traffic and a very fast escape route. Should their plan happen to go awry, Vailure proposes they could sell simple toys on the train, not even ones of particularly high quality, as most parents would probably buy them, just to stop their children from screaming bloody murder. Daibin instantly agrees with the strategy, but Lawyer grows furious that Daibin allowed Vailure to overhear their plans. Deeply thankful to Vailure for this idea, Daibin introduces him to all the other gang members, and to celebrate this new plan, they begin pouring drinks. Vailure seizes this chance to inquire about the club that Daibin had mentioned just a while ago, and Daibin reveals that it's their private organization. As the story goes, Lawyer had established one of the biggest gangs in the capital. Their revenue primarily comes from begging on the city streets, and somehow this alone finances the entire infiltration squad, a magic shop, a lavish noble lifestyle, and the gang's living expenses. Vailure begins to suspect that Lawyer might be hiding a crucial detail from him. Completely oblivious to his suspicion, Daibin continues to explain how they came up with their club's name, the Rotary Club. Vailure quietly makes a promise to himself to find out what Lawyer is hiding. But in that instant, Lawyer appears, absolutely enraged that Daibin is serving Vailure alcohol. She grabs Vailure and drags him away to the interrogation room, ignoring his desperate pleas for someone to help him. Daibin, completely intimidated, can only stand there, frozen and helpless. When they arrive in the interrogation room, Lawyer strictly warns Vailure to stay away from all alcohol, but Vailure views this as the perfect chance to ask about her secret income sources. He points out that simply begging on the streets alone could never possibly generate enough for the temple's tuition, or even cover the infiltration squad's many expenses. Lawyer is, for a moment, completely speechless, surprised he would ask such a direct question. Finally, she reveals she didn't mean to keep it a secret from him. She just didn't believe he needed to be aware of. Vailure then asks if her real work involves injuring others. Lawyer concedes that it sometimes does lead to that, but it is not their primary mission. At last, she decides to reveal the entire truth. The begging is a front. The Rotary Club's members pose as lowly beggars to secretly gather intelligence for the Gradium Thieves Guild. Lawyer then reveals that she never intended for him to get too deeply involved in this kind of work, and urges him to forget all about the club once he enters the temple. The very next day, Daibin escorts Vailure to the Gradium Administrative Building to create his new identification card. The entire process is far simpler than Vailure anticipated, thanks to Daibin generously bribing the official staff. From there, they proceed to the temple's admissions building. As they walk through the main gates, they witness a massive crowd of affluent people, all competing for a place for their children at this elite institution. They make their way to the consultation office, where Vailure knows the crucial talent assessments take place. As he has been told, a discovery of a powerful talent could let him study here for free. Many other hopefuls are also present, awaiting their own tests. Finally, it is Vailure and Daibin's turn to be called. Their number is 86. However, once they step inside, they discover they're actually in the admissions application office. Vailure informs the clerk he wishes to pay only for the first semester, but she flatly refuses, explaining that students have tried borrowing money for just the first semester, only to immediately drop out, so partial payments are no longer accepted. Resigned to this roadblock, Vailure prepares to depart, but Daibin implores the clerk to test Vailure's latent talent, hinting that he might possess some truly extraordinary gifts. He even offers to pay the fee for the talent test, but the clerk assures them the test is free and agrees to perform. She produces a scanner and tells Vailure to place his hand upon. He pauses for a moment, stealing his his nerves. He then places his hand firmly on the scanner. To the complete shock of everyone present, the scanner begins to malfunction, baffling the clerk, who swears it was working perfectly just moments ago. She quickly departs to find another functional scanner. Meanwhile, Valier is mystified by this equipment failure, wondering if this is some kind of omen or something else entirely. Daiben, however, is absolutely ecstatic, believing the malfunction means the scanner has registered an unbelievably exceptional talent within Valier. Shortly after, the clerk comes back holding a second scanner, one which she has already tested beforehand. She instructs Valier to place his hand on it once more. Yet again, the results are completely shocking to her. She reveals that the scanner is registering an aptitude, which is essentially a lesser version of a true talent. Those with an aptitude are not necessarily considered prodigies, but they do display the potential to be above average in a certain field over a period of time. However, she adds that possessing an aptitude alone is not enough for temple admission. It is typically used simply to reassure worried parents of their children's latent skills. Valier feels a crushing wave of disappointment at this news. Then, suddenly, the clerk goes completely silent, utterly astonished, and then reveals that Valier somehow seems to possess an aptitude for every single skill known to exist. According to the scanner's impossible results, Valier supposedly has the unique and unheard of ability to wield both divine power and demonic magic at the very same time, a feat never before seen in the entire history of the Empire. Even Valier himself is completely taken aback, unable to comprehend how this could even be possible, especially because this was not at all what he was aiming for. Meanwhile, Daiben is absolutely over the moon, thrilled beyond belief that Valier has been revealed to be exceptional. They return to Lawyer and tell her everything that happened. She, too, is completely stunned, but she offers Valier a congratulatory thumbs up. Valier, however, is privately wondering if the world's circumstances are simply reconfiguring themselves to fit him more neatly into the novel's plot. He knows that the novel could never have predicted which talent he might eventually choose, using his achievement points, which could range from close-quarters combat abilities, like swordsmanship or even mastery of the spear, to arcane magic or archery. In fact, Valier knows it doesn't even need to be a combat skill, as he can unlock any ability he desires if he has enough points. Daiben, noticing Valier's strangely quiet reaction, finds it to be quite odd. Valier fakes being pleased, remarking that at least the club won't have to fund his tuition. Daiben, feeling extremely proud, is sure it's because of him that Valier's aptitudes were ever found. He's certain that if he hadn't insisted they remain, the woman would never have discovered this incredible, hidden result. Valier's original plan was to wait until the following semester, before getting himself entangled in the main storyline. But with the way things are unfolding, it now seems utterly unavoidable that he will be placed in the royal class. This extremely prestigious class within the temple is reserved only for the very best and brightest students, the absolute elite of the elite, who are given scholarships for the whole program. The students chosen for the royal class reside in a luxurious dormitory, are given a generous monthly allowance, and are granted the unique privilege of attending any lectures, even courses that are meant for the upperclassmen. These particular students are seen as the greatest prodigies in the empire, their skills and raw talents proven to be beyond any doubt. Despite all this, Valier wishes to spend at least one semester as an ordinary student, but to his shock, he finds he's been assigned to a class infamous for its arrogance and immense pride. He cannot understand how he was placed there, especially because he has nothing of substance to show them yet. Alaris, sensing Valier's increasingly gloomy mood, asks him what is currently bothering him. Valier decides to confide in her, explaining that he is worried about the inevitable conflict between Class A and Ludwig, who is the main character of his original novel. Ludwig, as a new transfer student, is fated to clash with the arrogant students of Class A, ultimately teaching them a very harsh lesson in humility, and he does not want to be caught in that crossfire. However, Valier is at least thankful that his unlimited aptitude will likely ensure that expectations remain low for him. He is hoping that the others will not demand too much from him. Alaris offers him reassurance, telling him everything will turn out fine, giving him a small measure of comfort, despite his many ongoing worries. Vallier can already vividly picture what his life in Class A will be like, and he knows he will need more than a simple aptitude to survive there. That classroom is filled with brilliant and conceited students, and he refuses to be caught completely off his guard. Alaris again offers him reassurance, vowing that they will assist him in any way they are able to, especially because he will have the right to leave the temple anytime he wishes to. Despite her comforting words, Vallier cannot shake off the feeling that there is more to Alaris's desire to send him to the temple. He abruptly turns to question her, asking why she appears so determined for him to be among humans, especially when he knows full well that Sarkagar may be right. He could indeed grow much stronger there. Alaris explains that her primary motivation for pushing him to attend the temple is so that he can acclimate himself to being around humans. Spending a significant time there will help him learn their customs, which will be absolutely essential for his future survival. Though Vallier accepts her stated reasons, he still can't help but wonder if Alaris will come to regret this later. Alaris then furnishes him with some clothes to wear at the temple, and presents him with a shimmering, enchanted necklace. Vallier is quite surprised by this gift, and she reminds him that her specialty is in flame magic. She tells him the ancient legend of the 7 vampire clans, each one named after a powerful knight, and how the great clans of the Sun and Moon were lost to time, along with their unique magic. The 5 clans that remain, each one representing a different element, managed to survive, and their powers have been handed down for generations. This very necklace, Alaris reveals, is the sacred heirloom of her own clan, Flamma Martis, the symbol of the Flame Clan's ruling head. Vallier immediately deduces that Alaris must be the head of the Flame Clan, and he asks why she is giving him such an incredibly precious heirloom. Alaris explains the necklace will grant him the power to cast fire spells. By channeling his own mana, she asks him to give it a try. Vallier, brimming with confidence in his own powers, attempts it, but the flame he conjures is pitifully weak. He demands to know from Alaris why the spell is so feeble, and she explains that the necklace channels much stronger flames when it is used with the intent to harm others. She mainly gave it to him for protection, although she truly hopes he never needs to use it at all. Vallier now understands that Alaris is deeply concerned about him, yet she doesn't want him to bring harm to any other person. With this understanding, Vallier makes a solemn vow to himself. He will never use this necklace for any offensive reasons, until after he has graduated. Later, Lawyer pays a visit to Vallier, and gives him a pouch of money for his allowance at the temple. She clarifies that this is the only thing she can now offer, since he helped her avoid having to pay his tuition fee. She also knows that Alaris and Sarkagar have already given him gifts, so she doesn't wish to be the only one left out. Vallier offers his thanks, expecting her to leave so he can finally rest. However, she instead continues to advise and caution him about many things. Eventually, Vallier has to politely usher her out of his room, so he can at last have a moment of peace. As he finally settles down, Vallier suddenly remembers something crucial. The novel he had actually written, his attempt at a slice-of-life story, was supposed to have been lighthearted, a welcome departure from the dark, tragic endings that his readers constantly criticized him for. He had wanted to write something genuinely cheerful, but he soon discovered he lacked the talent to maintain a happy story. Without enough conflict or major plot developments, the story's joyful tone quickly began to disappear, and the novel lost all of its initial hopeful spark. Vallier struggles to remember the details of how his story developed, but his memory is hazy, especially concerning the ending. He strains his mind and at last recalls that, somewhere in the middle of the novel, a gate to another dimension opened. Monstrous creatures began to flood into their world, putting all of existence at risk of complete and total annihilation. Vallier feels a sense of deep disappointment at this turn of events. Vallier is now unsure of what he should do next. Should he just flee, find a place to hide, and wait for the story's end to come? He mulls over this option for a moment, but then remembers that Alaris and Lawyer do not deserve to be punished because of his own mistakes. With this new resolve, he decides to face the consequences directly, determined to somehow make everything right again. He chooses to go to the temple to make himself stronger, and to earn more achievement points. He believes that by doing this, he will either be able to alter the incident involving the mysterious gate, or, at the very least, confront the monsters himself. If the world is truly marching towards its final end, he will do anything and everything to try and stop it. Veilure eventually makes his way back to the temple, where he and all the other new royal class students are instructed to report to the dormitory. By 1 in the afternoon, he approaches the dormitory and is instantly stunned by the sheer scale of the building. He cannot help but be amazed, wondering how much money it must have taken to build it. The inside of the building is even more astounding, incredibly spacious and quite elegant. So much so that Veilure begins to doubt he can even find his room. Amidst the overwhelming vastness, as he is looking around, a young woman's voice calls out to him. Turning to face her, Veilure sees her extending her hand for a handshake, which he returns. She introduces herself as Elleris Van Owen, the current student president of the esteemed royal class. After she briefly examines his student verification card, she offers to assist him in finding his assigned room. She notes that his student card is missing a last name, but addresses him by the name on the card nonetheless. Owen informs Veilure that during the upcoming orientation program, she will explain all the things he needs to know as a new first-year student. She strongly insists that he must be in attendance. Veilure offers her his thanks before going to find his room. When Veilure finally gets to his designated room, he is surprised to see that it has been locked. But he almost instantly remembers how to get inside, recalling the specific details from his own story. As the large door slowly creaks open, he is shocked by the incredible size of the room. It feels much more like a private luxury suite than a student's dorm room. He stands there, completely surprised, but then he spots a small box sitting on the floor. Feeling curious, he opens it up and finds a map of the temple, dormitory rules, some assorted snacks, a blank book, and a pen inside the box. Veilure, now with a bit of spare time, takes this chance to compile a list of all the characters he can recall from both Class A and Class B. As he is busily writing down all the names, he hears a sudden announcement, summoning all the new students to assemble in the central lobby. Although he wishes he had more time to remember more names, he grudgingly puts his list down and makes his way towards the lobby. As he is walking there, Veilure glances up and sees a group of young men standing upstairs, watching him intently. He assumes they must be upperclassmen from the royal class, based on the intense way they are staring down at him, but he decides it's best not to dwell on it. He continues along his path, eager to reach the main lobby. Just as he is about to arrive at the entrance, another boy accidentally treads on his foot. Veilure reacts with a flash of anger, but the boy offers an immediate apology. Calming himself, Veilure listens as the boy introduces himself as Ludwig. Veilure is quite surprised, realizing that things are starting to feel very real, now that he has finally met the protagonist of his own novel. They walk into the central lobby together, where Owen directs them to go and take their designated seats. Veilure is not sure exactly where he should be sitting, since he is the very last numbered student in all of Class A. As he is about to find a seat, some other students from Class A take notice of him and begin to ask if he's the one with the rumored unlimited aptitude. They begin to taunt him, making fun of his appearance, and wonder out loud why someone like him was placed in the elite Class A. Veilure feels a surge of embarrassment, but he tries to ignore it. The student introductions commence, beginning with the students of Class A. The very first person to stand and introduce himself is Virtus, and Veilure is completely taken aback. He recalls that, in his original novel, Virtus was supposed to have concealed his true identity, but here, he is openly announcing who he is to everyone. Veilure cannot help but be amazed, wondering why Virtus would act so differently from what he remembered. After all the students in Class A have finished their introductions, the attention now turns towards the students of Class B. When the very first girl, Charlotte, gets up to introduce herself to the group, Veilure's intense concern grows even deeper. He remembers that Charlotte was never supposed to be in Class B, and he starts to feel incredibly uneasy about where things are headed. Veilure feels a growing dread as he observes Virtus and Charlotte, two direct members of the Imperial line, standing together as part of the royal class. Virtus, being the firstborn son of the current emperor, possesses the potential to command immense power. Should he graduate from the royal class with outstanding marks, it would cement his authority and political influence, giving him an unassailable standing within the entire empire. The sheer weight of this great achievement would not just stem from his royal lineage, but from his own proven talents, making him a truly formidable presence. Veilure, on the other hand, is deeply unsettled by Virtus's early reveal in the royal class. This is not at all how the plot was meant to progress. In his own novel, Virtus was fated to remain in the shadows, discreetly amassing power before making his grand debut. The fact that he has revealed his identity so soon changes the entire game. Virtus was supposed to be the hidden antagonist, manipulating events from afar, but instead, he has now stepped directly into the spotlight, displaying his vast ambition from the very beginning. Charlotte's attendance in the same class only adds to his deep confusion. She was never, ever meant to be in the royal class, much less share it with her own ambitious brother. This dramatic deviation from the script unnerves Veilure even further. He wonders if some action of his, perhaps his own survival alongside the princess, is what triggered this massive change. The entire timeline seems to have been warped in ways he cannot fully understand. Veilure tries to make any sense of this at all. This was not the path that Veilure had ever planned for this character. But now, with Virtus making his move this early, Veilure knows that things are changing in ways he can no longer predict. Charlotte, too, seems to be a complete anomaly. Her presence within the royal class is something Veilure never wrote, and it makes the entire situation even more incredibly complex. The deep anxiety that began when he first laid eyes on her has only intensified since then, and now, he feels as if the story is no longer his to control. No form of discrimination will ever be permitted, and all students are to view each other as equals. Failure to follow these rules will result in severe punishment, which could even include total expulsion from the school. Afterward, Owen makes the decision to read a letter from the imperial family. Even though these kinds of letters are not typically permitted, she simply states that she is making an exception. This letter acts as a stern warning to both Virtus and Charlotte to be mindful of their own positions, imploring them not to compete too fiercely with one another, as doing so could strip them of their rightful claim to the throne. When Veilure hears this official announcement, he hopes it will stop the prince and princess from fighting, at least for the time being. After the announcement, they are all dismissed, but there's a boy among them named Eric, who attempts to formally address Virtus as the prince. However, Virtus quickly shuts him down, fully aware of the warning that was just delivered in the letter. He does not wish to make any kind of move that might draw unwanted attention or create problems for the entire imperial family. After speaking for a moment more with Eric, Virtus departs and makes his way toward a girl from Class A. She is the student who should have held the number 1 rank, but Virtus had been placed there ahead of her instead. As a direct consequence, she now holds the number 2 spot. Virtus approaches her to offer an apology for usurping her position, but the girl, whose name he learns is Ellen, does not seem to care in the slightest about his apology. She walks away from him without offering much of a reply. Veilure, however, sees absolutely no reason why Virtus would even need to apologize. It appears to be a gesture to uphold his princely image, but Veilure finds the whole thing completely unnecessary. Ellen's full and proper name is Ellen Artorias, and she is the younger sister of Reinhardt Artorias, the legendary hero who gave his own life to defeat the Demon King. Meanwhile, where Eric, Virtus, and the others are gathered together, Ludwig approaches them and introduces himself once more. Instead of bothering to return his greeting, the students of Class A stare at him with undisguised disgust and contempt. This hostile reaction confirms for Veilure that everything is proceeding exactly as it did in his original novel's plot. Ludwig, the story's main character, has just become the official target of Class A's collective scorn. When Ludwig sees that he is clearly not welcome among the Class A students, he decides to go and approach Veilure. Ludwig, feeling somewhat isolated from the others, asks Veilure if the two of them could perhaps be friends. Veilure, without a single moment of hesitation, agrees, and the two of them shake hands, smiling at the beginning of what appears to be a very unlikely friendship. However, Harriet, the number 4 ranked student from Class A, is absolutely infuriated at the sight of Veilure socializing with Ludwig, a lowly student from the inferior Class B. She does not react well to this at all and is visibly seething with anger. But Ludwig, completely unaware of her burning disdain, attempts to be friendly and sociable with her as well. To his utter amazement, instead of receiving a pleasant greeting, he is met with a stinging slap across the face from Harry. The completely unexpected slap leaves Ludwig stunned and utterly speechless, his face immediately flushing red with total shock. Harriet, with an expression of pure contempt, informs Ludwig that he does not not belong in the Class A dormitory, and makes it perfectly clear that she cares nothing for the rules that Owen had set earlier about treating one another as equals. Her words are incredibly harsh, and the atmosphere becomes very tense as Ludwig just stands there. Just as Ludwig is trying to process the painful slap, Virtus himself finally arrives on the scene. He instantly sees that Ludwig is unable to defend himself, or even reply to Harriet, which provides Virtus a chance to intervene. With a calm, yet authoritative presence, Virtus begins to question Harriet, asking why she would ever treat Ludwig in such a manner. As Harriet opens her mouth to reply, she falters, her rage momentarily vanishing. Harriet never anticipated that her actions would backfire so spectacularly. Her initial plan was to curry favor with Virtus by shaming Ludwig, but she quickly understood that her gambit had only made things far worse. When Virtus confronted her about her aggressive behavior, she stumbled, unable to give any good reason for her actions, which only served to make her look even more foolish. Observing how the situation developed, Virtus, with his typical calm and collected demeanor, decided he would seize the initiative. He guided Ludwig away to a corner, far from the tension of the group, and offered a sincere apology on behalf of Harry. He then reassured Ludwig, informing him that if he ever needed to speak or had any other problems, he should not hesitate to use the provided pager. Eric, who had observed the entire dramatic exchange, could not help but praise Virtus for his kindness and his angelic nature, recognizing that his specific actions were very different from what a typical prince would ever do. Meanwhile, the first tumultuous day at the temple came to a close, and Valier was about to get a major surprise. He was given 100 achievement points just for finishing the day, which completely floored him. He had done almost nothing at all, just observed Ludwig getting yelled at and endured all the drama. And yet, here he was with a reward of new points. He was in a state of disbelief, wondering how he could have possibly earned so many points just by being present in the temple for a single day. As he began to explore the point system, he was presented with a list of talents he could now buy, but he saw very quickly that he did not have enough points to purchase anything truly worthwhile. Feeling disheartened, Valier briefly thought that he might never be able to afford the talents that he so desperately wanted. But then, his eyes spotted something quite interesting: supernatural powers which required 0 points to unlock. Filled with curiosity, Valier clicked into the new category, anticipating something truly powerful. But instead, he discovered that the supernatural powers available all appeared quite weak and generally unimpressive. They were a far cry from what he had been hoping to find, and he could not shake off the feeling that they wouldn't really be useful for very much. While the awesome magic powers were what he truly coveted, the harsh reality was that he couldn't afford a single one of them, with the amount of points he currently had. Available options, he decides to concentrate on accumulating achievement points for now. The students of the royal class are granted a completely separate matriculation ceremony from the other temple students, but the event itself proves to be remarkably simple. The headmaster introduces the homeroom instructors for every class, and then the students are led on a swift tour of the various lecture halls. In the building adjacent to their dormitory, it is a very brief yet critical introduction to the temple's overall layout, providing the new students a chance to get acquainted with the grounds where they will be spending most of their days. When the elite Class A convenes in their classroom, their homeroom teacher, Mr. Effenhauser, appears before them. He introduces himself in a very formal tone, and immediately establishes the rigid structure for their weekly schedule. Mondays and Thursdays are the days they will attend lectures as a unified class, while Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays are designated as days where students can select their own courses, attending lectures that align with their personal interests and ambitions. As a part of the class's new organization, Virtus, the provisional representative of Class A, is given the duty of serving as the main point of contact for any problems or complaints that the other students might have. The instructor makes it perfectly clear that if the class ever wants to select a different representative, they can debate it amongst themselves and then notify him, giving the students a degree of self-governance and a say in their own class leadership. However, it is also established that any orders from Mr. Effenhauser will be disseminated directly through Virtus, cementing his temporary position of leadership. The teacher makes a single exception to the rule about student conduct. He is to be summoned immediately if a brawl ever breaks out. Not Virtus, he clarifies. the grave importance of preventing students from murdering each other, and emphasizes the need for everyone to be constantly watchful and suspicious of one another. The class listens intently, the tension hanging heavy and thick in the air. One of the students dares to pose a question, asking what would happen if they needed to call for the teacher. He answers them without any hesitation, assuring them that he would be extremely cautious with such a situation. Then, with a deadly serious expression, he adds that he holds the authority to eliminate any student on the spot if it is ever deemed necessary. The entire room falls dead silent as a wave of terror sweeps over the students. I have been the homeroom instructor here for 10 years. His words carry a heavy weight that makes everyone feel deeply unnerved, further cementing the sheer gravity of their current situation. With this unsettling atmosphere still hanging in the air, the teacher makes his decision to take his leave. However, he then unexpectedly calls for Vailure to follow him. Vailur's heart nearly stops in his chest, wondering why in the world he is being singled out now. Despite his intense apprehension, he follows the teacher to his office, feeling as though he has no choice but to obey. Once inside, the instructor immediately gets right to the point. He informs Vailure that, unlike all of his classmates, he seems to possess no remarkable talents whatsoever. The teacher demands to know how Vailure plans to address this problem, or if there is any particular skill he would prefer to master. The teacher states clearly that the chosen skill doesn't need to be a major specialty, but he fully expects Vailure to be proactive. Vailure, unsure of how he should even respond, pauses for a moment to collect his thoughts. He has no clear plan, but he quickly realizes that of all the skills he could pursue, learning supernatural powers would likely be the most efficient path. It might just give him the vital edge he requires to survive here. So, he informs the teacher of his final decision. However, Vailure can't help but notice the teacher's reaction to his choice. The man seems far from pleased to hear that Vailure wishes to dedicate himself to supernatural powers. After a brief, tense silence, the teacher explains why. Students who lack any demonstrated supernatural talents are typically not permitted to attend lectures on that subject. The only exceptions ever made are for students in the royal class. The teacher voices his serious concern, warning Vailure that if he is unable to manifest any powers, he will likely be expelled from the lecture hall. Despite this exception, a significant risk remains, and the teacher does not want Vailure to be humiliated or cast out. Later, the instructor takes Vailure by surprise by offering to give him private lessons on the subject of supernatural powers. He hands Vailure a course schedule for the new semester, explaining that no changes can be made. As they discuss the topic, the teacher makes it abundantly clear that supernatural gifts are seldom acquired through sheer effort. Instead, they manifest as inherent, inborn abilities, and those who are born with them do not need to struggle to grow them. The teacher strongly advises Vailure to try focusing on something else, perhaps a skill he might have a true aptitude for instead of fixating on these supernatural powers. Vailure is grateful for the instructor's honest guidance, even though it is not what he truly wanted to hear, and he leaves the office to think about the teacher's advice. As he walks towards his very next class, Vailure can't help but feel that the teacher seems far kinder than he had originally thought he would be. There's a genuine sense of understanding in the teacher's words, and while it's not the kind of direct help he was hoping for, it is still a form of valuable guidance. But when Vailure steps into his new classroom, his thoughts are immediately and violently shattered. He is met by the piercing glares of his new classmates, all of whom are now scrutinizing him with cold, hostile eyes. Before he can even take his seat, malicious whispers begin to poison the entire room, and Vailure knows that someone must have already spread the rumor that he does not possess any real talent. The taunting and mockery begin almost instantly, and Vailure cannot escape the rising hostility in the air. His classmates start to make vicious, cruel comments, openly questioning why a person without any talent was ever admitted to the royal class. He proclaims that Vailure possesses no talent, and is certain that Vailure should never have been accepted here, most of all not into the elite class A. According to him, a student with no talent belongs in the inferior class B, not class A, which is renowned for its students' incredible gifts. Vailure immediately calls him a hypocrite and asks with heavy sarcasm if that is why he was acting so chummy with number B10 just yesterday. As Vailure stands, they are now directly facing each other, close enough to feel the heat of the other's angry breath. Startled, The other boy demands if Failure is speaking to him. Before he can reply, Failure, absolutely seething with rage, declares he did not give himself admission, nor did he bribe anyone. He applied for admission just like all the other students. If the other boy truly has an issue, he should take it up with the main admissions office, not bother him. Failure states that he might have immense mana, but he does not possess the skill to control it. The other student, now visibly terrified, begins to shrink back as his own eyes glow an ominous red. Failure finishes his threat by telling him to stop calling him a hypocrite, or he will soon live to regret it. The boy quickly flees back to his seat, and his group of friends immediately cluster around him, demanding to know what just occurred. As they are talking, Failure overhears the male students whispering about him, saying he has no talent and a truly foul temper. Failure knows that this is what they will now all think of him. At first, he feels a surge of frustration, but then he makes the choice to fully embrace the image they have created. The talentless, absolutely nasty person. Later on, in the school's massive dining hall, while everyone is having their evening meal, Kyler, the same boy he argued with just the other day, notices that Failure has been staring directly at him. Failure, feeling a wave of guilt about their confrontation, starts to place the blame on himself. He knows his own foul attitude has made everyone see him as nasty, and now even his own classmates completely ignore him. At a nearby table, Charlotte, a girl with both mana attunement and mana operation talents, is discussing with Harriet how they could potentially study together. She is sure they have a great deal in common. Across from her, Ludwig, who had helped her get more meat for her recovery, listens in complete silence. Failure, sitting all by himself across from them, feels a sharp pang of jealousy. He notices that the other boys now seem to care about her, far more than they will ever care about him. When the meal finally concludes, everyone is ordered to run 20 full laps as a part of their training. Failure is in disbelief. He just finished his dinner, and now he has to run. He wonders why a powerful mage needs this kind of physical conditioning. As he is mulling this over, Ludwig strolls up beside him and sarcastically remarks that he shouldn't get tired, since the laps are not that many. Failure cannot believe what he is hearing. Still feeling shocked and unable to even speak, Failure watches as a young woman sprints past them both, leading their class in the grueling 20-lap run. Ludwig immediately begins to run right after her, always eager to compete with others. Failure knows that while Ludwig might lack the innate talent the girl has, Ludwig thrives on competition, especially when it concerns his stamina. Meanwhile, one of their other female classmates tells the instructor that she feels like she is about to die, and does not wish to run any longer. Before Failure even knows what is going on, the instructor materializes right beside him, stating that if this had been a real battle, she would already be dead by now. He also reminds them that if she does not finish the laps, she will not be able to pass the semester, as that is a direct rule from the Empire. Once the laps are over, they are forced to do sit-ups. Some of the other students are complaining, saying the entire curriculum feels like it's military training. It is so physically intense that they're jealous of Charlotte, who is currently sick and exempt from the training. The instructor counts out the sit-ups, but some of the students have already done 50 or more, while some others are struggling to even get to 40. Failure, who deeply hates this training, knows that if anyone is discovered to be slacking off, they will have to begin all over from the 20 laps and the sit-ups again. They are all exhausted, but some are excited about how it is building up their muscles. After the training, inside the dressing room, Failure overhears some of the boys discussing tomorrow's training session, which completely surprises him. He barely managed to finish today's workout and cannot imagine how he will survive through Thursdays. Just at that moment, Kyler, the same boy he had argued with about the admission, comes up to him, mocking him relentlessly. He says he cannot believe that Failure is not stronger after what he saw him do out on the field. He continues to taunt him, questioning how Failure can be so incredibly lazy with the exercises, and still manage to act so arrogant in class. Failure retorts that he is not the one being arrogant. It was Kyler who started all of the trouble. Kyler abruptly yells at him, proclaiming Failure should not be talking back to him, attempting to establish some kind of dominance as he shoves his chest forward. Failure, already completely drained and frustrated from the intense exercise, remains outwardly calm, trying to control his own anger and behavior. As all of the other boys in the dressing room watch, he continues to button up his uniform shirt and tells Kyler that he should try pushing his chest one more time. Kyler, not wanting the others to think anything less of him, shoves Valier's chest again, just as he was dared to. Before Kyler can even comprehend what is happening, Valier unleashes an incredibly powerful punch, and everyone else in the room gasps in pure, utter surprise. Kyler falls down flat onto the hard floor, but before he can even stand up, Valier is on him and starts punching. The other students, seeing the fight getting out of hand, immediately rush in to pull Valier off of the downed Kyler. Kyler, now desperate to retaliate, is also held back by the other boys, who are all yelling at both of them to stop fighting. Soon enough, they both find themselves in the teacher's office, sitting next to each other on a sofa, as the teacher sits across from them. Valier is astonished by how fast the teacher learned about their fight. He deduces it must have been Louis Ankton, a well-known tattletale who reported the fight to the teacher in the office. The teacher states that they are already fighting on their first day. Kyler quickly responds, blaming Valier for initiating it, and he claims that Valier had cursed at him earlier that morning in class. The teacher silences Kyler, ordering him not to speak unless he has been asked to. Then, he turns his gaze to Valier, asking if he was the one who began the fight. Valier answers with honesty, admitting that he did start the fight because Kyler had been besmirching the image and the reputation of the temple. Kyler, absolutely stunned by this response, is left completely speechless. The teacher, now intrigued, wants to hear more about this. The teacher interrupts as Kyler tries to yell that Valier is just lying, but the teacher quickly silences him, allowing Valier to go on with his story. Valier explains that after Kyler had insulted him, he then moved in closer, trying to intimidate him, claiming that Valier was lazy out on the training grounds. Kyler thought it was the ideal moment to try and beat him. Kyler, knowing that his own reputation is on the line, tries to interrupt once again, but the teacher shuts him down, asking Valier number 11 to explain how Kyler number 10 has been tarnishing the temple's good image. Valier manages to hide a small smile, pleased that the teacher is actually interested in his side of the story. Though he keeps his satisfaction well hidden, he knows this will only make the situation worse for Kyler. The teacher, addressing them both by their numbers, continues. Valier begins to explain that Kyler has been spreading false and negative rumors about the temple, proclaiming the school's admission system is completely biased and that it is not suitable for their future jobs. He recalls that ever since Kyler first arrived, he's been very vocal about how he doesn't deserve to be in the school or this class, blaming the system for allowing him to enter. Valier then adds that Kyler has even gone so far as to accuse the temple administration of using dirty tactics to get him admitted. Valier remembers how Kyler had cried, trying to make his own accusations appear more believable, hoping the teacher would actually fall for it. Kyler, knowing he is already guilty in the teacher's eyes, remains completely silent. The teacher then asks about the fight, and Valier admits that he was the one who started it, explaining he could not stand the insults Kyler was hurling at the temple's very credibility. He apologizes for having lost his temper, admitting to his own reckless and violent behavior. The teacher, known as Mr. Effenhauser, listens with great care. Effenhauser is a well-known patriot of the temple, famous for safeguarding its reputation from all kinds of attacks, or any form of blackmail. Effenhauser, a very long-standing member of the temple, known for his kindness and his strong sense of justice, tells Valier number 11 to go back to his class, while Kyler number 10 is commanded to stay right where he is. The teacher seems to believe that maybe Valier had simply misinterpreted Kyler's words, and that Kyler may not have meant all the things he had said. Valier exits the office and heads back to his classroom, and as he is walking down the long hallway, he sees many other students peeking at him through the classroom windows. He knows that by this point, the entire school, especially Class A and Class B, must have already heard about the fight. He figures they must now think he has a terrible personality with no talent. He suddenly receives a new notification on his screen, informing him that his latest challenge has now been completed, and he has been awarded 200 achievement points. Another new challenge then appears, instructing him to take first place in the upcoming fitness examination. Vallier is completely surprised. He knows that Ludwig and Ellen have been competing for first place in fitness training ever since the training first started. He thinks to himself that the only possible way he could ever win first place would be if he somehow broke both Ludwig's and Ellen's legs. Yet another challenge materializes, ordering him to place in the top 10 for the midterm examinations, which would award him a massive 3,000 points. Just as he finishes reading through all of the challenges, another one suddenly appears. This one is about getting a girl to confess her feelings to him before the semester officially ends. Vallier immediately dismisses it, feeling deeply frustrated. He cannot believe that, even though he couldn't manage this in his previous life, he is somehow expected to accomplish it now. There are many other smaller challenges as well. Vallier feels completely overwhelmed by the sheer number of challenges, but before he can think too much more about any of them, Mr. Effenhauser re-enters the classroom, startling both Vallier and the rest of the entire class. Kyler follows right behind him, heading directly to his seat. Effenhauser asks if all the students are now present, and when the entire class responds, he asks the class representative, number 1, to collect everyone's completed admission applications. Those who have not yet filled out their forms must stay behind, while those who have already filled them out can submit them, and then leave the room. Vallier notes Kyler's defeated expression, and knows that Kyler will not be causing him any more trouble. Once Vallier has turned in his form and is leaving the room, he hears a harsh voice yelling at another student, telling her that she needs to watch where she is going. Without even needing to look, Vallier recognizes the voice as Eric's. He is another male student. He turns back to see that Eric is yelling at Scarlet, the only girl in their entire class with bright red hair. She has tripped and fallen, and her books are now scattered on the floor. Eric continues to scream at her, saying she should not come his way ever again. Vallier, now furious with Eric for his incredibly rude behavior, rushes over to Scarlet and helps her to her feet. He somehow manages to control his own anger, reminding himself that red hair in the demonic world is a symbol of great courage and immense bravery, not something that should ever be bullied. Scarlet, despite her terrible reputation as a bully due to her appearance, is not someone that Vallier feels should be treated in such a way. Lying on his bed, Vallier is scrolling through his notification pad, still trying to process everything that happened at school earlier today. He is quite pleased with his own progress, having acquired new powers like enhanced strength and mind reading, but he knows there is still much more to be done. Every single achievement requires a large amount of points, and he doesn't have nearly enough yet for some of the really powerful skills he wants. His most desired skills are still locked, and he knows that without unlocking certain specific abilities, he will never be able to take first place in the fitness exam. In order to unlock those very skills, he will need to place himself in very dangerous situations that will hopefully trigger his own hidden abilities. He browses through his pad at the various skills he could unlock, like swordsmanship, archery, and powerful mana attunement, each one costing a staggering 2,000 points. He is surprised by how incredibly expensive everything is. He knows he will not be able to afford them all right away, so he begins to ponder which skills are the most vital for now. As he is reviewing the list of all the challenges, he sees one that makes him immediately hesitate, asking a girl out and intentionally getting dumped. He scoffs at the very idea, knowing that he values his own dignity far too much to risk the shame, especially for a meager reward of only 200 points. But then his eyes fall upon a different challenge, and a small smile creeps across his face. This one requires him to get a female classmate to confess to him. It is worth a massive 1,000 points, and Vallier feels much more certain that he can accomplish this. Meanwhile, out on the sprawling streets of the temple, Vallier knows it is not simply a place of just learning. The streets are filled with countless shops and vibrant markets, where people come to buy and sell all kinds of goods, and there are numerous government buildings all around, demonstrating how well organized and civilized the temple truly is. Among them, 3 male students from the prestigious temple, Connor, Kyler, and Eric, are seated in one of the fancier restaurants, their grand meal laid out right before them. Despite the incredibly luxurious setting, Kyler is still clearly and visibly agitated, his mood dark from his confrontation with Vallier earlier that day at school. Connor tries his best to convince him to eat, but Kyler refuses, shoving his food to the side, still completely lost within his own thoughts. Eric, the only one of noble birth among the trio, observes this entire interaction in silence, his expression completely aloof as he leans casually back in his chair. Unlike the other two young men, he carries himself with a certain degree of composure. He simply dismisses the entire issue, telling Kyler he should not waste his precious time worrying about Valier, whom he casually refers to as a total wacko. The animosity between the three of them is palpable, and their new bond is not one that is forged from mutual respect or admiration, but instead, a shared and growing frustration with Valier, the mysterious outsider who has already created quite a stir, by infuriating all of them with his defiant behavior. Although the three of them never expected to get along so quickly, their strange bond begins to solidify when they discover that Kyler was punished for their earlier fight, despite their shared expectation that Valier would have to bear the brunt of all the consequences. As they continue their discussion, and Kyler has finally started eating, they spot some of the school's young ladies also inside the same restaurant, though they are not in the same dining section. One of them mentions that he is certain their class has the most beautiful girls. The other two are surprised by this and then remind him that, according to the strict school regulations, they are not allowed to look at the girls while outside of school in any kind of inappropriate way. Connor then asks them who they believe is the most beautiful among the girls. One of them answers that it must be the princess, a true noble, while the other one responds that it has to be Lady Rihanna. They continue to debate about all the girls, when someone unexpectedly approaches their table. They all freeze up, worried that someone may have overheard them talking about the young ladies. However, they are relieved to see it is not a teacher, but another student from their very own school, one who is about their own age. She calls one of them out and hands him a sealed letter. As he reads it, the letter reveals that she has romantic feelings for him. She asks him what his feelings are for her, and he admits that he feels exactly the same way, claiming that it was truly love at first sight. She then quickly rushes away, stating she is in a great hurry, but will make some time to see him again. The other two boys, who are still outside but can hear their entire conversation, instantly realize that it was a genuine love confession. Kyler, staring at himself in a nearby mirror, wonders why any girl would choose the other boy over him, thinking he is much more handsome. However, there is a shocking twist. The girl who just confessed her love to Connor is actually Valier, using a powerful transformation skill to assume a different form, all in order to receive a love confession from him. This was all part of a strange challenge designed to help him pass. Kyler's notification pad then gives him an update, revealing he is not permitted to use any form other than that of Valier, which is already known to everyone, unless he is given explicit prior permission. He is extremely frustrated when he reads a brand new message, instructing him to go on a date with Connor using the same female form. He would receive 1,000 points if he completed this particular task. Kyler, greatly irritated by this new development, decides to select a different challenge, one where he has to write a love letter to a classmate and be rejected. Although it will be incredibly humiliating, he knows that finishing these challenges will get him both points and skills. He chooses his target, Ellen Artorias, also known as a 2, whom he is absolutely certain will reject him no matter what. His master plan is to deliver the letter and be instantly rejected, thereby collecting his points. When Kyler opens the door to her house, he hears the distinct sound of a sword slicing cleanly through the air. Ellen is currently practicing with her personal sword, her movements so incredibly powerful that the sound of the blade cutting the air echoes with a loud whoosh, reaching all the way to the entrance. Although Ellen is using a wooden sword, she wields it with incredible speed and deadly precision, proving how long she has been practicing her craft. As she is breathing heavily from the intense effort, Kyler calls out her name. She pauses to listen to him, and Kyler thinks to himself that if he confesses to her now, she might just use that same sword to beat him senseless. But he quickly shoves that terrifying thought aside. He convinces himself that the 1,000 points from finishing the challenge are worth far more than anything else that might happen to him. He tells himself that this is simply an investment in his own future. With one hand, Kyler holds out the letter he has so carefully penned, while avoiding any kind of direct eye contact with her. He is hoping that she will read it, as he has poured all of his thoughts and feelings into it. Just as he predicted, once she has opened and read the letter, she simply replies with a firm no. Kyler mutters under his breath that it went exactly as he had planned. Then he turns and quickly leaves her house while she returns to her training. He cannot shake the awful feeling of being rejected so casually, even though he received his valuable challenge points. He cannot believe she rejected him without even a second thought. At school the next day, they are all outside for their fitness training, concentrating on swordplay for engaging with their enemies. Every single student is provided with a wooden sword and 2 instructors. Although Kyler is physically there, his mind is still completely consumed with what took place the day before. He cannot stop thinking about how he was far too shy and timid. His side, as he tries to push these thoughts from his mind, the female instructor moves in closer to him and points out that he appears to be very distracted. She yells at him, demanding to know if he thinks they are here to just play. Meanwhile, on the far side of the massive training grounds, Ellen is greatly impressing the male instructor with her incredibly swift and elegant swordplay. The instructor begins to clap for her and remarks that such amazing skill is to be expected from a royal class student. As Kyler is being berated by the female instructor, he is distracted, watching the male instructor heap praise upon Ellen. The female instructor, becoming more and more frustrated, yells at him one more time, annoyed that he is not paying attention to her direct instructions. Meanwhile, the male instructor makes the remark that Ellen is not the only royal class student who applied for this training. He then calls out Valier's name. Reinhardt, A11. Valier responds from a short distance away, which takes the female instructor by surprise. She asks him again if he is sure, and he confirms that he is. The male instructor then suggests that Valier and Ellen, a special form of training, a one-on-one showdown where they would clash. To Valier's utter astonishment, Ellen accepts the challenge without a single moment's hesitation. The other students quickly form a wide circle around the 2 of them, completely eager to witness the duel. The students are beyond excited, but Valier, in his own mind, was already completely and utterly vanquished. He is certain that she will effortlessly defeat him within mere seconds. He figures this will be a humiliating fight he will never forget. The female instructor is also visibly excited by this, telling them that they can do whatever they wish during their spar, and that she herself will decide when to halt the fight. Valier, feeling the immense pressure mounting as the eager faces of the students surround him, starts to believe he cannot possibly handle this. Before he can even grasp what is unfolding, he can no longer see Ellen standing in front of him. As he whirls to his left to raise his wooden sword, Ellen delivers a powerful strike to the side of his head. He collapses in a heap upon the floor, and as he is falling down, he begins to wonder if Ellen is enacting her revenge for the love letter he sent her, thinking that maybe she is still incredibly angry, and this is simply her way of getting her payback. When Valier finally regains consciousness, he is lying in a bed in the infirmary, with Ellen sitting quietly right beside him. She reveals that after he had collapsed, he had lost consciousness and did not awaken until the training had ended. So, she was forced to bring him to the hospital. She also informs him that it is already their break time. As he tries to sit up and get out of the bed, he sways on his feet, nearly collapsing once again. Instantly, Ellen is there to support him, assisting him as they begin to exit the room. Valier insists that she did not have to help him, which would allow her to put the sword to his neck, so that their duel would conclude very quickly. However, she had not realized he had absolutely no experience or training in sword fighting. Valier senses that she is offering him an indirect apology, and the moment he detects this, he quickly pulls his hand away from her shoulder. In a bid to finally make peace between them, he suggests that they should go and get something to eat, since it is now lunchtime. Ellen accepts his offer immediately. They make their way to the east side of the temple, a district that is renowned for its traditional cuisine. After taking a seat inside a small restaurant, they are served the finest traditional Korean stew, a meal that Valier absolutely adores. He had actually noticed this very restaurant on his way from Ellen's home the previous day. As their stew is served, he dips his own spoon into it and offers the first taste to Ellen, paying her respect with this simple gesture. However, deep in his own mind, he is thinking this may be his own small revenge, because he is certain she will despise the food when she tastes. Ellen immediately spits out the stew, confirming his suspicions and stating that she does not like it at all. Valier smirks, feeling that he has gotten exactly what he wanted. But to his complete and utter surprise, she then proceeds to eat all of the other food that was served to her, which is also traditional Korean food. To his great astonishment, she manages to finish the entire bowl. As they get ready to leave, Ellen states that she will never eat that kind of food again, and Valier is quite surprised to hear her say this, especially after he witnessed her devour the entire bowl. In the royal class, during their advanced magic theory period, the instructor is writing complex magical equations on the board with white chalk. As the difficult class continues, Valier realizes that he has not understood a single word. The teacher has spoken since the very beginning of the class. He knows this is just the first semester, and with the second semester now approaching, he is dreading how much harder it will certainly become. Deeply frustrated, he rises from his seat and tries to walk out of the class. The instructor spots him leaving and demands to know where he is going, but Valier does not bother to reply. He just keeps walking out, seriously considering dropping the class entirely. Next, in the Mana Attunement Training class, Valier is also enrolled because it is a required part of his schedule. He is lying down with many others in a completely supine position, while their teacher drones on about mana and the known universe. By the time the class has concluded, Valier has already drifted off to sleep. When he finally awakens, he sees that nearly every single person is also fast asleep, which is a very typical outcome for this class. It is a class that always receives amazing satisfaction. Remarks from the students. In the Supernatural Power Control class, attendance is taken right before the lesson is scheduled to begin. The instructor calls out all of the students' names, and everyone responds that they are present, except for a very surprising new addition. Charlotte has decided to join them. Among all the students are Rihanna de Grands, Connor, Heinrich, and a few other students. Valier is finding that all of his classes are utterly exhausting. In this particular class, the students are being taught how to master their supernatural powers. Rihanna de Grands stands far above the rest, as she has the greatest skill in controlling her own power, a fact that everyone openly admires. People are overjoyed to see her powers manifesting so early, though only a select few are aware of the full scope of her gifts. She and her personal teachers always enter a separate, private room, right before the class is scheduled to begin, simply to get into the prestigious and elite temple school. Meanwhile, Heinrich, who has the innate power to command fire, is struggling badly. He can only control the flames for a very brief period before losing his focus. And Connor, who possesses the amazing supernatural gift of teleportation, has a very strange and unique problem. After every teleportation, he finds himself completely naked. His main test in the Superpower Control class is to finally learn how to teleport without losing his clothing in the process. While all the others are successfully using and training their powers, Connor is concentrated on mastering this one specific aspect of his ability. Meanwhile, one of the female instructors approaches Valier, who is just sitting by himself quietly. She asks him about his own superpower, which, so far, still has not manifested itself. Valier simply responds by asking if the instructor could put him in a dangerous or a terrifying situation, hoping that it might just be enough to trigger his power. The instructor kindly explains that powers do not work that way. If they did, then everyone on the entire planet would have superpowers. She also sternly warns him that if he continues to refuse to participate in the training, he is at a very high risk of completely failing the class. Valier acknowledges this, fully understanding the severe consequences. Later, as Valier is walking down the long school corridor, one of his other royal class classmates, who is also enrolled in the Superpower Control class, suddenly calls out to him. The student demands to know why Valier even bothers to attend the class, if he does not have any kind of superpower. Valier gives an immediate and defiant response, stating that he joined the class in the hopes of obtaining a superpower. The student lets out a laugh, telling Valier that he is only deluding himself just because he has so-called infinite aptitude. That does not mean that he has any real superpowers. Other students who are passing by overhear their conversation and stop to listen. Valier replies that he is hoping something might come to him one day, referring to the chance that his own superpower might finally awaken. Heinrich, who is also enrolled in the class, then threatens Valier that he should not come to their next class, unless he wants Heinrich to burn him to a crisp with his fire powers. As Heinrich begins to walk away, Vallier, refusing to back down, sarcastically replies that Heinrich, a boy who cannot even properly cook potatoes, has the audacity to threaten him with his fire. The students who are gathered around them gasp in surprise at Vallier's insult. Heinrich, now completely infuriated by this public insult, whirls around and begins to scream at Vallier, calling him a filthy commoner and demanding to know how he dares to insult a member of the esteemed royal family. As Heinrich stubbornly refuses to offer an apology, Vallier calmly tells him that according to the school's strict rules, no student is ever allowed to bring their noble title into the school. And by doing so in front of all these people, Heinrich has now officially broken the rules. Vallier warns that he is going to report this to the school authorities, and also to the student council, if Heinrich does not apologize to him within 3 counts. The surrounding students are now eagerly waiting to see what will happen next. However, Heinrich, refusing to sacrifice his own dignity, conjures a ball of fire in his hand, preparing to hurl it directly at Vallier. Before he can even make his move, Vallier swiftly punches him on the head, which causes the fire to instantly fizzle out. Vallier immediately justifies his own actions, claiming it was purely self-defense from Heinrich's attempt to roast him alive. Heinrich, now even more completely enraged, tries once more to conjure up his fire, but Vallier simply smacks him down yet again, continuing this back-and-forth exchange for a little while. Heinrich finally tries to get physical with him, but Vallier knocks him down again and pins his face with one leg, demanding to know why Heinrich constantly bothers him, when he has never done a single thing to provoke him. Vallier then delivers a final warning to Heinrich, with the other students watching their intense exchange, that if he ever dares to use his superpower on him again, he'll make absolutely sure to beat him completely senseless. The other students, who have been observing this entire confrontation, are left in stunned silence. By the time they have all gathered in the dining hall later on, the news has already spread rapidly about what had transpired. Most of the other students are now avoiding any eye contact with Vallier, clearly trying to distance themselves from him. Ludwig, a fellow and friendly student, approaches Vallier at the now empty dining table, and says that he needs to speak with him in private. As they both step outside of the dining hall, the cool, crisp night air completely surrounds them, and the bright moon shines down enough for them to see each other very clearly, aided by the gentle glow from the temple's lights. Virtus offers Vallier a cup of tea, which greatly surprises him. He had not been expecting such a simple and casual invitation. Vallier accepts the offer, though. He remains extremely curious as to why Virtus would call him out, simply for the purpose of having tea. Meanwhile, Virtus is studying Vallier with a very close eye. He observes that despite Vallier's seemingly casual conversation, he is not, for a moment, letting down his guard. This, in turn, makes Virtus consider the possibility that Vallier might be afraid of him, due to his growing reputation among all their classmates. Vallier, in stark contrast, is now wondering if Virtus, as the future swordmaster, might attempt to restrain him somehow during this meeting. However, both their thoughts quickly dissipate. As Virtus at last begins to speak after serving the tea, he starts by revealing that he has summoned Vallier here, because the other students are now vexed with him. Vallier, completely confused, asks what Virtus could possibly mean by that. Virtus clarifies that the other students are all afraid of him, and he has come to speak to him on their behalf. He continues by expressing his admiration for how Vallier defended the temple against Kyler, who had been speaking so negatively about it. Virtus reveals that he has always desired to be a patriot of the temple, and he is certain that, if he were to associate with Vallier, the other students might follow his good example. Vallier is now even more confused by this development. He had been anticipating something much more hostile, like being screamed at or at least severely reprimanded. However, Virtus continues, abruptly shifting the conversation to the recent incident with Heinrich Schwartz. Virtus informs him that what Vallier did to Heinrich was viewed as incredibly rude and disrespectful. Some of the students are now starting to think that Vallier treats people poorly because he possesses powerful, secret connections, or perhaps a hidden family backing him up. There are even wild rumors starting to circulate that he could be an unrevealed member of the imperial family. Virtus then directly asks Vallier if he actually has such connections. Vallier, now fully understanding the true direction of this conversation, simply answers no, and Virtus gives a nod in response. He continues by explaining that Valier does not need a famous family name or powerful connections to be able to stand up for himself. He tells Valier that, from what he has seen, Valier is simply doing what anyone in his position should do, standing up for himself, instead of being bullied or looked down upon by any of his peers. Valier can truly feel the weight of Virtus's powerful words, lingering in the air as he thinks about their conversation. Virtus's disbelief regarding his lack of any family connections had caught him completely off guard, but it also solidified Valier's internal understanding that he has been living inside a world where his own confidence is frequently mistaken for something much more. Virtus, although he is still surprised, seems to understand the truth that is in Valier's response. The way he is holding his teacup has now become a clue to Virtus that Valier is not telling a lie. His mannerisms are far too simple for a true noble to ever possess. Despite Virtus's earlier warning that revealing these things might not end well for him, outside the temple, Valier had remained completely resolute. He is not attempting to hide behind some veil of connections. If something bad were to happen to him, he will make sure that Heinrich takes all the blame, making the royal family's name a piece of collateral damage. Their conversation takes a strange turn when Valier, standing by the large, moonlit window, begins to reflect on why he loves the temple so very much. It is so much more than just a simple place of learning. It is a place where someone like him, who literally came from the streets, could rise up based purely on his own talent. Virtus, with his incredibly sharp and calculating mind, appears to respect Valier's devotion to the temple, but his own philosophy is entirely different. He speaks in a cryptic way about the caste system of the ants, where one's rank and position are the only things that matter, and as a person who is in a higher position, he is permitted to be arrogant. Valier, who is ever perceptive, understands Virtus's underlying message that he, too, is a person of rank who is required to exert his control, regardless of the other individuals that are around him. Valier, however, questions the absolute necessity of such an attitude. Why does Virtus feel he must treat everyone below him with such contempt? Virtus then counters, pointing out that Valier's own eloquence and composure imply that he is not from the common streets. Despite Valier's outward and rugged appearance, he has been pressed very hard during this conversation, but Virtus warns that he will continue to probe into his past, attempting to find out who Valier really is. In the end, Virtus departs with a final reminder for Valier to control his temper. As Valier observes him walking away, he cannot help but mutter to himself that Virtus is a very creepy guy, but Valier knows there is much more to this meeting than just an odd conversation. Virtus has now started to take a personal interest in him, and that could spell either trouble or perhaps a great opportunity. Later on, back in the sparring class, Valier's thoughts are cut short by the stinging pain of a sharp blow to both his nose and his head from his opponent's hard, wooden sword. Blood begins to spill onto the floor as Valier stumbles, trying his best to regain his own balance. His head is spinning from the force of the impact, but his mind replays Virtus's advice about controlling his burning anger. But Valier knows he cannot possibly lose control now, not here in front of everyone, and not with the instructor's piercing eyes fixed firmly upon him. His current opponent smirks, seeing Valier's staggered state as a chance to finally assert his dominance. But Valier's own resolve begins to harden. He will not allow his anger to take control. He must think with a clear mind, despite all the blood on the floor and the rage building in his chest. It is now Valier's first weekend staying at the prestigious temple. 2 full days have gone by since his odd conversation with Virtus, and Valier has finally begun to accept that Virtus will do nothing at all to quell the rumors spreading about him. He is not the least bit surprised, after all. He and Virtus are not actually true friends. They are simply just acquaintances, who can, from time to time, exchange a few casual words, without any kind of a deeper connection. Valier has also noticed something else very peculiar about Virtus. Virtus appears to be a genuinely kind and truly good-hearted person to everyone who is around him. He treats all the others with a great deal of warmth and gentleness, and people seem to be naturally drawn to him. But Valier cannot shake off the nagging feeling that Virtus is just acting, putting on an elaborate performance of kindness just for Valier. It is almost as if Virtus is a genius at feigning his benevolence, deftly concealing his true and hidden self behind this perfect image. Meanwhile, all the rumors have now made Valier feel like a complete outcast. Almost every single person from Class B, with the sole exception of Ludwig, is now avoiding him due to these rumors. In his growing boredom and frustration, Valier thinks about going to seek out Lawyer. Later, Valier is seen inside a building speaking with Lawyer. She looks at him with visible concern and asks if he is doing all right, also wondering if the Imperial Princess and Prince are giving him any sort of trouble. Valier assures her that nothing out of the ordinary has occurred so far, and he even adds that the prince seems to have developed a strange liking for him. He adds, however, that if things ever do go horribly wrong, he will use the special enchanted ring he has to escape. Valier then informs Lawyer that he has a special request for Sarkagar. He now suspects that the princess might have some kind of hidden, supernatural power, and he despises that he doesn't know what it is. He feels incredibly uneasy about this new mystery, and he wants Sarkagar to investigate this matter as discreetly as possible. Lawyer listens to him and agrees to pass on his message to Sarkagar. However, she also warns him to avoid meeting with either Alaris or Sarkagar directly. Valier raises an eyebrow and demands to know why, thinking it is probably because being seen with people who have no connection to him could very well raise some unwanted suspicion. Lawyer simply nods, implying that it is better for him to avoid any unnecessary risks. In these very uncertain circumstances, Lawyer then reveals to Valier that he is currently being followed, which completely startles him. He quickly wonders who it could possibly be, and it is revealed to be a group of his very own classmates. The instant they know that they have been discovered, they all flee. Lawyer decides she will let them go for the time being, but she warns Valier to be much more careful when he is moving around on his own. From this point forward, Valier takes her advice very seriously, knowing that he will have to be more cautious in the near future. He can already guess why his classmates were secretly following him. They most likely wanted to confirm if he lives up to the rumors. They have all been hearing about him. To avoid any unwanted attention, he decides he will stop going to places like the Rotary Club, which might just add more fuel to all the ongoing gossip later. When Valier makes his way back to the academy, he feels the intense and judgmental glares of his classmates upon him. One of them makes the bold claim that they saw him hanging out with some beggars under the bridge, sneering that he must be even lower than a simple commoner. Valier, without missing even a single beat, responds with heavy sarcasm, deciding to play along with their assumptions. Valier's incredible confidence completely stuns all of his classmates. Without missing a single beat, he warns them all that they should not dare to use his background as a way to harass him. With a chilling tone, he implies that he could be far nastier than they could ever imagine, even suggesting he might go as far as to stab them in their sleep if they were to push him. He tells them it is extremely unwise to mess with a person who has nothing to lose. One of the other classmates attempts to act tough, though the fear is clearly and plainly written all over his face. Valier grabs him by the front of his clothes, giving him a very stern threat to finally leave him alone. He then tells the whole group to go and find something better to do with their weekend, if they have so much free time on their hands. Afterward, Valier makes his way back to his own place, sorting through all of his recent thoughts. He comes to the conclusion that Kyler and Eric must have been the ones who had followed him. Now, thanks to their act of spying, new rumors will probably start to spread about him, claiming he associates with psychotic thugs from the city streets. He lets out a sigh, knowing these new rumors are only going to worsen his bad reputation. Just at that moment, there is a knock at his door. He assumes that it must be Kyler and the others, which only serves to fuel his growing irritation as he goes to answer. But when he finally opens the door, he discovers that Ellen is standing there instead. She reveals to him that an upperclassman is asking for him. At the main training grounds, Valier accompanies Ellen to the training grounds, where he spots a female senior currently disciplining his classmates. Ellen joins the others, resuming her own punishment without any complaint. But Valier simply stands there, completely and utterly unmoved. The senior, noticing his outright defiance, screams at him to get down on the floor, clearly attempting to assert her own authority. Failure, however, remains completely unfazed. With a calm yet very challenging tone, he replies that he will not be taking any orders from a brat like her. His incredibly bold reply totally shocks her, leaving her, for a moment, completely speechless. All the other students are looking on, surprised by his blunt refusal to comply with her orders, and the sheer nerve he shows in standing up to an upperclassman. The upperclassman, stunned by Valier's incredible boldness, demands to know if he even knows who she is. Valier just gives a smirk, and for a split second, he considers flicking her on the forehead if she does not back down. The senior, growing more timid at his unwavering confidence, knows she cannot intimidate him, and mutters that he will regret this, before she quickly dashes off. Once she has finally gone, Valier turns his full attention to his fellow classmates, who are still performing their punishment exercises. He asks them what is actually happening here. One of them reveals that this particular punishment is a very long, standing tradition within class, a passed down for many generations. It is meant to remind all the students to leave their social status at the door while they are at the temple. As a part of this ancient tradition, an upperclassman who comes from a very commoner background takes on the role of enforcing the tradition, setting an example to prevent anyone from trying to ever pull rank, or to assert their superiority based on their family status. Valier listens to this with great thought, understanding now that this punishment is not just about raw authority. She's even gone so far as to add a new rule that they must lose to Class B, which further frustrates some of the other students. As Valier is standing apart, Harriet approaches him, appearing to be genuinely concerned. She asks him if he is ready to take responsibility if things go wrong, warning him the upperclassman will be even less forgiving after his act of open defiance. But Valier seems completely unbothered. He shrugs his shoulders and tells her the upperclassmen cannot stop them from attending their classes or getting any rest, and that if any of them should ever dare to lay a hand on him, they can simply report the incident to the teachers. Valier goes on to say that having been raised on the harsh streets, he has his own self-respect, and he is not a coward like the others, who simply comply out of pure fear. And Harriet, feeling both extremely irritated and quite anxious, immediately snaps right back at him, yelling that if his actions disrupt her school life in any way at all, she will make absolutely sure that he pays for it. Valier's eyes suddenly narrow, his gaze becoming incredibly cold. He warns her that if she ever tries to mess with him, he will pay her back in the exact same kind. Without any hesitation, he even calls her a complete bird brain, showing her just how little her empty threats affect him. Just as Harriet is about to make a retort, a group of upperclassmen storms into the training grounds with Radina. Their powerful leader steps forward, demanding to know who it was that dared to talk back to Radina. Radina points a finger directly at Valier, and the leader's eyes narrow as he begins to size him up. Without a moment's hesitation, the leader asserts that he does not care how high Valier might stand on the noble ladder. But Valier quickly cuts him off, clarifying that he is neither a noble, nor from the imperial family, just a simple bum from the city streets. Boldly, Valier asks if the powerful leader has a problem with that. The leader gives a smirk and asks what makes Valier think he can just disregard all the rules that are followed by the nobles and even the royals. Valier coolly replies that it makes no difference where he comes from. What matters to him is his own dignity. Infuriated, the leader suddenly punches Valier hard in the stomach, and then follows it up with a hard smack across his face, sneering that as a student who is in the royal class, it is his duty to follow all the royal class customs. Valier, refusing to ever back down, attempts to throw a punch, but the upperclassman deftly dodges and retaliates with another strike, launching into a brutal beating. However, in a very swift and shocking move, Valier surprises everyone by reaching down and grabbing the leader in a very sensitive spot, clenching down on it very tightly. The leader screams out in pure agony, and some of his friends begin to move forward to intervene. But Valier warns them all to stay right where they are, threatening to completely crush it if they take another single step. The friends exchange very uneasy and nervous glances. They all reluctantly back away from the fight, realizing they are now at Valier's complete and utter mercy. Valier finally releases his tight grip, watching the leader's agonized expression turn completely submissive. He lets out a smirk, feeling that his message has been made clear. He is not someone to be messed with. He leans in closer, warning the leader that if he ever dares to mess with him again, he will make absolutely certain that he loses that thing for good. Turning his gaze to Rudina, he gestures for her to take the leader away, asserting his dominance. Before Rudina can even react, another upperclassman decides to step forward. Calm and completely composed, she introduces herself as Adriana, a second-year student who is also in the royal class. She advises Valier not to escalate this entire situation any further, explaining that the upperclassmen do not truly want to punish the new first years. It is just a tradition that has been passed down, and they are currently under pressure to make sure that it continues. She also adds that Rudina, despite her very tough outward stance, is in reality a very kind person, and she only acted based on the direct orders of the upperclassmen. If she had refused, then the third years would have stepped in to enforce the tradition, with even more severe and harsh methods. Valier, however, remains completely unfazed. With a very dismissive wave, he states that the third years are more than welcome to try, and he even invites them to come on Monday night. He then scoffs, wondering out loud if they will be brave enough to make Virtus himself drop down to the ground. Adriana observes him very closely, sensing that Valier is completely different from the others, and that he is not someone who is easily intimidated. Realizing that coercion would be a fool's gambit against the prince, Valier later orchestrates a meeting with Virtus. A tense, charged encounter unfolded between the two strategists. Virtus confirmed the existence of this cruel, unofficial tradition, a rite of passage just as Valier had faced, a brutal hazing ritual for the royal class's elite. He admitted he'd been anticipating when the jackals would strike. He probed Valier, demanding his strategy for when the seniors inevitably appeared on Monday. Valier, radiating an aura of absolute calm, confidently declared that the upperclassmen would be complete no-shows. However, should they dare to appear, their actions would only make them look utterly foolish. He laid out his perfect trap. They would never raise a hand against an imperial prince, especially one who defiantly refused to bend to their will. Doing so would ignite a political firestorm. But on the flip side, if they were to retreat, their fragile authority would shatter, making them appear weak. A cold smirk played on his lips. He was certain that either outcome would ensnare them in an inescapable checkmate. Virtus absorbed this chilling calculus, a moment of dark reflection passing over him. He remarked that Valier's gambit could be viewed as a monumental act of betrayal, a high crime in the unforgiving lexicon of royalty, for he had brazenly used the prince's shield for his own ends. Virtus continued, stating that under normal circumstances, he would utterly annihilate Valier's entire family and bloodline for such an offense. But instead of retribution, Virtus decreed it was only fair to now call in a life debt, a favor that Valier now irrevocably owed him. With a predatory grin, Virtus ordered Valier to keep a vigilant eye on Charlotte. Valier, grasping the immense gravity of this royal command, accepted this new mission without a hint of hesitation. Journeying back toward his private quarters, Valier contemplated the recent revelation that Harriet had seemingly complained about him directly to Prince Virtus. A wry, almost bitter amusement flickered within him. The entire notion left a strange, unpleasant aftertaste. As he traversed the grand, echoing hallways, he chanced upon Harriet seated elegantly at a table, lost in the solitude of a quiet tea ceremony. She appeared completely absorbed in her thoughts, utterly oblivious to his silent approach. A wicked idea sparked in his mind, and a mischievous grin spread across his features. He resolved to prod the hornet's nest a little. As he drifted past her table, he casually called her bird brain. The instant those words pierced the silence, Harriet's reaction was an explosion of pure, unadulterated fury. Her piercing glare locked onto him, her face flushing crimson as she scowled. She fiercely snapped back at him, issuing a sharp reminder that she had forbidden him from using that name. Valier, completely unperturbed by her outburst, coolly explained he was lost in a private monologue, which she had rudely interrupted. He then added that he once thought her intelligent, but now he was certain she was merely a simple bird brain. Harriet, now visibly seething with irritation, attempted to mount a defense, accusing him of deliberately provoking her. She claimed he hoped she'd leverage her status to make a scene, and thus accumulate demerit points. But Valier, however, refused to grant her accusations anyway. He told her that her mind was overcomplicating things and that he harbored no such elaborate, nefarious scheme. He casually dismissed her paranoid concerns with an easygoing nonchalance, but then added, almost as if toying with her, that the way she so dramatically overreacted was, in fact, quite endearing. His words struck her with more force than he could have anticipated. Harriet's face erupted in a deep shade of crimson as she stammered, obviously thrown into chaos by his nonchalant comment. Vallier, capitalizing on her flustered state, didn't waste a single moment. He went on to remark that she should start acting her age and abandon such childish tantrums. But despite the sharp edge of his teasing tone, an undeniable hint of fondness colored his words, as if he genuinely enjoyed witnessing her in this state. With one last, parting taunt in his eyes, he pivoted and strode towards his own room, leaving a completely shell-shocked Harriet behind in his wake. Come Monday, just before lessons were to commence, a formidable contingent of second-year seniors descended upon Class 1A. At the very forefront of this imposing group was Ard de Greasus, the proud heir to the powerful Greasus family, his face a mask of furious determination and wrath. Before he could even advance to address Vallier directly, a heavy, expectant silence fell over the other students. Ard was not here for talk, he was seeking a reckoning. Ard slapped his dueling gloves upon the table, a time-honored, symbolic gesture of a formal challenge. His very presence was a storm that commanded attention, and he made it chillingly clear that he held Vallier solely responsible for a grave insult to his honor that had transpired just a few days prior. The tension in the classroom was a palpable, suffocating force, as every pair of eyes waited to see how Vallier would possibly react. Ard granted him the choice of both time and location for their duel, making it undeniable that their bitter feud would now be settled through the sacred ritual of a formal challenge. Vallier, without a single flicker of hesitation, accepted the duel. His unervingly calm acceptance stunned everyone watching, most of all Redina, who had braced herself for a much more drawn-out negotiation. Vallier's complete and utter lack of concern was almost disturbing, as he remained perfectly composed in the face of such a direct provocation. Ard, sensing Vallier's unshakable confidence, warned him that he would not be afforded any mercy this time around. He fully intended to make Vallier pay dearly for the previous humiliation, and he vowed not to let him escape his wrath so easily. Redina rushed to Vallier's side, her face a mask of deep, frantic concern, as she warned him about the dire stakes of this duel. She stressed that Ard de Greasus was no common adversary. He held the formidable rank of third in the second year's Class A. This meant he wasn't just exceptionally skilled, but he could effortlessly push an opponent like Vallier to the very brink, and potentially even end his life in the process. Her voice was laced with a genuine, desperate terror for Vallier's safety, but he merely shrugged off her dire warnings, scarcely even acknowledging the mortal threat. Vallier responded that he highly doubted Ard would escalate things that far. His casual indifference to the mortal danger astounded Redina, who was unable to fathom why he would agree to a duel with such overwhelmingly high stakes, especially given his apparent utter lack of any discernible talent. She pleaded with him, suggesting he could still retreat and offer Ard a formal apology. If he felt his life was in danger, she even suggested he could beg for forgiveness to evade a potentially fatal confrontation. However, Vallier's reply was like steel, firm and unwavering. He declared to her that, if Ard somehow managed to beat him to the very edge of death's door, then yes, in that moment, he would beg, but he added that he doubted it would ever reach that point. His acceptance of this deadly duel was not about the fight itself. It was about something far more profound, a crucible he needed to face in order to awaken his dormant talent. Vallier's mind was a fortress, set on weaponizing this duel, using it as a tool to shatter his own limitations. He held the conviction that only by being forced into a desperate corner, where the concepts of survival and victory seemed utterly impossible, would he finally be able to demolish the mental shackles that were currently suffocating his potential. The fateful duel between Vallier and Ard was now scheduled to erupt in 2 weeks' time, with the battleground chosen as the indoor training arena at the first-year Class A dormitory building. As the combatants themselves had agreed, F and Hauser would serve as the official witnesses, tasked with ensuring the contest of arms remained fair, and that no misunderstandings could taint the outcome. News of the impending clash spread like a raging wildfire, reaching not just the ears of the first-year students, but also Class B's very own Ludwig, A concerned fellow student intercepted Valier during his training regimen. A look of deep worry etched upon his face. He implored Valier to swallow his pride and beg for Ard's forgiveness, rather than proceeding with this suicidal duel. Valier, however, remained a mountain, unmoving in his stance, replying that the situation was not nearly as simple as that. Despite his impossibly calm exterior, it was becoming clear that the immense pressure was beginning to take its toll. By the conclusion of the grueling physical training session, Valier found himself utterly and completely spent, his body screaming in protest from the intense exertion. As Valier dragged his weary body back toward the classroom, a sealed letter was thrust into his hand by Charlotte, who icily informed him that he was to remain in his classroom after school. She offered no further explanation, leaving him to stew in his own speculation about what this summons could mean. The missive felt strangely, chillingly formal, and Valier couldn't help but be reminded that this would be their first true conversation since the cataclysmic incident at the Demon King's castle. He sat heavily at his desk, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts, attempting to steel himself for whatever confrontation Charlotte had in store. He knew deep down that whatever dialogue awaited them, it would be anything but a simple chat. He braced himself, anticipating it might concern the duel, or perhaps it was about something far more personal and dangerous. The classroom door swung open, and in strode Charlotte, her presence as commanding and immaculately composed as always. Bypassing any and all pleasantries, she marched directly to Valier's desk. He demanded to know what she wanted, expecting some semblance of clarity. But instead, Charlotte's response was a chilling, cryptic enigma. She simply declared that she knew precisely who he was. A frigid wave of pure dread crashed over Valier as Charlotte spoke. For one terrifying, heart-stopping moment, he wondered if she knew his true identity. His heart hammered against his ribs as he fought to maintain his composure, and demanded to know the meaning behind her ominous statement. Charlotte, however, remained an iceberg, cool and almost entirely detached. She informed Valier that she does not typically concern herself with individuals like him, but upon learning he was a product of the streets, she took it upon herself to investigate him. Through her own meticulous, clandestine investigation, she had discovered his deep-seated connection to the Thieves' Guild, the very same shadowy organization that bankrolls the Rotary Club. This revelation struck Valier like a physical blow. He thought his past was buried. He was impressed, nonetheless, by the terrifying efficiency with which Charlotte had unearthed such secrets. It was a stark reminder of the immense influence she commanded. Her terrifying ability to construct a full picture from mere fragments of intel proved that absolutely nothing could escape her watchful gaze. But Charlotte was far from finished. She leveled Valier with a glacial, calculating stare and informed him that if he dared to defy her wishes, she would summon the city guard to completely eradicate the Thieves' Guild. Valier instantly understood that, if she so desired, she could make his existence an unimaginable hell, and even obliterate the fragile network he had painstakingly constructed. Then, Charlotte presented him with a photograph, one that Valier recognized in an instant of pure shock. It was a picture of himself captured in one of his past disguises. Charlotte commanded him to locate the boy depicted in the photo. She was indifferent to whether the boy was found alive or dead, but she demanded that he be hunted down. Valier was blindsided once again by her audacity. This was not a mere polite request. It was a royal edict. Charlotte demanded results, and she made it abundantly clear that, if he failed to deliver the intelligence she required, there would be dire, inescapable consequences. Valier was left trapped in a dizzying vortex of confusion, scrambling to figure out how he could possibly find himself. He agonized over what she could possibly expect of him. How could he track down a person he was actively trying to avoid becoming? However, as he dissected Charlotte's words with greater focus, he began to unearth a few critical clues. It was obvious that she suspected the boy had devolved into a common beggar on the merciless streets, given his origins as a student from the temple, and his former ties to the city's underbelly. Charlotte must have logically concluded Valier would be the ideal bloodhound to find him, and she appeared to believe that a man like him, would possess the necessary shadowy connections to unearth the boy's location. Valier's mind raced at a feverish pace. He began assembling the puzzle of why Charlotte was so fixated on this manhunt. It wasn't merely about the boy's mysterious disappearance. It was because of her own profound personal stake in finding him. As he pondered Charlotte's desperate crusade to find this mysterious boy, a suffocating sense of unease began to settle in his soul. She wasn't just searching for simple answers. She was deeply emotionally invested, and her relentless determination made him feel as though his web of deceptions would inevitably unravel and consume him. He knew with absolute certainty he could never reveal his true self to her. As he was drowning in his own thoughts, Harriet materialized, her signature teasing smirk plastered on her face. She wasted no time in bringing up the shadow of the upcoming duel, mentioning she'd heard terrifying rumors about how frightening Ard was, and asking if Valier was trembling with fear yet. He didn't hesitate for a second to admit that yes, he was afraid. There was absolutely no point in feigning a bravery he didn't feel. But then she pressed him further, demanding to know why he accepted the duel if he was so terrified. His answer was brutally simple. He must have completely lost his mind. But a strange seriousness in her gaze made him pause. She declared she would be watching his bloodied face from the front row, and then vanished with a final, playful wink. Her chilling words echoed in Valier's consciousness. This duel was a genuine, mortal risk, one that could easily leave him grievously wounded or far worse. Fueled by a new resolve to seize control of his own fate, Valier marched directly to the training grounds. He observed as Cliffman, the Academy's fifth-ranked prodigy, and Ellen, a fearsome combatant in her own right, honed their swordsmanship with daily, relentless practice. Their every motion was a liquid dance of death, precise, deadly, and executed with effortless power. But Valier knew they would be unable to teach him what he truly needed to learn. They were simply too far beyond him in their training, and their sophisticated styles were misaligned with what he required. To forge his own fundamental techniques from scratch, he came to the grim realization that what he needed above all else was a solid, unshakable foundation from which to grow. Valier seized the wooden practice sword with a burning determination, intending to drill his swordsmanship against the unmoving training dummies. His very first slash, however, was horribly clumsy, and he immediately stumbled and fell to the ground. A crushing wave of frustration crashed over him as he was forced to confront just how monumental his journey would be. The path that lay before him was destined to be long and brutal. He watched Cliffman and Ellen spar with breathtaking ease, their movements a blur of fluid, destructive power. He willed himself to continue swinging the blade, ignoring the screaming pain in his arms and the leaden exhaustion in his muscles. Each swing felt impossibly heavy, each movement clumsy and wrong, but he relentlessly pushed onward, hoping that somehow he would improve. The hours bled into one another, and by nightfall, Valier was the last soul remaining in the desolate training grounds. Sweat poured down his face, and his entire body throbbed with the agonizing strain. The raw blisters covering his hands pulsed with a searing pain. As he finally cast the heavy wooden sword aside, collapsing in a heap onto the ground, he couldn't suppress a deep, grudging sense of admiration for Cliffman and Ellen. Their godlike tolerance for pain, their incredible strength, and their iron-willed discipline were truly astounding. He knew he had an impossibly long road ahead before he could even dream of matching their level, but he simply could not afford to surrender. He forced his screaming body to stand once more, even as his hands bled freely from his ruined, blistered palms. As he paused for a fleeting moment to catch his breath, just then, Adriana appeared, stepping into the training grounds. Her gaze immediately found Valier, crumpled on the floor, looking utterly defeated and consumed by frustration. She approached him without a sound, and informed him she had come as a personal favor to Rudina, who was terrified that Ard, in his rage, might actually kill Valier in their duel. Adriana's tone was one of genuine concern, but also brutally matter-of-fact. She added that while she could see Valier's efforts to train, it would be utterly insufficient in just 2 short weeks. If he persisted on his current futile path, he would be mercilessly crushed by Ard. She even went so far as to urge him to apologize and withdraw from the duel, but Valier countered that he was well aware of the risks. He explained that he simply required a brutal beating, something to violently shove him past his own perceived limits. Adriana, witnessing his unbreakable stubbornness, retrieved a wooden practice sword herself. She then began to demonstrate a breathtakingly graceful and precise sword dance for him. She moved with an effortless, liquid grace, her strikes flowing one into the next in a perfect, seamless rhythm. Valir watched, completely mesmerized, as she showcased the sublime beauty of swordsmanship, a skill he desperately craved to master for himself. After her flawless demonstration, Adriana looked at him and commanded him to try and replicate what she had just performed. Valir gripped the wooden sword, his heart filled with resolve, determined this time to mimic Adriana's masterful, practiced movements. Drawing a deep, centering breath, he planted his feet firmly, lifting the heavy weapon with a new, focused intent. Yet, his first swing was just as clumsy and awkward. His balance was completely off, and he immediately stumbled forward, landing hard on his knees in sheer, utter frustration. Adriana observed him with a careful, analytical eye, pinpointing the flaws in his stance and the critical weakness in his posture. Moving in closer, she gently took hold of his arm, feeling the immense, trembling strain in his muscles. They were far too tense, critically weakened, and dangerously fatigued. To continue training in this state would only result in serious injury. With calm, practiced precision, Adriana channeled a warm, soothing spell, sending a gentle, holy light coursing through his weary limbs. Valir felt a powerful wave of relief wash over him as the sacred magic eased his aches, releasing the vice-like tension from his exhausted muscles. A surge of fresh energy returned to his arms, and a renewed, potent strength flowed throughout his entire body, leaving him feeling impossibly light and ready for battle. He rose to his feet, adjusting his grip on the wooden sword, and prepared himself for another valiant attempt, this time armed with an improved sense of confidence and focus. However, despite this newfound magical vigor, his second swing proved to be just as graceless as the first. Adriana's thoughtful gaze intensified as she critically assessed his movements. She immediately recognized that his foundational physical strength was severely, critically underdeveloped. Physical drills alone would prove entirely useless without a much stronger core. Upon this crucial realization, Adriana devised a new plan for him, one focused on building stamina and basic power, before he could ever advance to proper weapons training. Valir rose well before the sun the very next morning. The sky was still a deep, bruised shade of dark blue. As the first hints of dawn approached, Adriana arrived, punctual as a blade's edge, her entire presence radiating focus, ready for their grueling training session. Without a moment's delay, she commanded him to begin with stretches, preparing his protesting muscles for the punishing run that lay ahead. Valir, although incredibly eager, felt a sharp pang of concern and voiced his deep hesitation. He wondered if her own classmates might judge her harshly for assisting him with such rudimentary basic training. Adriana's reply was like tempered steel, firm and utterly resolute. She saw no shame or issue in lending him her aid. To her, both raw strength and honed skill were equally essential, and she valued this opportunity to improve herself by helping him, while ensuring that Ard wouldn't be accused of pointless cruelty for targeting a completely untrained, defenseless underclassman. After a long, arduous round of stretches, they set off on a desperate run across the training grounds. Adriana's pace was swift and impossibly steady as Valir trailed far behind, already feeling the agonizing strain on his body. He pushed himself with everything he had to keep pace, but his meager stamina was rapidly betraying him. Adriana noted his rapidly depleting exhaustion, and with a subtle flicker of her holy magic, she sent a refreshing, life-giving spell his way, infusing him with a desperately needed, slight boost of energy. As the invigorating, rejuvenating warmth seeped deep into his muscles, Valir remarked on the truly impressive speed and godlike endurance of the aspiring holy knights, jokingly suggesting that they would completely dominate a marathon with their superhuman abilities. Adriana replied by bringing up the name of Ludwig, a true prodigy who stood out even among them. He once ran a full, grueling circuit around the entire temple without ever faltering, to which Valir simply replied that it figured, for someone like Ludwig. After enduring 3 long, soul-crushing hours of core exercises and brutal physical conditioning for swordsmanship, Valir could feel every single muscle in his body screaming in agony, pushed far beyond the brink of utter exhaustion. Adriana watched over him with an eagle's eye, always prepared to channel her restorative holy magic, to rejuvenate his spirit each time he teetered on the verge of collapsing. Before they finally made their way back inside, Adriana sternly advised him on the critical importance of eating frequently to properly sustain himself through the extreme regimen he'd just undertaken. Valier took her counsel directly to heart, immediately deciding to make a detour by the royal class cafeteria. To find sustenance before breakfast service was to officially begin. The royal class cafeteria was a truly prestigious, grand establishment, its single, solemn responsibility being the health and peak nutrition of the esteemed royal class students. Staffed by legendary master chefs who crafted the most exquisite meals, the cafeteria offered not only sublime breakfast, lunch, and dinner, but also decadent late-night snacks and refreshments. As Valier stepped through the grand entrance, he immediately spotted Ellen already present, ferociously munching on an entire, massive piece of beef jerky. Feeling utterly famished from his recent training, he asked her if that was the only food currently available in the kitchen. She simply pointed him towards some very basic ingredients: bread, eggs, and a sparse handful of other essentials. Taking her silent suggestion, Valier ventured deep into the kitchen, opting to craft something quick and easy to replenish his depleted energy. Valier swiftly assembled a humble, yet satisfying meal, relishing the warm, inviting aroma and the satisfying sight of the food. His modest creation immediately captured Ellen's undivided attention. Her gaze locked onto it, her mouth practically watering in anticipation. Without a second thought, he generously offered her a single bite, never expecting her to devour it with such lightning-fast speed. As he watched in utter, dumbfounded astonishment, Ellen attacked the food with a truly voracious appetite, and before he could even begin to react, more than half of his meal had vanished. Completely shocked, he managed to plead with her to slow her pace, but she continued to consume it at the exact same frantic speed. She finally looked up, merely stating that she was simply hungry. Feeling slightly exasperated by the whole ordeal, he asked her if they would be sharing the same classes later today. She confirmed they would, and a new plan for vengeance began to form in his mind. He cordially invited her to join him for lunch afterward, where he would ensure that she would be forced to try Cheonggukjang yet again. Back in the solitude of his room, Valier prepared himself for the day ahead, donning his uniform with a newfound, sharp sense of grim determination. The brutal training, though utterly grueling, was already beginning to yield tangible, promising results, a faint yet tantalizing glimpse of the incredible progress he was capable of making. The looming shadow of the duel, he now realized, was merely a small, insignificant milestone on his grand path. It marked a new, bloody beginning, a chance to prove that he was far more than just a talentless, worthless individual. With only his sharp wit to rely upon, he was determined to cultivate true, undeniable skill, knowing his body would continue to evolve and strengthen. With every single hour he dedicated to his brutal training, a desperate sense of urgency now pressed down upon him to awaken his hidden, godlike ability of self-deception as swiftly as possible. As Valier watched Ellen's tormented struggle through their shared lunch, he couldn't help but feel a strange mix of both amusement and utter perplexity. She seemed visibly repulsed by the overwhelmingly strong flavors of the Cheonggukjang he had served, yet she stubbornly, relentlessly pressed onward, perhaps out of a foolish sense of pride or sheer, unyielding determination. He smirked, realizing she could have easily declined his offer, piqued his deep-seated curiosity. Could she harbor a secret fondness for the taste of free food? Playfully, he began to tease her for her apparent freeloading, subtly hinting that she might simply be present for the free meal. Ellen shot him a look as sharp as a dagger, retorting that she would be the one to buy him lunch next time, an offer that genuinely surprised him with its sincerity. Yet, Valier's brutal training and grand plans extended far beyond mere petty rivalries, or these small, vengeful paybacks. The impending gate incident, a world-ending catastrophe that he himself had personally woven into the very fabric of his novel storyline, was the true engine driving his dedication. He wasn't training this relentlessly, just to prove a point against some arrogant, pompous upperclassman. He was desperately preparing for the apocalyptic event he knew was hurtling towards them. In that horrific scenario, countless innocent lives would be hanging in the balance, and survival would certainly not be guaranteed for anyone who lacked the necessary strength or deadly skill. The crushing frustration of his own current weakness gnawed at him relentlessly, only intensifying his iron-willed resolve. He was hell-bent on becoming more than just another talentless side character. He wanted to become someone with both a razor-sharp edge to his personality and the overwhelming strength to properly wield it. Later, back in the grand expanse of the cafeteria, Valier spotted Ellen single-handedly devouring an impressive mountain of sausages. Her insatiable appetite caught him completely off guard, and he quickly noticed that the snack counter was now completely bare, arousing his suspicion that she had already plundered the snacks much earlier. Feeling amused yet again, he watched her chomp away with vigor, realizing she was consuming the sausages completely cold, pulled straight from the icy refrigerator. An insatiable curiosity finally got the better of him, and he asked her why she hadn't at least bothered to warm them up first.
Ellen, uppering entirely un sånt
simply admitted that she had no idea how to operate the stove. Deciding that Ellen might greatly benefit from a bit of culinary guidance, Valier took it upon himself to teach her some fundamental cooking skills. As they began to set up in the vast kitchen, he watched in a state of pure astonishment as she chopped the various ingredients with a truly surprising level of skill, her knife work almost rivaling that of a professionally trained temple chef. Guiding her carefully through each and every step of the cooking process, he was genuinely impressed by how quickly she seemed to catch on, and before long, they had successfully whipped up a simple meal together. The moment they sat down, Ellen immediately began to dig in, completely ignoring the thick steam still rising from her plate. The food was still incredibly hot, and she recoiled in slight pain, desperately reaching for her glass of water. Valier quickly sprang into action, fetching more to help her cool down. Despite this very minor, painful setback, Ellen still devoured the entire meal with her usual unrestrained enthusiasm, visibly quite pleased with the delicious end result. After finishing his own meal, Valier headed back to his private room, only to discover an entirely unexpected visitor awaiting his return. A silent, unknown maid stood near the grand entrance, her posture perfectly formal and her gaze unervingly steady. He hesitated, his mind immediately questioning if she was sent from Virtus or Charlotte, the two powerful households known for occasionally dispatching their attendants. But before he could even pose his question, the mysterious maid stepped forward, gently shutting the door behind him with a silent, graceful nod. She then introduced herself simply as Sarkager, her self-assured and perfectly poised presence, taking him completely by surprise, and he couldn't help but wonder how she had possibly managed to slip into his secure room completely undetected. Sensing the burning curiosity etched on his expression, Sarkager assured him that her entry was a simple, trivial matter, and she then informed him that she would be coming to see him personally. From this day forward, Sarkager, with her impossibly calm and perfectly composed demeanor, began to inform Valier about the hidden, terrifying supernatural power that the princess, Charlotte, supposedly possessed deep within her. According to the intel provided by Sarkager, there were widespread rumors and deep suspicions amongst the prince's own faction. Some of them doubted the very existence of Charlotte's powers, believing she might be feigning illness or wildly exaggerating her abilities. This pervasive skepticism had woven a thick veil of secrecy around the entire topic, even going so far as to prevent the prince himself from knowing the full truth about his own sister's mysterious, powerful gift. Only two individuals besides the great emperor himself were aware of the specifics. Mustang, the formidable homeroom teacher of Class B, who has been secretly entrusted with keeping watch over the royal students for mastering the arcane and forbidden arts. Listening with razor focus, Valier begins to decipher this chilling new reality. If Charlotte truly wields such a terrifying gift, it is likely a curse cloaked as a blessing, volatile and dangerous. This would explain the ironclad restrictions and the shroud of secrecy. He grappled with what kind of power could be deemed so catastrophic, so unsettling it must be hidden even from the highest echelons of royalty. The profound mystery surrounding it exuded a palpable, ominous aura. A dangerous curiosity began to war with his instinct for survival. Turning his attention to Sarkager, Valier counseled her to halt this investigation. If she faced any genuine, life-threatening risk. He was unwilling to let Sarkager become collateral damage over a secret they would likely unearth in due time, especially with how ruthlessly the palace had quarantined this information. After a long, thoughtful silence, he revealed a new variable, Charlotte herself. He mentioned that the princess seemed to be actively seeking him out lately. Sarkager's grave concern for Valier's safety immediately deepened, imploring him to abandon this entire treacherous situation. But Valier, ever the master strategist, summarily dismissed that notion. He knew that abandoning his mission might preserve his life, but it would spell the absolute ruin of the Rotary Club, the empire he had worked so hard to build. Seeking Sarkager's unique insight on the matter, he contemplated the gambit of faking his own death as an exit strategy. He even considered the complex art of leaving behind fabricated evidence to make his supposed death appear entirely credible. However, he quickly deduced that deceiving the princess in this manner could catastrophically backfire. If Charlotte believed he had served his purpose, there was a high probability she would simply eliminate him regardless, deeming him either completely expendable or, even worse, a future threat should he ever refuse her royal commands. Carefully weighing his perilous options, Valier made the shrewd decision to play a much more subtle, dangerous game. Instead of total compliance or outright defiance of her will, he would carefully ration out information, keeping her interest perpetually piqued, but never fully sated. This way, Charlotte would be forced to continue relying on him, viewing him as an indispensable asset rather than a disposable pawn. By meticulously controlling the flow of intel, he could avoid making her a direct enemy while cementing his own position. He was absolutely determined not to openly cross her path. Becoming her sworn enemy would be far too great a risk, but he also resolved to never be reduced to her mere pup. Valier's strategic mind then pivoted to Prince Virtue's, understanding that the prince would eventually take a keen interest in him. If he positioned himself on the board with enough care, he could potentially manipulate both Charlotte and Virtue's to his own advantage. Observing their cold, calculating natures, Valier arrived at the chilling, inescapable conclusion that, regardless of which of them ultimately seized the throne, both of the royal siblings would rule with the same relentless, terrifying ambition. Armed with this profound insight, he sensed a golden opportunity to wield influence, to expertly dance between the two great powers for his own benefit, a strategy that left Sarkager utterly impressed by Valier's brilliant thinking. During a brief respite from their hellish training, Valier observed Adriana with a keen, analytical eye, amused by the profound cosmic irony that she, so utterly devoted to her sacred role as a holy knight, was unknowingly forging the very man who would, one day, ascend to become the next fearsome demon king. He marveled at the stark, vivid contrast between her gentle, yet unyielding demeanor and the immense, dark power he concealed within himself, a power she might one day be forced to oppose, never realizing she had once been instrumental in strengthening it. Overcome with curiosity, he asked her why she never used her holy spells to alleviate her own fatigue. During their punishing exercises, Adriana revealed her core philosophy. Relying on holy magic for recovery would only impede authentic growth. To her, it was akin to misusing potent awakening potions, a dangerous shortcut that cheats the body's natural ability to improve and adapt. She once again reinforced his critical need to maintain a balanced diet, and emphasized that true training results only emerge when one draws upon their own innate strength and endurance, without relying on any external crutches. Her words held a truth that deeply resonated with Valier, fueling his grim resolve to shatter his limits while remaining entirely self-reliant, even as he carefully concealed his much darker ambitions. As they readied themselves to resume their ordeal, Valier's gaze drifted over to Ludwig, who was idly chatting with two female students not far away. In the original, grand tapestry of the storyline, Ludwig would typically be ensnared in class, his cruel taunts and constant provocations propelling him towards his own unique development and hardships. But because Valier had now assumed a much more active role in his volatile interactions with the elite class A, Ludwig had, in turn, become a somewhat overlooked background figure, no longer the central lightning rod for conflict, but instead a quiet observer. Seeing Valier completely lost in the depths of his thoughts, Adriana sharply called out to him so they could continue their training. Valier stood frozen in the center of the kitchen, staring at Ellen with an expression of pure disbelief. As she confidently announced her intention to cook a rich beef stew, he watched her with a critical eye as she began her work, and he immediately detected that the stew was far too salty. Unwilling to let the entire meal go to waste, he decided to seize control and finish the cooking himself, expertly adjusting the flavors to salvage the dish. Afterward, Valier commanded Ellen to taste his creation, and when she did, a rare smile graced her lips as she admitted it was good. A flicker of satisfaction passed through Valier. Valier then jokingly told her that she should be eternally grateful, that the prestigious temple had accepted her, or her poor parents might have gone completely bankrupt trying to feed her, considering her monstrous appetite. Ellen shot him a death glare, not at all pleased with his incessant teasing. She quickly fired back a sharp retort, proclaiming that she had never wanted to come to the temple in the first place. It was the temple that had desperately wanted her here. Valier, unable to resist, continued to mercilessly poke fun at her, which only served to further ignite her fury. As a form of swift retaliation, Ellen decided to get her revenge, in a way that would make Valier bitterly regret his taunts. She began to cruelly and methodically teach him swordsmanship, pushing him far harder than he ever anticipated. As brutal payback for his constant, irritating teasing, Ellen didn't just criticize Valier's clumsy swordsmanship, she systematically deconstructed every single thing that needed fixing. Her instructions were brutally precise and direct, noticing even the most infinitesimal mistakes in his form and technique. She provided him with clear, actionable advice on how to adjust his movements, instructing him on how to hold the blade with proper form, how to step with the correct, critical timing, and how to leverage his body far more effectively in the chaos of combat. What truly shocked Valier was that her tutelage didn't stop there. She also began to spar with him directly, offering him the invaluable chance to practice against a live, moving target. Training with someone who could actually move and react to his flawed actions was infinitely more helpful than he had ever imagined. He was swiftly learning that the art of sword fighting wasn't just about raw strength or blinding speed, it was about perfect, deadly coordination. 2 days before the fateful duel, Ellen devised a unique, punishing training exercise for Valier. She commanded him to simply hold his sword steady while she struck it repeatedly. With each resounding impact, she noted that his grip was incredibly, pitifully weak. Ellen delivered a stark warning that if he lost his blade during the match, it would be the absolute end for him. After a short while, the wooden sword shattered in half, completely stunning him. He stared down at the splintered, broken pieces, utterly unsure of how it had even happened. Ellen explained that the Academy's practice swords are deliberately made weak. The temple has no desire for students to possess weapons that could inflict truly serious, permanent harm. Valier moved to grab another of the flimsy practice swords, but Ellen's voice stopped him dead. She told him that if he continued on this path, he would be absolutely, unequivocally defeated in the duel. Valier, feeling a surge of frustration but accepting the grim truth, admitted that he knew he was not yet ready for this. But Ellen's lesson was not yet finished. She told him there was still one, singular path for him to achieve victory. Valier was instantly intrigued, desperate to know what she could possibly mean. Adriana handed Valier a bottle of cool, clear water, and he thanked her gratefully as he took a long drink. She then praised him for how exceptionally well he performed during their training, strongly encouraging him to remain in his peak physical condition, and to avoid any strenuous activity before the duel. The next day, Valier nodded his solemn agreement, taking her sound advice with the utmost seriousness. However, despite Adriana's reassuring words of encouragement, Valier could not shake the heavy, suffocating feeling of unease. Tomorrow was the day of the climactic duel, and he found himself lost deep within his own thoughts. His mind drifted back to that moment, when Ellen had cryptically mentioned there was a secret way for him to win, but she had never revealed the full, crucial details. He began to obsessively wonder what that path could possibly be. Lost in his confusion, Valier turned his gaze to Adriana, asking if she might have any inkling of what Ellen meant. Adriana, however, simply shook her head, confessing that she had no idea. Valier's heart plummeted. If even Adriana didn't know the answer, then he felt truly and utterly hopeless. He admitted to her, feeling somewhat defeated, that if he were to lose tomorrow, then that would simply be his destined fate. Even though Vallier felt the crushing weight of defeat, he couldn't ignore the significant progress he had forged. Thanks to the tutelage of both Adriana and Ellen, his grueling training over the past week had undeniably sharpened his skills, and he could clearly see it reflected in his system's status dashboard. Yet, as he stared intently at his own stats, something specific caught his unforgiving eye: a pathetic F+ in combat ability. The pitiful grade made him feel even more worthless, a grim reminder of the monumental journey he still had to go. Feeling completely dispirited, Vallier couldn't help but be frustrated. His stats hadn't grown nearly as much as he had desperately hoped, and the vague, mysterious talent that had manifested seemed to be of little use. The fateful day finally arrived. Vallier was stunned by the massive crowd that had gathered to witness the duel. It wasn't just his own classmates. There were far more students here than he had ever anticipated, including a horde of first-years and even a significant number from Class A. Harriet and other prominent members of Class A were already present, though the key figures of Virtus and Rihanna were conspicuously absent. Some students from the rival Class B were also in attendance, along with a scattering of completely unfamiliar faces. A few of Vallier's loyal friends passionately cheered him on, voicing their unwavering belief that he could achieve victory. However, his fragile confidence instantly faltered as he noticed Charlotte in the crowd, glaring daggers at him. Her icy stare sent a cold shiver down his spine, making him feel deeply and profoundly uneasy. Harriet, true to her nature, immediately taunted him, reminding him that he should brace himself for a thorough, painful beating. Then Art appeared, and Vallier saw that a large contingent of Class A from the second year had arrived, likely to witness his public humiliation. The moderator stepped forward, signaling that both combatants were now ready. He recounted the primary reasons for this formal duel, confirming that both Vallier and Ard fully understood and agreed to them. He then commanded them to state what they wished to claim from victory. Ard was the first to speak, his voice dripping with cold, arrogant confidence. He demanded that, should he emerge victorious, Vallier must kneel in submission before all the upperclassmen, beg for their forgiveness, and swear a solemn oath to always show proper respect to his seniors in the future. Vallier's eyes narrowed dangerously at this humiliating request, but he held his ground. When it was finally his turn to speak, Vallier stated his own terms with an iron will. If he wins, he wants the upperclassmen to cease demanding unreasonable tasks from him and all of his fellow classmates. He insisted that they must also offer a sincere apology for their actions. As the moderator moved to announce the formal start of the duel, Ard interrupted, invoking his right to select a champion, as was his privilege as part of the dueling party. The entire crowd fell into a stunned silence, shocked by this sudden development. Ard pointed a finger towards Mayatin, a feared third-year student from Class A. Vallier's heart skipped a beat when he saw the identity of this new champion. Mayatin was legendary for his overwhelming, incredible skill, and the fact that Ard had chosen him to fight in his stead sent a clear, terrifying message directly to Vallier. This was no longer just an ordinary duel. The third-year student was a monster far beyond Vallier's current level. Vallier was utterly shell-shocked. He couldn't fully comprehend why Ard would resort to such a tactic, but he quickly came to realize that this cowardly move wasn't just about ensuring victory. It was about sending a brutal, public message. They wanted to utterly annihilate his confidence and make a bloody example of him. But Vallier stood his ground, resolute. He vividly remembered Ellen's words from a previous, charged conversation, when she had expressed such unshakable confidence in her own abilities. She had even desperately wished that she could be his champion, believing with absolute certainty that she would bring him victory without a doubt. Adriana, too, had expressed a similar powerful desire. From her seat in the crowd, she watched him intently, giving Vallier a stern, meaningful look. Vallier knew that Adriana, though not directly participating in the fight, was rooting for him in her own quiet, intense way. The moderator, believing there were no further objections to be made, prepared once again to announce the start of the duel. However, just as he was about to formally proceed, Mayatin, with an air of absolute, supreme confidence, spoke up and unilaterally changed the rules of engagement. He declared that this duel would only end when one of the combatants formally admitted their defeat. Mayatin, so certain of his own inevitable victory, seemed incredibly eager to set this new condition. So confident was he that he would completely dominate the fight. The moderator turned his gaze towards Vallier, asking if he would agree to these new, amended terms. Vallier, after a brief moment of cold consideration, nodded his assent. However, he shocked everyone present by proposing his own counterrule. He declared that, as the clear underdog in this duel, he requested a formal restriction to somewhat level the playing field. He openly admitted he was uncertain who to select as his champion, between the mighty Ellen and the powerful Adriana, and thus sought a way to ensure some semblance of fairness. The moderator glanced between both parties before rendering a final decision. He announced that in light of this unprecedented new rule, Mayatin would be forbidden from using his left hand during the entire duel. Mayatin, perhaps a little surprised but still radiating confidence, agreed to this new restriction without a single word of protest. Vallier, however, fully understood the immense weight of this decision. Limiting Mayatin's use of his powerful left arm was no small matter, and Vallier knew it could make a significant, game-changing difference in the fight. In the past, he might have foolishly underestimated the importance of such a restriction, but after his intense, brutal training with Ellen, he now recognized just how massive of an advantage even a small, seemingly insignificant restriction could create. The duel erupted, and Vallier immediately began formulating his desperate strategy. Vallier decided that his best chance was to exploit Mayatin's overwhelming arrogance. He plotted a surprise assault for the moment Mayatin let his guard down, believing he had already secured the fight in the bag. However, as the brutal duel progressed, Vallier was shocked by the terrifying, overwhelming strength Mayatin displayed. Even with his powerful left hand bound and useless behind his back, Mayatin's attacks were so impossibly powerful that Vallier almost lost his grip on his own sword. He couldn't believe it. How could Mayatin be this strong with just one hand? The terrifying thought flashed through Vallier's reeling mind, that Mayatin must be a true, incredible prodigy, to fight so fiercely with the use of only one arm. But what truly seized his attention next was Mayatin's relentless, singular focus on Vallier's sword, attempting to disarm him at every single given opportunity. Before Vallier could even hope to adjust his failing strategy, Mayatin unleashed a devastating, powerful strike, and in a flash, Vallier felt his own sword ripped from his hand. Time seemed to crawl to a halt as his weapon flew from his grasp, and he stumbled backward, crashing hard onto the unforgiving ground. He was completely stunned. How had things escalated so disastrously so quickly? His mind raced in a panic as he desperately scrambled to recover, finally realizing how blindingly fast and skilled Mayatin truly was. Mayatin loomed over him, his expression a mask of cold, cruel mockery. Vallier struggled desperately to retrieve his fallen sword, his hand now bleeding freely from the brutal blows he had just endured. Every single time he tried to reach for it, Mayatin would kick him back down, refusing to let him rise. His entire body screamed in agonizing pain, and the sharp sting in his palm only intensified. But despite the overwhelming, soul-crushing exhaustion, Vallier stubbornly refused to surrender his will to fight. He could feel the immense weight of certain defeat pressing down on him, yet some defiant spark deep inside him pushed him to keep going. Mayatin continued his relentless verbal taunts, utterly confident that Vallier would soon give in to the pain. But Vallier, though broken and utterly battered, still clung desperately to a single, fragile thread of determination. He knew he was completely outmatched and that his body was betraying him, but he simply could not bring himself to accept this humiliating defeat. Ellen watched the unfolding horror from the sidelines, her own frustration mounting as she saw Vallier being pummeled without mercy. The sheer, blatant unfairness of it all stirred something primal inside her, but she felt utterly helpless, unable to intervene in the duel. Her eyes remained locked onto Vallier's struggling form, silently willing him to somehow rise above this torment. Despite the soul-crushing agony, Vallier summoned every last ounce of strength he had left. His hand, burning with a searing, white-hot pain, reached out once more. It took all of his willpower to force his body upright. The movement was agonizingly slow and shaky, but he gripped his fallen sword, determined not to let it slip away again. The solid weight of it in his hand felt strangely reassuring, a grim reminder that he still possessed the unyielding will to fight, even if the situation seemed utterly hopeless. Standing with immense difficulty, Vallier now faced Mayatin, no longer with fear, but with a quiet, burning defiance. Mayatan, surprised by this sudden, impossible surge of strength, momentarily hesitated. He hadn't expected Valier to ever get back up, but now, seeing the raw, unwavering determination blazing in his eyes, he realized that this fight was not nearly as one-sided as he had first thought. Valier, realizing that his desperate plan to awaken his supernatural power was not proceeding as he had expected, found himself completely overcome with a potent mix of frustration and rage. Determined to finally shatter his own self-imposed limits, he activated his system, driven by the relentless, brutal blows he had just endured. His body, still screaming in agony, reacted on pure impulse as he prepared to strike Mayatan once more. Mayatan skillfully dodged the attack twice, but Valier could now feel that his opponent's sword was significantly weakening. With every missed strike, Ellen's training had been perfectly spot on. The swords, though appearing quite sturdy to the eye, were in fact incredibly fragile. This crucial insight, combined with his newly awakened power, gave him the critical advantage he so desperately needed to strike back. With a massive, explosive surge of newfound strength, Valier kicked Mayatan in a vulnerable spot, and the sheer impact was enough to make Mayatan drop his own sword. Wincing in pain, Valier saw his one chance and knew he had to act quickly. If Mayatan managed to regain his composure and retrieve his fallen sword, Valier would be in serious, deadly trouble. He could not afford him that precious opportunity. Without a single moment of hesitation, Valier rushed forward and kicked Mayatan again, determined to keep the senior down for good. But even though Mayatan stumbled back from the blow, he did not fall completely unconscious. Valier had desperately hoped the blow would be enough to end the fight, but Mayatan was far more resilient than he had ever expected. Mayatan relentlessly continued to taunt Valier, urging him not to accept his inevitable defeat, since he was well aware of how stubborn Valier truly was. Valier agreed that he would never give up, and in fact, he boldly declared that he was going to win, feeling a powerful, burning desire to emerge victorious. But Mayatan reminded him that he could not possibly win, just because he had managed to land one single dirty trick. Meanwhile, Valier refused to even entertain the thought of losing, especially after being so thoroughly and badly beaten. He did not want to beg for forgiveness on his knees, after already suffering the sting of defeat. However, as Valier truly thought about the situation, he realized there was no logical way he could win against a monster like Mayatan, since he couldn't even think of a way to land another successful punch. He had no clear, coherent plan to achieve victory, but his raw, unwavering determination to succeed remained. So he resolved that no matter what happened from this point on, he would see Mayatan writhing in pain at his feet, even if it was the very last thing he ever did. Valier now believed that in a hopeless situation where he should lose, he must desire victory with every fiber of his being and be certain it will happen. Finally, he began to understand what he should have done all along, as he unraveled the true mechanics of how his mysterious power actually worked. Essentially, Valier's power had nothing at all to do with pushing himself into a psychologically desperate, tough corner, as he had mistakenly believed this entire time. Instead, he finally came to realize that his power was called self-deception. It was never about forcing himself to reach a mental breaking point, or enduring unimaginable, intense physical pain. The truth was, he needed to deceive his own mind into believing he could win, and then that unshakable belief itself would fuel his awesome power. In other words, his strength didn't come from sheer willpower or physical skill alone, but from his terrifying ability to convince himself that victory was absolutely inevitable. Once he had convinced his own mind that success was already assured, his dormant power would amplify, pushing him far beyond his normal limits. Without a shred of hesitation, he charged at Mayatan with the speed of lightning, his movements suddenly swift, deadly, and precise, as though he had already witnessed the outcome in his own mind. Valier kicked Mayatan with brutal force, causing him to start bleeding. Mayatan stared back in utter, complete shock, unable to possibly comprehend how Valier had managed to hurt him so easily. Without wasting a single precious moment, Valier grabbed Mayatan by the hair, deciding to forcibly remove him from the fight. Valier resolved in that moment to make Mayatan pass out, knowing that if he did, Mayatan would automatically lose the duel. Everyone watching was completely and totally stunned, including the great Ellen, who couldn't believe Valier's sudden, impossible surge in strength and confidence. Even the experienced moderator was taken aback by the dramatic shift in Valier's energy, as he continued to relentlessly pressure Mayatan to finally surrender. Valier cruelly reminded him of his earlier arrogant boasts about winning, and now those very same words were coming back to haunt Mayatan. As Valier's intense, unshakable determination drove him ever forward, the stronger his unwavering, absolute belief in himself became, the more overwhelmingly powerful he grew. And with each passing moment, it became terrifyingly clear that he truly believed he was destined to win. Valier savagely grabbed Mayatan by the hair, pulling him violently forward and forcing him to face the watching students. With a vicious, taunting tone, Valier commanded Mayatan to confess to everyone that, despite studying at the prestigious temple for 2 years longer, and despite his physical abilities and his swordsmanship being far, far superior, he still got completely and utterly beaten by a mere first-year student. But Mayatan remained stubbornly silent. His nose and eyes were already bleeding, making it excruciatingly painful to speak or even keep his head up. Seeing that Mayatan refused to speak, Valier decided he would personally make sure that Mayatan would end up waking up in the sterile infirmary. He prepared to smash Mayatan's head against something solid, to finish this fight once and for all. Just as Valier moved to carry out this brutal act, Mayatan finally pitifully surrendered. Muttering a weak, pathetic apology, Valier released his iron grip, and Mayatan immediately collapsed to the hard ground. Utterly exhausted and completely defeated, the moderator stepped forward and loudly announced Valier as the undisputed winner of the duel. Instantly, the system rewarded Valier with 600 precious achievement points for his victory. Despite his stunning victory, Valier felt a sharp pang of deep frustration, disappointed that he didn't actually get the satisfaction of seeing Mayatan pass out. However, it turned out that Valier himself was the one who had actually lost consciousness. He awoke in a completely unfamiliar room, staring up at a strange, foreign ceiling. For a brief, terrifying moment, he worried that something had gone terribly wrong with the duel's results, but he remembered winning and hoped that nothing had changed since then. Just then, Adriana entered the room to check on his condition. She smiled, clearly and deeply relieved that his injuries weren't too serious. Overcome with curiosity, Valier asked her what had transpired after he passed out. Adriana explained that immediately after his victory had been announced, he had suddenly and dramatically fainted, so they brought him here to recover. Valier then learned from Adriana that he was actually in the dormitory's own recovery room, not in the main hospital as he had originally and wrongly assumed. He vaguely recalled that the dormitory did, in fact, have its own recovery room, and not just the training grounds. This thought immediately led him to wonder if the defeated Mayatan was recovering in the very same place. Adriana clarified that Mayatan was in a completely separate recovery room, as they would never place them together after such a fierce and bloody duel. Adriana then shared a pivotal moment from the brutal duel, mentioning how she had been watching him intently the entire time. She had noticed that he had seen her there in the audience, but he still chose to keep fighting completely on his own, despite her complete willingness to step in and fight for him if needed. Adriana then directly asked Valier if he had recklessly thrown himself headfirst into the duel, desperately hoping his latent supernatural abilities would suddenly awaken in the fiery heat of battle. She confessed that she hadn't truly realized, until this very moment, what he truly meant when he previously said he needed a good beating. Valier, though, had no desire to delve any deeper into that particular subject. He was just immensely glad that everything had turned out fine in the end. But Adriana was not yet ready to let the matter slide. She told him bluntly that his entire plan was dangerously reckless, and that, if he hadn't been lucky enough to unlock his supernatural powers, at that exact moment, things could have ended very, very differently. She reminded him that training his new abilities over the next 6 years won't work if he keeps putting himself in mortal danger like that. Valier, however, an highly unpredictable skill, so he decided to focus on utilizing his achievement points to purchase additional powerful talents, rather than relying solely on risky, life-threatening awakening attempts. Still, Adriana continued to sternly warn him against using such reckless tactics in the future. She also advised him to keep a level head around the arrogant upperclassmen, and not to get carried away just because he had won this one time. Once he was fully treated and formally discharged from care, Valier attended a mandatory counseling session with his classroom teacher. During their talk, He eagerly shared the epic story of his newly awakened, powerful skill. His teacher listened with a deep, profound intrigue, as he was already well aware that Valeur possessed a range of hidden aptitude. He stunned to hear that Valeur had actually managed to awaken such a legendary ability. Until this very moment, the teacher had doubted that such a mythical power would ever truly surface. Although he initially condemned Valeur's recklessness in dueling a powerful upperclassman, the teacher now concedes that given this unbelievable outcome, Valeur's mad gambit may have held a spark of genius. The way events concluded proves that the monumental risk Valeur took was worth the reward. After all, his teacher wisely states that while sheer effort alone can never forge true talent, sometimes miraculous luck itself can be a form of talent. With that final thought, he strictly forbids Valeur from ever using his powers to attack another soul. Valeur agrees, vowing not to wield his newfound abilities so foolishly. His teacher, trusting Valeur's fundamental character, knows that while he may possess a shockingly violent streak, he is not the type of man to act without a clear purpose. Satisfied, the teacher finally dismisses him. As Valeur journeys through the grand, echoing hallways, he quickly becomes aware that the whispers of his supernatural power have already ignited. Students murmur in awe about how he awakened this legendary ability in the very crucible of the duel, and the rumor spreads not only amongst his fellow first years, but also like wildfire throughout the upperclassmen ranks. Soon enough, Valeur's duel has become the most sensational topic of gossip in the entire royal class. After all, a first-year student crushing a third year in such a dramatic fashion is unheard of, and it's no wonder that the tale of his victory is spreading so rapidly. Even those who once despised Valeur now regard him with a new, different light, as if they can now sense something more profound than just the simple awakening of his supernatural power during the duel. Later, Valeur crosses paths with Harriet, the one person he fully expected would hurl a few sharp, critical remarks his way, as was her usual custom. Yet, this time, she remained utterly, unervingly silent as she passed. Stunned by this, Valeur decided to call her back, demanding to know why she hadn't uttered a single word to him. Harriet hesitated, clearly caught completely off guard by his question, and then hastily cobbled together a weak response. She finally told him that it was still a cowardly act to rely on his new supernatural power. During the duel, Valeur had fully anticipated just such a reaction from her, knowing precisely how to push her most sensitive buttons. Still, a small smirk played on his lips, sensing that even Harriet's bitter words now held a different, uncertain tone. Valeur let out a soft chuckle, and told Harriet that he could clearly see how uneasy she had looked, while he was being mercilessly pummeled. Noticing the way her face had gone deathly pale with raw anxiety, she began to furiously deny it, but her flustered expression betrayed her true feelings, and her weak attempts to defend herself came out as a pathetic stammer. Valeur raised his hand, as if intending to gently touch her shoulder, but she quickly warned him not to take another step closer. To his complete and utter shock, Harriet's face crumpled and she began to cry, pleading with him to finally stop making fun of her. Her sudden, raw reaction took Valeur completely by surprise, and a wave of genuine guilt quickly washed over him. He hadn't intended to genuinely upset her like this. Deeply regretting that he had pushed her too far, Valeur tried everything within his power to make her stop crying. He even desperately offered her a delicate macaron, a sweet snack he happened to have with him, but she vehemently refused. Valeur became incredibly frustrated, feeling as if she were crying now just to annoy him. In the privacy of his mind, he thought that none of his own powerful family members had ever managed to irritate him to this degree. When he finally demanded to know why she was crying, she tearfully said it's because he had called her bird brain and made fun of her. Valeur was utterly shocked and couldn't believe what he was hearing. He pointed out that she had also called him a bum. She stubbornly stood her ground, saying she only called him that because he truly is one. A surprised Valeur responded that he had only called her bird brain because he actually thought she was cute and was trying to cheer her up. At long last, her crying finally ceased, but she sternly warned him never to touch her with his dirty hands again. Valeur quickly agreed, immensely relieved that she had finally calmed down. He offered her the sweet macaron one more time, and this time she hesitantly took it, calling him a strange old geezer for his bizarre behavior. She then asked if it hurt badly when he was beaten during the duel. Valeur admitted that yes, it hurt a lot, like a living hell, She followed up with another pressing question, wondering why he hadn't just given up if it was that excruciatingly painful. She pointed out that he was incredibly lucky to have unlocked his superpower during the fight. Otherwise, things could have ended very badly for him. He replied to her that during the heat of the duel, he felt so fiercely determined that he would have rather died than lose to that specific opponent. She was visibly taken aback by his intense words and warned him that if he approached every single duel with that mindset, it could very well lead to an early, painful death. Vallier admitted that he had gone to an extreme, but was incredibly thankful that he survived. Later in class, Vallier sat at his desk, attempting to jot down some notes, when Prince Virtus himself walked up to him. Virtus smiled and told Vallier that he was incredibly proud of him. He said he had never imagined Vallier could defeat anyone at the school, let alone a powerful third-year student. Vallier modestly replied that his victory was mostly pure luck, and that his superpower had just happened to awaken during the fight. As they continued their tense conversation, the very student Vallier had dueled entered the hushed classroom. The tension in the air rose as the student walked directly toward them. Vallier assumed the absolute worst and prepared himself for more trouble. But to his utter astonishment, the student bowed his head and sincerely apologized. He openly admitted his mistakes and apologized with genuine remorse. Vallier was completely taken aback. He had been expecting harsh, venomous words or even more conflict, but instead, he was met with a genuine, heartfelt apology. The student even vowed to never again use verbal abuse or violence against students from the lower years. Vallier, still reeling from the shock, formally acknowledged the apology. He even admitted that he now believed the student might not be so bad. After all, considering he possessed the courage to own up to his mistakes. Vallier explained that he only intervened in the first place because Ard, who was a dear friend of Radina's, couldn't stand to witness underclassmen being treated so very poorly. Vallier then stood and, in a calm voice, told the student that he was also sorry for causing all of this trouble, admitting his own role in escalating the situation. His classmates watched on in stunned surprise, completely taken aback by the sight of Vallier and his former foe, bowing and formally apologizing to one another. As the humbled student, Ard, finally turned away, Vallier thought he should also go and apologize to Radina, just to make everything completely right again. Shortly thereafter, Mr. Effenhauser paid a visit to Vallier's class, making his formal rounds to inform everyone about the upcoming glory ceremony, which was scheduled for the following week. He reminded them that this grand ceremony was a way to celebrate their past glorious victories. Normally, the entire temple would remain closed for a month during this festival, but due to their demanding curriculum, they would only receive a 5-day break. Despite this drastically shortened break, the students were absolutely thrilled. One of them joked that he felt like he was slowly dying from all of the grueling morning running drills the school forced them to endure. Vallier, too, smiled gently, secretly planning to use the break to visit Alaris, though he was still trying to figure out the best way to approach her. Just then, Mr. Effenhauser called out Vallier's name, shattering his train of thought. He announced that Vallier was to be excused from all class activities for the remainder of the day. Vallier's eyes widened in sheer surprise, as did those of all his curious classmates. Mr. Effenhauser gestured for Vallier to immediately follow him, leaving everyone behind curious and Vallier wondering what could possibly be so important that he was being pulled out of class. Vallier and Mr. Effenhauser sat beneath the bright, glaring sun on a simple wooden bench. The oppressive heat made the wait feel even longer, and Vallier glanced around, wondering who this mysterious person might be. Mr. Effenhauser had been frustratingly vague, only mentioning that someone important would be arriving shortly, without offering him any further specifics. To fill the heavy, awkward silence, they chatted. Effenhauser brought up a seemingly random, bizarre idea. Since the school possessed an all-mana source, they could use it to construct an indoor swimming pool that would stay perpetually warm during the cold winter months. He went on to explain how rainwater is collected for use in the existing outdoor pool, emphasizing its inherent practicality. Vallier listened, genuinely intrigued, but before he could even form a response, Effenhauser gave him a sharp, suspicious look and asked if he had any sinister ulterior motives for suggesting a swimming pool during the dead of winter. Vallier was caught completely off guard and immediately tried to clarify. Did Effenhauser really think he wanted swimming lessons during winter for his own selfish, personal reasons? Before Valier could fully defend himself, Effenhauser stood up abruptly and told him to keep waiting, then simply walked away. Moments later, a new figure appeared from behind him. It was a woman with a confident stride and sharp, intelligent eyes. Valier quickly realized she was one of the school's elite teachers, specifically assigned to help talented students control and develop their latent supernatural powers. The teacher introduced herself as the renowned Relandria. She smiled warmly, expressing her genuine happiness at seeing Valier finally awaken his dormant supernatural abilities. Together, they began a series of intense exercises to test and hone his new abilities. After observing his impressive progress, Relandria commended him for his incredible determination and focus. She told him how immensely proud she was that he now possessed the confidence to set ambitious goals for himself and work tirelessly to achieve them. Relandria then gave him a unique insight into his awesome power. She explained that if he could truly believe he was a world-class sprinter, and if he could genuinely convince himself of this fact, he could run faster than any other sprinter alive. She then encouraged him to put it to the test. Valier ran, pushing himself harder and faster than ever before, feeling the raw, untamed power coursing through his very veins. When he finally stopped, breathless and utterly exhausted, a part of him felt completely and totally exhilarated, but a sliver of doubt quickly crept back in. He began to think that perhaps this new power wasn't as great as it seemed, and a heavy sense of deep disappointment settled over him. Sensing his growing frustration, Relandria stepped in. She gently attempted to change his entire perspective. She shared why she so deeply admired his unique power, explaining that it possessed truly limitless potential, as long as he could continue to believe in himself. She urged him to fully accept and embrace it, reminding him that even powers that seem strange or burdensome can be forged into incredible, world-changing strengths. As the dark of night fell, Valier lay awake in his bed, unable to sleep. He replayed Relandria's powerful words in his mind, trying to make sense of everything that she had said to him. Just as he was completely lost in his thoughts, his phone buzzed. He answered the call, and a familiar voice, another student, asked him to meet with her. Immediately, Valier stepped out into the cool, dark night air, curious about why he had been summoned at this late hour. She greeted him and immediately asked how it felt to suddenly possess a superpower practically overnight. Valier simply replied that he was managing, though it was a lot for him to take in. She nodded thoughtfully, then posed another, more pointed question. She had heard that his superpower revolved around the concept of self-suggestion. Valier confirmed this fact with a quiet, hesitant yes, still completely unsure where this strange conversation was leading. They sat down together, surrounded by the dim, warm, lonely glow of a single streetlight. The silence between them stretched on as Valier's curiosity grew. Why call him out at this hour, when everyone else was fast asleep? Finally, she shattered the silence between them. She asked if it was true that, theoretically, he could find something, or even someone, if he could truly convince himself he knew where to look. Her pointed question left him momentarily, completely stunned. He hadn't even thought of using his power in such a specific way before. After a long pause, he admitted he wasn't sure if it would work like that, but that he would be willing to try. Before he could say anything more, she handed him a single sheet of paper. Valier took it and saw the haunting image of a young boy staring back at him. She explained that this was about Charlotte, who was desperate to find this missing child. Unlike her and the powerful Rotary Club, who possessed more time and vast resources, Charlotte was now being driven by a deep fear and a desperate urgency. Valier held the worn picture tightly, letting all of its details sink in as he crafted his supposed vision. He described a chilling scene to the student beside him. The boy, riding frantically on a horse through ancient, crumbling ruins, with a massive crowd of sinister pursuers closing in on him. Foul demons loomed nearby, adding to the sheer urgency of the terrible image. When he finally finished his tale, Valier stopped, claiming it was all that he could possibly sense for now. He hoped that this would finally end their conversation, but she grabbed his hand, hot tears now streaking down her face, and pleaded with him to try harder and to see more. Inside, Valier felt completely and totally trapped. He knew that he had already lied to her, spinning a false tale that had only fueled her desperate hopes. To continue down this treacherous path meant deepening his deception, and eventually causing her even more profound pain. Unsure of what else he could possibly do, he told her that he kept seeing the same haunting scene repeat itself, suggesting that his powers might still be far too weak. But her desperation did not wane in the slightest. Instead, she gripped his hand even tighter and begged to know if the boy was still alive. Weighed down by the heavy lie and the immense pressure of the moment, Yahello assured her that the child was indeed alive. His words brought her a visible, profound relief, and she finally mercifully released her iron grip. She bowed her head and began to sob, completely and totally uncontrollably. Yahello felt the crushing weight of his actions pressing down on him. He couldn't bear to see her in so much genuine pain, knowing that his false, empty reassurances were only delaying a potentially devastating truth. After a few long minutes, she finally managed to stop crying. She wiped her tear-streaked face, composing herself, and then asked Yahello not to tell a single soul about what had just happened. He nodded, fully understanding her urgent request, especially when she mentioned not wanting Virtus to use this information against her. Her expression then softened into a small, sad smile. As she explained why finding this boy was so very important to her, she revealed that he had saved her life when she was on the very brink of losing her sanity, in a hellish place of decay and utter despair, after suffering a crushing defeat. In that dark, hopeless moment, when she was ready to give up, it was that boy who helped her back to her feet, offering her gentle words of comfort, and reminding her that humanity had ultimately won the Great War. She continued, recalling how the boy tried to keep her calm, despite the truly terrible place they were trapped in, a place capable of shattering anyone's mind. He had confessed to her that he had lost all of his memories, and couldn't recall a single thing from his past life. Even in his own deep confusion and terror, he had still tried his best to console her. She smiled faintly, as she remembered how he had offered her a small, single piece of a cookie. From that very moment, she had made up her mind to help this boy regain his lost memories. She told Yahello that this is the reason she has been searching for him, because even if it's only to help him finally remember, she is determined to always be there for him. Yahello immediately questioned her decision, wondering if it was truly the right thing to do. He asked if it was truly necessary to help him remember, especially considering the unimaginable trauma he must have endured in the demon castle. He warned her that bringing back those painful, fragmented memories might only cause him even more suffering. Charlotte acknowledged his valid concerns, but insisted that it was something she and the boy would need to decide together if they ever met again. She pleaded, asking Yahello for his help to find him with everything he could. As she prepared to leave, she swore that if Yahello helped her find him, she would do anything in her considerable power to give him whatever he asked for. In return, her fierce determination caught Yahello off guard, and he tried his best to caution her, telling her that it might be dangerous to make such a reckless promise to someone like him. But Charlotte did not hesitate for a second, telling him she didn't care as she walked away with purpose. Yahello took a single step forward, but before he could go far, he heard a chilling voice behind him. He turned to find Prince Virtus standing there, watching him with a completely unreadable expression. Virtus remarked that Charlotte was still desperately searching for the boy. Clearly concerned, Virtus then spoke, his tone deceptively calm but carrying a heavy, underlying message. He expressed his hope that Yahello and Charlotte had been using the school's official Rotary Club to search for the boy, rather than trying to do it all on their own. Yahello instantly understood the true meaning behind his words. Stay in your lane, and do not cause any unnecessary trouble. He knew this was Virtus's way of reminding him not to overstep his bounds, to avoid drawing any unwanted attention, and to rely on the already established system, rather than daring to act independently. Yahello realized that Virtus had been watching him closely ever since he first joined the school, always keeping careful tabs on all of his actions. Yahello responded with extreme caution, telling Virtus that all he possessed was the boy's picture, and no concrete leads on where he might find him. He admitted that all of his efforts may be ultimately futile, but he said this not out of a sense of defeat, but to reassure Virtus that he wasn't doing anything rash or out of line. He didn't want to give the impression that he was becoming far too involved, which might draw some unwanted, dangerous scrutiny. Virtus then abruptly shifted the conversation, asking if Yahello knew who the boy was to Princess Charlotte. Yahello answered him truthfully, saying that he did not know. Virtus nodded, seemingly satisfied with this particular answer. He continued, saying that if Valier happened to see or hear anything about the boy. Before he did, he should let him know about it immediately. As he started to finally walk away, he turned back one last time, his eyes narrowing slightly. He asked Valier if he was running from the infamous Thieves Guild leader, a question that caught Valier completely and totally off guard. Valier quickly and vehemently denied it, insisting that he had never been involved with the Thieves Guild. Virtus smirked, almost as if he was finding the situation amusing, but his next words carried a sharp hint of disdain. He told Valier that it was a shame he was only with the Rotary Club, as though it were a less respectable or less powerful affiliation. Valier stood there, still processing Virtus's chilling words. The remark about the infamous Thieves Guild leader lingered in his mind. Virtus's statement, saying that even if crime is swept off the streets, it will always find its way down to the sewers, left Valier feeling more confused and unsettled than ever before. He couldn't fully grasp what Virtus truly meant by that, but the comment carried a heavy sense of grim inevitability, as if the dark underworld will always find a way to resurface, no matter how hard society tries to completely erase. Virtus then made his true point crystal clear, suggesting that someone like Valier, with his immense potential and power, could one day rise to become the powerful leader of the Thieves Guild. Valier could harness all of his abilities in a way that could grant him immense power and influence. The chilling suggestion caught Valier completely and totally off guard. He was surprised and utterly taken aback by the very notion, never imagining that Prince Virtus would see him in that dark light. The very idea of leading a powerful criminal organization did not sit comfortably with him at all. But Virtus's words lingered like a poison in the back of his mind. The final school day came to a close, marking the start of the Glory Festival the next day. The students were excited and more than ready to go home, looking forward to the much-needed break. As Valier walked through the vast, empty school grounds, he ran into Rudina, who suggested that he might come for some light training during the break. Valier, still completely preoccupied with his thoughts about Virtus's words, told her that he planned to sleep all through the break, but that he would train before finally going home today. They exchanged their brief goodbyes, and Valier headed off towards the training field. As he trained, however, his focus was not on the strenuous exercises or improving his skills. Instead, his mind kept returning to Virtus's cryptic words about one day becoming the leader of the Thieves Guild. Valier could hardly believe the chilling conversation he had just had with Virtus. To think that someone so incredibly close to the throne, someone in such a high position of immense power, would speak so very casually about such dark, sinister matters. Virtus's words echoed endlessly in his mind, and though Valier was deeply shocked by everything that had been said, Virtus seemed to believe that Valier had probably already considered such ideas himself. It was an incredibly unsettling thought, but the more Valier thought about it, the more he began to realize that Virtus might actually have a point. The suggestion that Valier could, one day, lead the powerful Thieves Guild wasn't just an empty statement. It felt more like a carefully calculated, cold observation. During the break, as Valier trained alongside Ellen, he found himself completely unable to focus his mind. His thoughts kept drifting back to his conversation with Prince Virtus. Ellen had to remind him to concentrate more than 3 separate times, but despite her best efforts, Valier was simply far too distracted. Finally, he admitted that he was too tired to possibly continue. He knew it wasn't just physical exhaustion that was affecting him now. It was the immense weight of Virtus's words that kept circling in his thoughts, completely clouding his focus. As Ellen continued with her swordsmanship training, Valier decided to take a much-needed break. He headed straight to the kitchen to make some sandwiches for her, knowing she would be ravenously hungry after her intense training session. But when he arrived, he was absolutely shocked by what he saw. Ellen was lying on the cold floor, completely unconscious. Ellen lies in her infirmary bed, her body still terribly weak, but her mind is now drifting into a distant dream. In her dream, she is a small child once again, crying desperately as she tells someone named Reagan not to go, pleading with him not to leave her for the great battle. Her small voice trembles with fear, and hot tears fall as Reagan walks away, leaving her all alone. The immense pain of that memory feels all too real, but suddenly, everything fades to white, and she slowly opens her eyes. The very first thing Ellen sees when she awakens is Valier, sitting quietly by her side. He feels a powerful wave of immense relief wash over him when her eyes flutter open, so grateful that she is finally conscious once again. She looks confused for a brief moment, her gaze completely unfocused, before she asks where she is. Valor answers her gently, telling her that she is in the infirmary, as he adds that she should really try not to pass out like that again. The nurse, who had been standing quietly nearby, chimes in with her own thoughts. She tells Ellen that she is incredibly lucky Valor found her when he did, as the situation could have turned much more serious if he hadn't carried her all the way to the infirmary so quickly. Ellen, still feeling quite groggy, glances at Valor, surprised by what the nurse says next. The nurse mentions how Valor had personally carried her on his back all the way here, shouting desperately for help and making sure she got medical attention right away. Valor, hearing this high praise, becomes incredibly flustered. His face flushes with a deep embarrassment as he shyly looks away, not at all sure how to react to the nurse's kind words. As the nurse leaves the quiet room, she calls out one last, final piece of advice to Ellen, telling her not to train like she's trying to die ever again. With a slight, knowing smile, the nurse finally exits, leaving the two of them all alone. Valor turns his attention back to Ellen, his voice laced with a deep concern as he asks her what happened. Ellen hesitates for a long moment before finally answering, her voice soft as she recalls what took place while she was practicing. She had lost her balance and hit her head hard against the wooden training dummy she had been using. The forceful impact had been hard enough to knock her completely out, leading to her fainting. She mentions the strong possibility of a concussion, and Valor's face grows more serious as the grim realization finally hits him. He had just single-handedly saved her life. He presses her to finally admit it, and she reluctantly, quietly agrees, knowing deep down that he's right. Valor's tone softens as he tells her to get out of bed. The nurse has already performed a powerful healing spell on her, meaning she should be well enough to move around again now. He heads toward the door, suggesting that she get herself dressed, so they can go home and finally enjoy the sandwiches he made for her. Ellen watches him go, still a little amazed by his recent behavior. She never, ever expected Valor to be so genuinely caring, especially after everything that has happened between them. It's a side of him that she has never seen before, and she feels a strange warmth blooming in her chest at his thoughtful gesture. However, as Valor turns to finally leave, he pauses and looks back at her with a worried expression. Ellen tells him she plans to take a bath right here in the infirmary. Before they leave, Valor, more concerned about the time, objects, reminding her that, if she takes a bath right now, they'll be running the serious risk of getting caught by the dreaded curfew. Valor, feeling a bit awkward and out of place, tries to push aside any lingering doubts as he stands in the room, waiting for Ellen. This is his first time ever inside her room, and he tells himself that there's absolutely nothing to be worried about. After all, Ellen is still much younger than him, and he's confident that nothing inappropriate will happen between them. Still, he can't help but feel a bit out of place as he looks around. The room is incredibly, sparsely furnished, just a single suitcase and some workout equipment scattered around the space. The steady rain outside taps gently against the large window, adding to the quiet, lonely ambience. As he waits, he does his very best to convince himself that it's not a big deal at all to be in a private room with someone of the opposite gender. The silence is finally broken as Ellen emerges, her presence revitalized after her restorative bath. A subtle sigh of relief escapes Valor's lips, and he offers the sandwiches he'd made just for her. But as they eat, Valor perceives she is adrift in a sea of contemplation. Her typical, vibrant spirit has vanished, overshadowed by a profound and silent gravity. He attempts to gently pierce the veil of her worry, telling her not to be so burdened. He reminds her that it is a universal trial for anyone to feel adrift or uncertain. At times, this is merely a chapter in one's life. Everyone confronts these moments of despair, these instances where they feel utterly powerless. Ellen's gaze lifts to meet his, her eyes searching his as if weighing his very soul, before she poses a question that leaves Valor utterly stunned. She asks if he possessed the will to save the world, even if the price was his own ultimate sacrifice. The query hangs heavy in the charged atmosphere, and Valor senses an immense, unspoken weight behind. Ellen was not speaking of saving the world in some abstract way. A chilling, visceral fear of death laced her every word. It was as if she saw death as the final, absolute abyss, a permanent oblivion from which no one could ever return. The gravity of Ellen's words presses down upon Valor's very soul. As she begins to speak of her own beloved brother, he could feel the raw, untamed agony in her voice, a tempest of pride for the hero the world celebrated, and the deep rage and sorrow for the sister he had abandoned. For the masses, Regan was a legendary champion who gave his life to save humanity. But in Ellen's heart, he was the brother who chose to leave her behind, the one who strode into oblivion without a single glance back. Valier could comprehend her inner turmoil, but he also knew that it was truly impossible to judge how a soul would react in such a monumental crisis, unless they had faced that same crucible themselves. He attempted to offer her a neutral viewpoint, explaining that no one can truly declare what they would do, unless confronted with that very same dire choice. He did not want to appear as if he was dismissing her pain, but he couldn't dare to feign understanding of Regan's ultimate sacrifice. It is then that Ellen unveils a secret Valier had not grasped until now, the mysterious case that had initially piqued his curiosity. She moves toward it, unveiling its contents, beckoning him over to witness the revelation. As Valier draws near, his breath catches in his throat at the sight. Within the case rests a sword unlike any he had ever laid eyes upon. It pulsed with an ethereal energy, its design utterly otherworldly. This was a blade that was forged from pure tears, the physical manifestation of sorrow and ultimate sacrifice. Instantly, Valier recognized its true nature. He identified the legendary sword known as Lament. That name alone sent a cold shiver down his spine. This was no mere weapon of mortal make. It was the legendary blade of the hero Regan. Ellen's departed brother, Regan, was a fabled warrior who wielded two mythic swords. The first was called ALS Bringer, rumored to be a divine gift bestowed by the very god of war, and the other, Lament, was said to be forged by the moon goddess, Menses, herself. Lament was an exceedingly rare and sacred artifact, a weapon that could only be mastered by one of immense talent and power. Valier knew then that Ellen must have inherited more than just the blade, but also the godlike power that resonated within it. This weapon was far more than just some family relic. It stood as a monument to her brother's enduring legacy, a constant physical reminder of his sacrifice. And now, its immense power was hers to command. Valier finally understood that it was from this very sword that Ellen had cultivated her unbelievable combat abilities. It was no mystery now why she was as formidable as she was. The soul of Lament had forged her into an undeniable powerhouse. A faint but genuine smile graces Ellen's lips. She expresses her gratitude for him saving her life earlier. And as she utters those words, something miraculous occurs. An achievement materializes before Valor's very eyes. A reward for finally comprehending Ellen's true identity, for truly understanding the crushing weight of her past. A system notification flashes brightly on his screen, announcing he has acquired 500 achievement points for unraveling the profound mystery of Ellen's legacy. At the crack of dawn, Valier awakens and dons a red tunic, readying himself for a journey to the Aligar district during his break. He navigates through the bustling, chaotic streets, at long last reaching the familiar storefront of Alaris. The moment she lays eyes on him, Alaris's deep concern is palpable as she rushes to his side. Though she vehemently insists it's too perilous for him to be there, Valier placidly retorts that he has already navigated many treacherous alleyways to reach her, and he fully plans to remain there until the recess has concluded. However, as Valier takes note of Alaris's visible restlessness, it becomes painfully obvious that a great weight is troubling her. She confesses that after his last visit here, calamity followed when dangerous people traced him back to her establishment, all because of a particular scroll she had been offering for sale. Alaris elaborates, her voice now laced with a palpable fear, while Valier confirms whether these people are truly hunting him. She confirms his fears with a nod, clarifying that while they don't seem suspicious of her directly, they have been surveilling every shop he entered that fateful day, her own included. Her voice trembles with nervous energy as she asks if he truly did steal that fireball scroll from a store. Valier's blood boils at the outrageous accusation, and he answers sharply that it came from Mr. Borton's shop. His mind instantly pieces together who must have planted this false rumor. With a dawning, terrible realization, He reveals to Alaris that it was the man who commissioned the task, the one who promised payment if he could replicate the scroll, and make his forgery appear identical to the original for resale. Valier explains he had absolutely no intention of purloining the scroll, but had been deceived into believing the entire job was legitimate. Alaris absorbs his explanation, and once he's finished speaking, she gives him her full support, affirming Valier made the correct decision by teaching that treacherous man a painful lesson. Valier clarifies that the man had all but forced the scroll upon him, ignoring his desire to simply rest during the school break. He confesses that despite his attempts to decline the job, he had been cornered and pressured into finally taking it. When he inquires if the other club members are safe, she replies with a shroud of uncertainty, stating that no official word has been passed down yet. Alaris then suggests that it would be wise for their Rotary Club to convene a meeting soon, to bring everyone up to speed on this dire situation. Valier concurs, and they resolve to visit the club the very next day. That evening, as Valier lies awake attempting to find sleep, he sees Alaris gazing pensively out of the window. Completely lost in her thoughts, she abruptly asks him if he genuinely believes that some humans are superior to others. She offers her own bleak perspective, saying that while humanity prospers, they are simultaneously waging endless wars and slaughtering each other, all under the false banner of progress. Valier, still reclining on his bed, sits upright and asks what has driven her to speak in this manner. He questions if some terrible tragedy has occurred, but Alaris skillfully deflects his question, telling him only that he will understand everything tomorrow. The next morning, they traverse the familiar, winding alleyway together. Just as they finally arrive at their destination, the young boy dashes towards Valier and embraces him fiercely, overjoyed and bursting with excitement, having learned that Valier had finally awakened his superpower. When they ask him how his life at the temple has been, Valier replies with biting sarcasm, saying it feels like he is constantly on the verge of dying from pure bliss. The others instantly grasp the dark, hidden meaning of his response. He then divulges some details about his recent experiences, including a perilous duel he had recently fought. The group is stunned, and the others begin to praise his bravery, commending him for his fighting spirit. However, Alaris immediately voices her profound concern, convinced that it was Valor's unchecked rage that ignited the conflict. She reminds him, as she has tirelessly advised him before, that if he fails to learn how to master his temper, it will surely unleash a cataclysm they cannot hope to control. Alaris's mounting frustration becomes evident, as she berates him for his failure to maintain a low profile. But Valier cuts her off abruptly, demanding to know what it was she was meant to reveal to him today. A heavy silence descends upon the group, a shared reluctance to speak. At last, the young boy among them breaks the tension. He reveals that during the recent Glory Festival, they discovered that demons were being illegally captured and trafficked within the capital's insidious black market. Valier is completely staggered by this horrific revelation, as the last he had been told, all those who engaged in such vile activities were executed after the Great War. Valier demands to know why the demon prisoners of war are being sold on the black market. In the first place, one of the others explains, stating that it's a twisted curiosity driving this desire to collect them. Valier is consumed by rage, unable to fathom what he is hearing. Humans are collecting demons like exotic pets, separating orcs and goblins, and focusing their twisted desires solely on demons. They tell him succubi, a specific type of demon, are now the most trafficked race. The justification for collecting them, they explain with disgust, is because of their human-like appearance. What stuns Valier even more is that these particular demons, who are infamous for their nature of consuming humans, especially their internal organs, are now being specifically targeted. Alaris adds that while it is true succubi devour humans, they can allegedly be brainwashed to suppress this behavior, and if that fails, horrific surgeries can be performed on them, a fate similar to what is done with incubi. Valor, still reeling from the shock, asks what their plan of action is now. Looking at the determined group, it is clear they intend to save the prisoners. They confirm they do, but there is a great hesitation. If they make a move and fail, it could expose their entire operation, including failure. He sees that despite the minuscule odds of success, they have made it their paramount mission to rescue the demon prisoners. It's undeniable that they are all looking to him now to lead the charge in liberating their people from a life of horrific slavery. But the terrifying truth is that Failure isn't even a true demon. He is merely a middle-aged man from another world, now saddled with an impossible mission to save these prisoners. Putting his very own life on the line, feels as if they are asking him to single-handedly rebuild the entire demon race, to restore it to what it once was in the days of old. Lost in a storm of thought, unsure of what to do or what to even say, Failure sits paralyzed, the monumental weight of their hopes pressing down on him. The group watches him with bated breath, all awaiting his crucial decision. Alaris, sensing his immense internal conflict, draws closer, apologizing for revealing this all so suddenly, and for putting him in such an impossible position. Failure, still completely overwhelmed by it all, just mutters that he cannot believe he hasn't had a single peaceful night's sleep in ages. Before anyone can truly process what he has just said, Failure rises from the chair he had been occupying, his unshakable resolve finally taking form. He declares that since they are fully committed to saving their brethren, he will join them in this perilous endeavor. The group is utterly stunned by his abrupt declaration, astonished by his readiness to undertake such a dangerous quest. They are all profoundly moved by Valor's willingness to take command. Immediately, despite the immense danger that lies ahead, Alaris is the first one to find her voice, outlining the crucial steps required for the mission's success. She clarifies that to make any significant headway, they must acquire 3 vital pieces of critical intelligence. First, the exact location where the demons are being held captive. Second, the total number of demons currently imprisoned. And third, the precise level of security surrounding their captors. The second male member of the group, who had been completely silent until this very moment, comes forward to contribute his own valuable insight. He concedes that it is unbelievably challenging to acquire dependable information regarding the clandestine black market, but luckily, he maintains a few trustworthy contacts who can provide the intel they need. These particular contacts are deeply connected to the nobility, which makes them an absolutely perfect source for this information, given that the black market's operations are primarily orchestrated and controlled by the corrupt upper class. Failure, still trying to process all this new, shocking information, asks how they can possibly learn about the individuals who are commanding this black market operation. The male member reveals a shocking truth, that this vile operation is actually a joint venture between the Imperial Army's own guards and the depraved nobles. They have constructed a secret prison exclusively for the demons, a hidden place far removed from the public's watchful eye. Failure is absolutely astounded by this news, asking if someone high up within the Imperial Army could be complicit. The male member admits that if a high-ranking officer is indeed commanding the operation, those serving beneath him might be completely oblivious to what is truly occurring. Failure's mind races, grappling with the dark implications. He questions whether the imperial family themselves could be ignorant of this. Alaris and the others share a brief, knowing glance before she answers. She carefully explains that, while it's conceivable the imperial family is truly unaware, it is not at all unlikely that certain powerful, high-ranking officials within the greater empire are either directly complicit or are, at the very least, turning a blind eye to this atrocity. The empire is an immense, sprawling entity, and those in great power often harbor their own secret agendas, making it frighteningly easy for such activities to remain hidden, especially when such powerful and influential figures are involved. He tells the group with firm conviction that their current plan is doomed, and that they must immediately formulate an alternative strategy. He also begins to wonder if there could be powerful mages involved in capturing the demons, mages possessing abilities that could thwart any rescue attempt. His frustration mounts as he considers the possibility of anti-magic fields which could render their entire team powerless. Feeling more and more helpless with each passing dreadful second, Alaris listens intently to his grave concerns, then proposes an entirely different approach. She warns that they must not attempt to liberate the prisoners. When the black market officially opens for its auction, the security will be at its absolute peak at that time, with the captured demons being sold off to the highest bidder. Instead of this, She suggests that they must strike earlier, before the auction ever begins. She explains the security forces will be significantly weaker before the event, during the time when the demons are still being held and are unaccounted for. The moment they are sold, the demons will belong to private owners, and orchestrating an escape will become infinitely more difficult, as their new masters will have absolute and total control over them. If they launch their attack before the auction, while the demons are still contained in one location, they'll have a much greater chance of liberating them. Without confronting an overwhelming and unbeatable force, the group unanimously agrees to this new plan, fully aware of how challenging and perilous it will be. They all understand that the most effective way to save the demons is to strike before the accursed auction ever commences, while they are still held in their wretched captivity. However, Valier is acutely aware that even if they wish to save the demons, there's a monumental risk tied to this course of action. The moment they begin to liberate the prisoners, word will spread like wildfire, and it won't be long before the nobles fortify their grip and security forces all around the insidious black market. The chilling thought of the empire itself getting involved troubles him even more, as the repercussions of any imperial intervention could utterly jeopardize the entire rescue operation. He knows with certainty that if the imperial family learns of this, it will trigger a massive, uncontrollable uproar. This alone could spell the end of their plan before it ever truly begins. Sarkagar and Lawyer, the other two demons integral to the plan, are also steadfast and willing to move forward, even though they fully comprehend the monumental risks. Despite Valier's own personal reservations, the sheer urgency of this desperate situation is undeniable. He starts to think more strategically about how they can achieve this. As he weighs their limited options, he realizes it is highly improbable they can extract all the prisoners at once, without drawing an immense amount of attention. But then Alaris presents a possible game-changing solution. She proposes that she could teleport all the demons out. However, it will require approximately half an hour for her to prepare the complex spell. Valier listens with intense focus, realizing that this might be their one and only chance to get the demons out. Completely undetected, Alaris informs him that she could teleport around 20 to 50 demons in a single cast, which grants them a degree of flexibility. However, Valor knows that even with Alaris's incredible magic, they cannot hope to rescue every single demon in one go. So he begins to formulate a way to create a massive diversion, something that will make it far easier for them to extract the prisoners without being discovered. An idea begins to form in his mind, and he quickly shares it with the entire group. They have to make the clandestine auction public. If they can somehow leak information to the people about the auction and expose the corrupt nobles who are secretly behind it, it could make things exponentially more difficult for the black market traders, and potentially force the nobles to completely back away. Though Alaris warns that spreading such a rumor is highly illegal, and could result in the most severe of consequences, Valier firmly believes that it is a risk they must take. If the nobles are exposed as being involved in the trafficking of demons, the resulting public outrage could exert immense pressure on them, potentially compelling them to shut the entire operation down, or, at the very least, relax their tight security measures. The group is feeling the immense pressure as they continue to debate and refine their desperate plan. Valier knows that leaking the rumor about the nobles' involvement in the heinous black market trade will ignite massive chaos if the public discovers the truth. Widespread riots will surely erupt, and the nobles will lose their power. Alaris expresses her fear about what might happen if the imperial army mobilizes to suppress these riots. Valier reassures her that the army will not do much. He explains to her that the powerful holy knights, who serve the will of the church, are far too mighty for the imperial army to ever challenge. Should the empire attempt to violently crush the riots, it would undoubtedly enrage the powerful holy house, a risk the empire simply cannot afford to take. Valier is convinced the only way the empire can resolve the crisis is to surrender the prisoners directly to the holy knights. The holy house may demand a formal apology from the imperial family, but they certainly won't take any immediate action. Valor believes this delay gives them a window of opportunity. society. While the prisoners are being officially transferred, Alaris and the others listen with rapt attention. They are fully aware that once the Holy Knights are involved, their plan becomes exponentially more complicated, but they also know it may be their only hope to save the captives. Valier proposes that as the prisoners are being moved, they can use their magic to teleport them from the area before anyone realizes what has happened. The plan is far from perfect, with many risks, but it is the best strategy they have. By involving the Holy Knights, they aim to rescue the prisoners without the immediate threat of execution. Valier is certain that, if they time everything perfectly, they can extract the demons safely and evade being captured. With the insidious rumors already beginning to circulate, the group knows that they must act with extreme haste. If they can successfully involve the Holy Knights and expose the dark truth behind the black market, they might just have a chance to liberate the prisoners and shield themselves from the inevitable deadly consequences. Valier is aware some prisoners may tragically lose their lives, but since they are left with no other choice, he commits to it. Lawyer suggests warp gates are a better option. She understands his plan but believes warp gates are their superior choice. Valor reminds her they'll need one on the Road of the Knights Templar. Sarkaga reveals many exist within the capital, and Alaris adds there is a very high probability the gates will be active during the prisoner transportation. So the old man suggests they can intervene and create a diversion, giving the prisoners a crucial window to escape. They can then make their own escape later, and have Alaris destroy the gate so they cannot be pursued. A confident smile spreads across the protagonist's face as he grasps the plan. As the situation suddenly appears achievable for him, Lawyer and Alaris accept the responsibility of distracting the soldiers, so Sarkager decides he will infiltrate the army undercover. Valier believes this is a truly flawless plan if they can execute, but he doesn't dwell on it, since he can use revise at night. Alaris embraces our boy tightly and expresses her gratitude. Even though Valor isn't contributing a great deal, she is just thankful he agreed to such a perilous plan. He reminds her, however, there is a strong possibility someone will be injured during the mission. She is aware of this, and confides in him that she regrets killing people her whole life. She is absolutely sick and tired of the violence, so she reassures him not to worry about her so much. Several weeks pass, and the Grand Victory Festival finally commences. On this day, the people are filled with excitement and joy. Our protagonist is scheduled to initiate the rescue operation. He surveils the merchant guild where all the prisoners are being held captive. The boy reaffirms their one and only objective, to save the prisoners. Therefore, they must begin their move before the auction officially starts. From the intelligence that he has managed to gather, Valier knows there are approximately 100 prisoners, and the black market they are about to dismantle is in the Mapo district. Since their goal is to somehow expose its very existence, Valier and his dedicated team have devised two possible methods. They could either disseminate a detailed letter or spread vicious rumors, but it is incredibly difficult to pinpoint the location with mere rumors, so they have chosen to proceed with the very first method. They have dispatched a letter to the headquarters of the Knights Templar. Their gambit worked, and the Knights are now en route to the black market. Alaris praises the usefulness of invisibility, but Valier quickly reminds her they could still be discovered if someone with heightened senses detects them, so it is crucial that they remain extremely cautious. Lawyer spots the Knights rapidly approaching, which startles her as they were not expecting them to show up today. She explains the critical situation, and informs them the Knights are finally making their move. While another procession is heading toward the main street, Valier surmises they are trying to maintain a low profile, even though this kind of behavior is highly unusual for the Knights. He guesses they are trying to preserve the Empire's honor. Lawyer overhears the Knights clashing with the guards. They are demanding to search the guild to verify if the allegations are false. The guards immediately start to show hesitation, while Lawyer continues to observe the unfolding events, but she realizes the guards are putting up a desperate struggle. The Knights abandon any pretense of kindness and draw their swords to intimidate the guards into submission. Lawyer relays everything she has seen to her master, so Valor rises to unleash his hidden powers. He knows the Knights are dangerously unpredictable and might execute the prisoners the moment they gain entry, so he decides to be cautious and attempts to use his ability. But the system indicates his revise function is useless in this scenario, which sends a jolt jolt of shock through our boy. He begins to sweat profusely, realizing there is no way to prevent the prisoner's execution, and desperately questions if the knights have no other option available, besides simply killing them all. Valier begins to go mad just from the thought of it all, but Alaris pulls him back to his senses and asks what is wrong. He points out the grim possibility, but Lawyer quickly informs them that the knights are now emerging. Valier sticks with their original plan, believing that it still might succeed. He knows the knights need some kind of evidence to challenge the Empire, so he's fairly certain they won't kill anyone. But he is still unable to contain his overwhelming anxiety. Despite all of his fears, Valier sees the prisoners are emerging without so much as a single scratch. Alaris is immensely relieved that everything went according to plan. The protagonist finally grasps why his powers had failed him. Just now, he concludes the outcome perfectly matched what he desired, so there was absolutely nothing to alter. He starts to thank the heavens for the smoothness of it all. Lawyer believes they must start moving immediately, so they begin to rush toward the gate to assist Sarkegger. Valier overhears a few of the knights chatting about sharing the prisoners with the guild, simply because the other allied forces are engaging in the same practice. He and his entire team feel disgusted hearing this. The protagonist never imagined the knights would behave in this manner. He finally understands their true nature, and deduces they cannot be trusted with anything at all. He recalls a previous interaction and feels relief that things didn't go south. Despite the knights' completely unexpected behavior, Lawyer announces they are almost there, and that they must hurry before the knights can catch up. While they attempt to contact Sarkegger, the knight commander orders his entire unit to halt. He has somehow detected Valier and the others, so he commands the knights to rapidly pursue them. The protagonist is completely taken aback, but Alaris urges him to hurry up immediately. The leader pinpoints their exact location, and bellows for Valor to stop cowering behind his invisibility magic. With no time left to hesitate, our boy activates his revised skill, and commands Alaris to just proceed with mass teleportation. But he is shocked to see raging flames erupt everywhere. Alaris begins to go all out to distract the knights. The intense flames compel the knights to take a step back. They are stunned by the immense power and wonder who is behind it. Watching them struggle, Valier remembers their plan, and starts to question Alaris's true intentions, seeing her unleash such overwhelming frustration. He makes a mental note to never get on her bad side. The knight's leader calms everyone and prepares a counterattack, but a terrifying scream freezes all of them in their tracks. Lawyer, now in her terrifying true form, materializes and charges at them to attack. Alaris guides the prisoners towards the awaiting warp gate. The knights catch on to their strategy and unleash their true power. Witnessing their terrifying real power, Valor wonders if he is facing highly experienced knights. Observing how they just reacted, he doubts his team can possibly win with so many knights attacking. So the protagonist decides to summon something. Suddenly, the knights hear a roar and break formation to survive. From out of thin air, a colossal dragon appears before them in the Daratani's forest. Alaris quickly counts the prisoners and confirms everyone is safe. He thanks Sarkegger for his epic transformation into a dragon to scatter their foes. A wave of relief washes over him, thankful everyone survived. He then seizes the moment, revealing he is the son of their fallen king. Since his father has perished, they can now call him by his name, Valier. Upon hearing his true name, the former prisoners fall to their knees, utterly relieved their prince is alive. But a mysterious girl questions if he truly is the long-lost king's son. Sarkegger instantly recognizes her as the revered princess. The pink-haired girl steps forth, catching our hero completely by surprise. The two of them sit down to talk, and she quickly learns he cannot recall who he once was. He apologizes, admitting he doesn't know the history between them, but she simply thanks the boy for having rescued her life, finding it incredibly difficult to look at him directly in the eyes. She feels an overwhelming joy that he's alive. Meanwhile, the protagonist wonders why she is behaving so strangely. He surmises they must not have been very close before all this, but Valier possesses no desire whatsoever to recover his lost memories. He apologizes to her again, but she gets flustered and her tongue slips. Valier finds this a bit hard to process, but he assumes that she probably used to bully him. The princess anxiously tries to deny and dismiss his claim, but his assumption solidifies into certainty seeing her reaction. Valier and Eri were actually close friends during their childhood. She is the daughter of the formidable succubus queen, one of the 4 heavenly kings of the demon realm, and because of her high status, she would often discipline Valier whenever he misbehaved as a child. He used to be terrified but then started teasing her. When he officially became the heir to the throne, their entire relationship was a complicated, tangled mess. The kings fell in the Great War and Eri was also captured as a prisoner. After that, our protagonist rescued her from out of nowhere. He now understands why she's acting with such embarrassment, but he reassures her not to be concerned about their past, as he believes any beatings he received were well-deserved. But she begins to act strangely once more, which makes him seriously question his own childhood. He starts to wonder how powerful she truly is, as he heard a terrible incident occurred while they were in prison. She shows him the shattered remnants of her horn, which leaves him utterly and completely speechless. The young princess starts to tear up and continues her tragic story, sharing that the humans also destroyed her very capacity to wield magic as well, so now she is entirely and hopelessly useless. She's overjoyed he saved her, but with tears streaming down, she disappointedly tells the boy there is now nothing she can do to ever repay his kindness. She keeps repeating that she is so sorry, but Valier clarifies he doesn't care about any of that, so they have no reason to apologize for her condition. He permits them to journey back to the Dark Lands, and assures Eri there is no need to do anything more. He gently pats her head and praises her for all she endured. After some time, with the exception of 10 demons, all the rest decide it is time to head back home. Valier wonders what they are planning to accomplish, so Eri explains she desires to remain in the Empire to be useful. She is fully aware that she has no powers left, but because she is of royal blood, she feels a duty to continue the fight. The other remaining demons agree with her. She believes they can still somehow contribute with their bodies. Since money is essential for their survival, it can even help them overpower the entire human realm. She proposes they should establish a business and earn money, but the protagonist is completely stunned to hear all of this. She is certain her grand plan can help them rebuild the demon realm, or possibly even destroy the human realm with enough capital. But despite having to admit her plan shows great promise, Valor reminds her they need money just to start such a venture. But she assures him not to worry, as she has a shocking plan. The princess suggests he should sell them all as slaves, to acquire enough capital to launch their new business with. The protagonist becomes absolutely and utterly enraged, and he screams at her to cut her insane bullcrap. In a fury, he reminds her he nearly died just to save their lives, and now she suddenly wishes to become a slave all over again. He declares her idea is complete and utter bullshit, but the girl weeps, as she cannot think of any other way. She doubts there is another viable path to acquire money, and believes if this path leads them toward their goals, then she doesn't mind sacrificing her own self-respect. He screams at her to just shut her mouth, but the demons fall to their knees and plead with him to accept. Eri informs him that if he refuses to sell her, she will simply become a prostitute and send him money each month. But our innocent protagonist cannot fathom why. She continues to propose such vile and terrible crap. He makes it unequivocally clear that he would rather kill himself than ever touch money that has been earned like this. He sees absolutely no reason to revive the demon realm, and suggests she should just go out and find a job. Noticing her completely bewildered expression, he permits them to do whatever they want, as long as they are not selling their own bodies. He suggests a few occupations and orders them to scatter into rural areas. Alaris knows of the perfect island destination for them, and believes no one there will recognize them as demons, because the local population there is quite substantial. Valier continues to convince her further, so the princess finally agrees, and she promises she will do her absolute best to be useful. He orders her to contact him if anything goes south. Alaris then suggests that he should head back as well, since the situation is about to get more tense in the capital. The next day, the teacher forbids every student from setting one foot outside of the Academy's protective walls. He explains that a terrorist attack, led by demons, occurred last night. While no one perished, the locals saw a great wave of fire in the sky, so the entire capital city is now gripped by fear. That is why such a lengthy festival ended in just a few days this year, and Valier is the cause behind all of this. the very festival they were meant to be celebrating, after the destruction of the entire demon realm, was wrecked by demons right in the middle of it all. The truth of the insidious slave markets came to light, completely shattering the Empire's pristine honor. The protagonist receives achievement points for this chaos. While at school, he overhears other students talking about the demons. They sound terrified since the new situation makes it seem like their war with the demons is far from over. Somewhere else, Valor begins his daily training with Ellen. She wonders why the demons would confront the Holy Knights, but our boy has absolutely nothing he can say. He just silently hopes she will hold back a little more. She thinks that since the demons expended so much effort, it's difficult to believe they wouldn't attack a different location instead. Valor rises as he observes the girl deep in contemplation. He wonders if she's starting to assume the demons are intelligent beings. He calls her neutral and anticipates her reaching a conclusion very soon. Suddenly, the protagonist reflects on his recent actions and realizes he has no right to even call himself a human. After the attack, he's not even qualified to call himself a demon, since he trains alongside humans on a daily basis as well. He's hit by an existential crisis and starts to question his very reality. But Ellen snaps at him to get up and continue their training. He feels immense frustration and points out they train every single day. Frankly, he is sick and tired of all of it. He suggests they should strike a better life balance, and perhaps go outside to live their lives a little bit more. She instantly rejects the idea and tells him he can leave, but the stubborn protagonist grabs hold of her arm, and orders her to just come along and follow him. She starts to blush as Valor invites her to get some food together. Ellen innocently states she doesn't actually like chunggukjang. The only reason she ate it was because she was starving, so Valor decides they will get something different this time. She recalls what transpired during their last outing, and secretly wishes she could eat some meat this time. A few hours later, Valor's entire wallet is completely empty. It is hard for him to accept that she can eat 5 steaks at once. He feels frustrated and reminds her the dessert is on her. So the girl agrees as they both stroll toward the dessert shops. They happen to encounter Radina practicing with her bow. She becomes embarrassed and accidentally aims toward the protagonist. He wonders why on earth she is practicing all alone. But the girl retorts with a question, asking what he's up to. Our boy cheekily begins to mock her lackluster shooting skills, but Radina just angrily orders him to leave her alone. He decides to help her since he couldn't apologize properly earlier. Valor assures her she can let him handle it with cocky confidence, so she points toward the grand prize that she desires. Valor tries to convince himself that he is a hidden genius, but he pathetically loses and only gets a tiny prize. Radina looks incredibly disappointed. But our boy decides to try it one more time, and reminds her he never promised he would win it himself. He then pushes Ellen forward to do the job for him, so she wins the desired gift without any visible effort. He is truly surprised by her incredible hidden skills, and learns she has never really used bows much before this. Valor finds her vast talents absolutely astonishing. Radina feels embarrassed, but Ellen hands her the prize, making the young girl extremely happy and excited. With a joyful expression, Radina calls Ellen a great kid, but our boy reminds her that he's the one who paid for it. Radina then mocks his own pathetic archery skills, so he snatches the plushie to tease her even further. At a fancy restaurant, Radina wonders why he's only drinking black tea. He shares that he does not particularly like sweets, but he still wanted to treat them since they find sweets so tasty. Radina suddenly gets angry and offended by his words, but he decides to formally apologize for what happened before. She seems not to care, since he already won their duel. She thinks he is not very likable, but far better than the senior who forced her into everything. Valor then asks about her age, and is shocked when he learns she is only 15 years old. He wonders how she possibly managed to achieve that, so he begins to ask her some more questions. Radina reveals her major is in the field of magic, and starts flexing her talent by producing magical effects. Without any verbal enchantments, she demonstrates everything, but it is very difficult for Valor to believe his eyes. He calls her incredibly talented. Radina repeats that it's all magic, and tells them the temple calls it no casting. The protagonist is genuinely astounded to witness that she holds so much incredible latent potential. She thinks it is only natural for him to be surprised, and with a very cocky and proud attitude, Radina declares herself the #1 student of her year. She admits it is almost like a true supernatural power, which is the reason why the temple is unsure as well. But she calls it utterly useless without a vast mana capacity. Valor agrees, and believes magic is the most amazing ability, but it requires many conditions to first be fulfilled. First of all, being incredibly smart and possessing a huge mana capacity is absolutely essential. So if the magic user lacks even one of these, it is nearly impossible for them to ever truly succeed. He guesses that despite having such insane godlike talents, Radina lacks the absolutely essential mana pool, but he assures her to just be patient and let it grow. The girl doubts his words and cannot help but feel worried, so our boy suggests something that will surely cheer her up. He believes people always feel better whenever they see someone worse off. Radina calls his way of thinking selfish and truly horrible, but he reminds her that this is simply human nature, so she does not need to overthink it so much. Valor tells the girl there are people with enormous mana pools, but absolutely no ability to control any of that magic. Radina gets up in complete shock and finds this hard to believe, but he calls the world a very unpredictable place. Even though it certainly sounds bizarre, our boy gives a funny example about having huge muscles, and Ellen confirms their class has a kid exactly like that. Radina tears up out of pity and wonders what the poor guy can do. Valor ignores that and points out she probably feels a lot better now. She is very surprised that it actually worked, but the protagonist continues to tease her more about it, and he reads her thoughts aloud. So she becomes angry and starts shouting like a little child. On their way back, Radina wonders why the streets seem so empty. So Valor reminds her about the demon attack and feels very weird, since he is the one who is actually behind all of it. She anxiously wonders if the fearsome demon king has returned, but our boy nonchalantly brushes the thought off. The scared girl continues to question the possibility, since the legendary hero is no longer alive. Ellen's eyes widen upon hearing Radina speak about her brother. With no one as mighty as the great hero Artorias on their side, Radina begins to act like a complete crybaby, and doubts that anyone can ever take his rightful place. They all fall into a heavy, awkward silence, but Valor carelessly and bluntly says that they will all simply perish if that ever happens. Even though the previous king is already dead, the protagonist, who doesn't want his place, is still very much alive. The great hero may have died, but her sister, who feels the very same way, still exists. Our boy had completely forgotten about this. But the fact is, despite hanging out with Ellen and Charlotte, they are destined to be his enemies in the end. He feels a tremendous burden weighing on his soul. Radina happily says her goodbyes and leaves with her new plushie. Valor decides to head back, and wonders why the day passed so quickly. Ellen suddenly halts and asks if she should fight the Demon King. If the situation ever turns out like that, our boy is rendered completely speechless. He knows that everyone expects the hero's kin to fight. This is a fact that Ellen is acutely aware of, and since she is far more talented than her brother, if word ever gets out that she is the hero's sister, the people are definitely going to push her to face the king. Even though Ellen just wants to choose her own path, she knows she will inevitably be forced into it by others, so she is posing this very heavy question to him. She asks if he shares the same point of view as Radina, but Valor gives her a negative response, as he does not want to lose such a dear friend. She doesn't quite believe him, but he remains deadly serious, and knows she won't be able to share every meal with him. But he doesn't want to live a life where he's unable to eat with her. He tells the girl with conviction that he wants her to live. Ellen calls his desire selfish, but the protagonist thinks it is perfectly fine to selfishly ask for someone to live. She smiles at his words, so he continues and teases her by saying he feels bad for the Demon King instead. After such a wholesome and meaningful interaction, their brief vacation finally comes to an end. The days that followed passed by rather peacefully, but our boy was keenly aware that his actions had caused the original story to get derailed. At the academy, he stops an anxious girl and confirms if she's Adelia. Valor begins to question what exactly she is up to. During class, the teacher reminds everyone about the recent terrorist attack, and further explains that the temple security is on par with the imperial castles, so they must avoid going outside at all costs. But he knows their parents might still be very worried, so the teacher allows them to apply for a leave of absence and go home. Harriet is curious, so she asks if they can resume next semester. After taking leave, but the teacher informs everyone. They are not permitted to advance without finishing the classes. First, the protagonist is completely shocked, seeing things spiral out of his control so casually. Even though the story is currently peaceful right now, he knows the students play a vital role much later on, so he is going to get completely wrecked if anyone takes a leave. He grits his teeth in sheer frustration and assumes this is the butterfly effect caused by his actions. He recalls the events that happened a few days ago. Even though Ludwig was originally supposed to stop the bullying, everything shifted when Princess Charlotte got involved. She even ended up scolding her own brother. As they are both incredibly important characters, their interaction changed everything from the original script, and the designated main character became utterly useless. For some reason, Valier is terrified his plans might fail. Harriet anxiously informs the teacher that she might take the leave because of her parents. Another student asks a question about it, so the teacher orders them all to discuss. After the class, the protagonist realizes he must take action, so he barges into the library right after his class. Surprising Adelia, without wasting even a single second, he starts questioning her about her idiotic friend. But the anxious girl immediately starts to overthink, and answers that her friend went to the communicator room. So our boy assumes she is already calling her father. He decides to wait for her and orders Adelia to speak. Valier asks for her perspective on this entire situation, and learns that Harriet is absolutely intent on leaving. Adelia feels incredibly sad, as she is about to lose a friend, so our boy suggests that she should try to stop the girl. Adelia rejects the idea with a terrified, pale expression, since her friend belongs to a powerful noble family. She could try, but Adelia is afraid to speak against a Grand Duke, so she refuses to attempt anything so stupidly reckless. She is curious as to why he is so worried about Harry. Adelia suddenly starts to blush, and reminds him they were bitter enemies just the other day. Her face turns beet red as she assumes he has feelings for her friend. Seeing her expression, he thinks she is like an open book. Harriet finally returns from her call, so our boy requests that she have a private conversation with him. Harriet is clearly confused at first, but upon seeing the mess he's made in her room, she screams at him to just get out of there. The protagonist resists, but she keeps yelling at him to just leave. He tries to stand his ground, wondering why she is acting this way, but the girl frustratingly pushes him out, with tears in her eyes. Somewhere else, he asks if she is certain about leaving. She calls his question perfect, since she can at least avoid his annoying face for an entire year. But he forcefully stops her from actually doing it. She starts blushing furiously and begins making no sense at all. But our boy secretly enjoys her stupidly cute expressions. Valier explains she can't return for a year if she leaves now, so she is going to become his junior if she actually leaves. Harriet becomes anxious and refuses to believe this, but he begins to tease her and mentions the senior's tradition. He personally doesn't like being bullied, but won't hesitate for a second to discipline his own juniors. Once his turn finally comes, Harriet begins to feel horrible. Tears stream down her face as she tells him she has no choice because her parents are absolutely not letting her stay. Harriet then learns she is going to ruin her image in front of the imperial family if she does this, so the girl anxiously asks our boy to help her. He bluntly calls her an absolute idiot, and clarifies she needs to use this excuse with her own father. Even though Prince Bertus will not be offended, since the Academy security is much better than before, he advises her to simply reason with her father and let him know. Even the Empire's own prince and princess are still attending, so it is fine. He convinces her stupid ass to use these reasons, instead of just being a helpless crybaby. She is quite surprised by his sudden maturity, but he just mocks her stupid behavior instead of accepting it. Ellen joins them, since it is now time for her to eat, so our boy gets up and orders the dumb girl to stay for food. He politely asks Ellen to sit down and wait for him to finish. Harriet feels extremely awkward sitting there with Ellen, but after just a little bit of waiting, Valier finishes cooking and brings out the food. While they are eating, Harriet is completely shocked that our boy can actually cook, but he thinks it is far too pathetic to be called real cooking. Watching them both speak casually to each other, Harriet questions what on earth helped them to get so close. Valier brushes it off, but she continues to persist. Ellen starts staring terrifyingly and reveals he gave her a letter. But before she can reveal anything else, Valier stops her and quickly makes up a story to cover it all up. Ellen just rolls rolls with his fabricated story. So the protagonist advises Harriet to just follow his plan. She agrees to his terms and leaves the cafeteria. He then confronts Ellen, so she immediately confesses that she was just about to reveal the truth. He apologizes and recalls what happened on that fateful day. He was not expecting to pay such a price for his precious points, but he is happy that all of this led to him receiving 6,000 points. Later on, Ellen questions if he lied to her. Valier remains completely honest with her and apologizes. The next day, Valier is glad that Prince Bertus took action. The guy convinced both of the girls to avoid taking a leave. Things went as planned, but Valier was not expecting him to do anything. Rather, he was considering that to be his very last option. By requesting the guy, he wonders why the prince made such a move. While he is deep in contemplation, Charlotte suddenly appears and asks our boy to accompany her outside. He quickly reminds her that it is strictly forbidden, but she assures him not to worry and handles it all herself. Before they leave, Valier is shocked by her immense authority, but he guesses it is only to be expected from her. He believes they should not be doing such a reckless thing, but she reassures him not to worry about their security. Charlotte reveals they are heading to the Aligarh district, the shopping street, which makes the protagonist wonder if she is still searching for Valier. He gets a headache just thinking about this mess, and knows he might be exposed as a double agent if things go south. Valier feels absolutely shitty about his situation. Noticing his worried expression, Charlotte mentions that he's really close with her brother. He confirms that they are all right with each other now. The princess starts talking about the upcoming exams. Out of nowhere, she explains a few exams involve teamwork, and that all of them are vitally important for their grades, but her brother might not get along with his classmates. The girl knows this is going to affect his final grades if he acts crappy and alienates all of his classmates. Valier knows that if their group is not large enough, they will be at a severe disadvantage. She calls him correct, and since he is now close with her brother, Charlotte doubts that Bertus will actually hurt him unless he decides to do something incredibly stupid. Valier doesn't understand why they would obsess over grades, but she finally lets him know that, since she is competing with her brother for the throne, their grades are extremely and critically important right now. She guesses he is already aware that the other one will automatically lose the right to the throne if one of them dies. Her father, the emperor, sent an imperial edict directly to their entire class. It was not just for her and for Bertus. The emperor was warning absolutely everyone not to pull any foolish moves. She believes the emperor is already fully aware of her brother's plans, but that he still does not care about any of it. He just doesn't want them to try something similar ever again. So they are both suddenly trying to keep each other safe. If one of them happens to get hurt, someone else is going to steal the throne. She asks if his opinion has changed after hearing all of this. Valier believes their grades are still not that crucial, but they do have some kind of impact on things. She calls him correct and explains that even a single person's absence can affect the entire group's grades. Our boy finally understands now why Bertus desperately stopped everyone from taking a leave. They reach the street where she last saw Valier. They both decide to look around and start to investigate. But even after so much dedicated effort, the princess feels disappointed since almost everyone is rude to her. Valier finds this incredibly funny, how the people don't know they are being rude to the princess. While she feels sad they did not learn one single useful thing, he pretends to be oblivious and asks about the fake scroll incident. She explains the boy only had a scroll when they got separated. He made the right decision in order to just survive. But since he had absolutely no memories or knowledge, she is very worried about him since he still had the scrolls. She assumes he tried to sell them just to survive, but the demon scrolls are vastly different from human ones. So she is certain that all of the merchants rejected his offer, thinking it was some kind of scam. She learned the boy stole a fireball scroll, but eyewitnesses confirmed no one bought his demonic scrolls. That is where her available information comes to an end. Our protagonist guesses Alaris must have given a false testimony for him. The princess gets up as she is curious about a certain place, and they head to the store where he stole the fireball scroll from. At the shop, they question the owner about the whole situation. The shop owner pulls a fantastic story straight out of his ass, and continues to lie blatantly to the princess's Alice's face. Valier is absolutely shocked to hear this utter bullshit, since the guy had handed it to him himself. The liar finishes his story and asks if she is finally satisfied. She assures him that she has learned something new, which completely confuses the greedy shop owner. She pulls out a very precious magic scroll and agrees to let him acquire it for a very cheap price. His expression changes in an instant once he realizes it's genuine. He quickly gives her the money and wonders how he got so lucky. Out of nowhere, she throws another sharp question at him and asks if she got any opportunity to actually steal from him, since he does not even have an appraising machine and just judges all of the scrolls himself. She repeats his own claims and then questions how anyone could steal a scroll from the cabinet right in front of him. The princess masterfully proves that he is lying, so she begins her interrogation of him all over again. The man gets extremely riled up and throws vicious insults at her. Our boy intervenes in an instant and shuts him up. He demands to hear the real answers and makes it clear the shop owner might get thrown in jail if he lies about this case. He sternly orders the man to finally come clean and threatens him to just spit out the whole truth. While all of this unfolds, Charlotte observes from outside. The princess gets completely frustrated about what happened. She questions if her own face looks that dumb or gullible. Our boy believes this much is to be expected after what occurred. She is in a complete rage seeing how idiotic everyone is. The princess now fully understands that the empire must implement a system of proper education, or else such complete idiots will just keep on lying. Without any sort of hesitation, Valier is surprised to see how angry she is. He takes her arm and politely requests for her to calm down. Charlotte finally comes back to her senses and apologizes. While they are eating something, the protagonist wonders why she is buying street food as a princess. She explains that back at the demon castle, she had even tried to eat a worn-out shoe. So now she is incredibly grateful to get a chance like this and misses the feeling she got when that boy gave her a biscuit. He calls her far too pessimistic, but Charlotte shares that she was more scared of the humans, who were all dying from extreme hunger. They even tried to eat each other, and just the shock of acting like animals led them to their deaths. She is just glad that her life turned out differently. The protagonist suddenly feels terrified hearing her share so much. He hopes she doesn't try to actually kill him after all this. She teases him about it and feels glad she came here in person, because she was able to learn a great deal. Also, she arrives at a stunning new conclusion and figures out the exact path he must have taken that day. With astonishing ease, she predicts his moves with the information she possessed. Charlotte initially believed the boy visited the liar's shop and then just stopped, but with this critical new information, she thinks he didn't flee because he simply had no reason to run. She believes they can now easily predict what he would have done. Despite having failed multiple times, he would have probably continued trying. And since there is still one final shop that deals in magic scrolls, Charlotte points directly towards it and pieces together everything that transpired on that fateful day. The protagonist is absolutely stunned, as he never expected her to reach the correct conclusion so quickly. She decides they will visit that last remaining store. So Valier asks to confirm if the shop's owner is in any kind of danger. She believes they can only determine that after proving the shop owner actually did something terribly wrong. She had learned there was no proof of him going anywhere else, which means Alaris's shop was supposed to be the last one he visited, unless, of course, the eyewitnesses had lied. She is now certain something happened to Valier somewhere around here, because no one can simply vanish into thin air like that. The protagonist becomes incredibly frustrated, but he has no way to refute her flawless chain of reasoning. Otherwise, he himself might end up sounding extremely suspicious. He begins to contemplate, remembering Alaris had gone on a trip, so our boy just desperately hopes she has not returned yet. He is worried the princess will definitely begin to suspect Alaris, even if she doesn't learn anything about the lost Valier. With no other conceivable options left, he attempts to use revise, but his eyes widen in horror. As the system shows, he needs a staggering 10,000 points to activate the skill. He realizes the princess is so fixated on her decision that it is now completely impossible to get in her way. As the two of them finally reach the shop, Valier maintains his act, despite internally going crazy. Charlotte pulls on the door, but it doesn't seem to open. So Valier assumes the shop is probably just closed. He suggests that they should go somewhere else and come back later, with a very awkward and forced smile on his face. He then notices her excited expression and becomes deeply worried, because it looks like she is now up to something entirely new. A man passing by them wonders what the two of them are doing. He reveals the shop owner went on some kind of long trip today, so it is completely pointless for them to be standing here. The princess asks him a few more questions. So the guy shares that the shop has been closed since last Monday. She finds that specific date to be highly suspicious, but the man believes she probably just went out to relax, since she is still so very young. She questions if he knows when she is planning to return, but the man tells her Alaris left without a single word, so he is not entirely sure about that. He explains the woman doesn't appear at any merchant meetings, and despite having a very kind and gentle attitude, she always remains distant. Everyone thinks that she is friendly, but the guy feels sad as she never went out for lunch with him. He calls her business sense completely crappy as well, and believes she is not even suited to be a proper merchant. Before he leaves, he suggests they should come back some other time. Valier acts as if he is disappointed and thinks they should leave, but the princess begins to act entirely differently. She excitedly announces that she will force her way right inside. Before he is even able to stop her, the girl uses her powerful magic to obliterate the door. The people on the street notice what is now happening, but the careless princess decides to search for the fireball scrolls, and orders our boy to thoroughly check the entire shop. He thinks she is completely crazy, but moves forward anyway. Just before they can begin their unauthorized search, Alaris suddenly appears and questions what they are up to. She innocently asks who they are and why they barged in like this. The princess feels terrible about her reckless actions, so she introduces herself and wishes to ask some questions. She then orders Alaris to have a chat with her. The princess carefully inspects her identification card and believes that Alaris must already be aware that many people are trying to locate a boy around here. Alaris answers in the affirmative, so Charlotte points out that Alaris claims she had never seen such a boy before. She asks if Alaris is absolutely certain about this claim, and the merchant confirms she has never laid eyes on the boy. The princess then points out that Alaris is from the Pergia region. According to the information on her ID card, she wonders if the lord in that region is doing his job properly. Alaris anxiously corrects the princess and states that there is no one there named Count Pergia. It is actually the esteemed Bishop Rendrai. The protagonist is shocked once he realizes it was actually a trap designed to confirm if Alaris actually belongs to that region. He finds both Alaris, who was ready for such tricky questions, and Charlotte, who knows every detail about other regions, absolutely crazy. They are both prepared to not let anyone catch their weaknesses. The princess asks if Alaris is some kind of powerful wizard, but the merchant gives her a negative answer and explains that they are merely tools used to cast magic spells. Charlotte is unable to find any of the fireball scrolls, but she feels extremely suspicious and wonders why there are no attack-oriented scrolls in the shop. Even though Alaris could make a lot of money with them, she agrees with the princess, calling her correct, but explains they are mostly abused and used for crimes, so she genuinely feels terrible about selling such scrolls. The princess understands her compassionate reasoning and then orders her to go and retrieve the ledger. Alaris quickly hands it over to her, and since she could not greet the princess in a proper manner, she heads downstairs to prepare some tea for them. Charlotte finds every single thing about this suspicious, but Valier does not seem to understand why. She explains that attack-oriented scrolls are in very high demand, but since this merchant is not selling any because she believes they could be used for heinous crimes, the princess believes Alaris is not motivated by money. After reviewing the ledger, Charlotte learns the merchant hasn't been paying her proper rent for the past 2 years. She is completely surprised that Alaris is still operating her store under such strange conditions. She also questions why there are barely any household items for this place to truly be her home. The rooms look very suspicious and unusually empty, so the princess is certain Alaris can just easily disappear anytime. Charlotte admits that she doesn't have any real tangible proof, but she still finds this whole entire place deeply suspicious. Valier begins to stress out immensely because he knows that if this continues any further, the princess will realize this case requires more investigation. And if that happens, it won't take her long to learn Alaris is a demon spy. He is so scared that Alaris will have to escape and abandon the capital because of this. He decides he must do something about this situation, because he no longer cares about his own reputation anymore. He just does not want Alaris to get caught in any kind of danger. But since the princess is determined to keep investigating, and believes that Alaris has a different, hidden goal in mind, she is going to continue her games to prove herself to be right. He wants to stop her from discovering anything further, and is terrified the princess might pull something even more crazy. So he gathers his courage and requests for her to listen. He knows that he might fail here, but he suggests they should halt their entire investigation. The princess is completely shocked, but Valier then elaborates, saying the merchant is probably running this shop for another goal, continuing despite her heavy financial losses. He doubts she has any good reasons behind her strange actions, so he calls all of this just stupid, and mentions the other merchants confirmed her reputation is good. He is certain that the boy was definitely here. Our boy then theorizes that the boy probably learned his demonic scrolls were all useless, so he tried selling the fireball scroll right here in this store. But the protagonist is certain that, judging from what they've learned, a kind lady such as Alaris would definitely confiscate the dangerous scrolls in an instant. He doesn't know how she could have managed all that, but believes she wouldn't let him go carrying such a dangerous item. He then adds that the merchant probably saw the scroll book in the boy's hands as well. Charlotte thinks this is indeed very possible, so he continues on and explains that his personal theory is that the merchant might have checked what was inside the scroll book. Since she is so knowledgeable and clearly capable, he is sure she probably recognized it almost right away. Considering this particular assumption, Valier believes that she definitely questioned why the boy had such dangerous stuff with him. The princess gets frustrated and orders him to get to the main point. So Valier tells her that Alaris is just trying to protect the boy. She is completely stunned after hearing his incredible theory. Valier knows that this is an extremely risky gamble, and he is sure the princess will discover the truth someday. So he just reveals half of the story to her and repeats that if the merchant is really capable of recognizing the demonic scrolls and possesses a kind heart, then all his assumptions are probably correct. The princess then speaks up very aggressively and questions why he is so certain she's just protecting the boy. She thinks it would be better to continue the entire investigation, so they can finally reach the boy at last. Even if his wild assumptions are all actually correct, Charlotte thinks that is just more reason for them to continue, since Alaris is now their one and only solid clue. Valier reminds her that she might be putting his very life in danger with such reckless methods, because her brother can easily sniff the boy out with his hounds. If they reveal the truth, Alaris then comes back with the tea, but wonders what exactly happened to the princess. Charlotte finally decides to just back off, but points out that Alaris definitely has some kind of involvement with the young boy who disappeared. She is aware that his life is in danger, so she shares with her Valor's theory and thinks Alaris is just trying to protect the kid from harm. Charlotte now assumes that the boy probably thinks that leaking any information about him will get him in trouble, so he ordered Alaris to lie to everyone, even the princess herself. She concludes her new theory and questions Alaris to confirm if all of this is actually true. Charlotte knows the boy might just get stuck in a much bigger mess, so she is willing to finally back away. If her theory is proven to be true, she demands an answer, so Alaris confirms whatever the princess said is indeed the truth. She apologizes for lying, but Charlotte suddenly faints and falls down. After a little while, just outside the now quiet shop, the protagonist sits down beside the distraught princess, while she cries her eyes out and lets go of her frustration. Earlier, Alaris had confirmed that she is well aware the princess has absolutely no harmful intentions, but the boy is currently in grave danger, so she cannot reveal the entire truth to just anyone. She apologizes and confirms that he is currently doing all right, but Alaris requests Charlotte to just give up on the investigation. She is a very capable wizard, so she promises to protect the boy and hopes the princess trusts her words. Alaris then assures her it will be alright to share some information via written letters, but meeting him in person is definitely not going to end well. So Alaris suggests someone else should come and exchange information, instead of the princess herself doing it. Someone like Valier, who had come along with her today. Outside the shop, Charlotte gets tired and hopes that nothing they did reaches Burton's ears. Our boy assures her not to worry about that, so she smiles warmly and takes hold of his arm. The princess thanks him because he helped her figure it all out. The guy just brushes it all off as simple luck, but she continues to sincerely thank him and promises that she will always be grateful for what happened today. They hold each other's hands and start going back to the academy. Our boy feels an immense wave of relief, as the princess will now do whatever it takes to keep Alaris safe. Even though things ultimately played out very well, he doesn't understand why he keeps getting this weird feeling. He finally arrives back at the academy and feels utterly exhausted. After walking around so much while carrying such heavy stress, he decides to just take a bath and then go right to sleep, but he suddenly notices Harriet is waiting there for him. The Dronzer questions why he is so late, as she's been waiting all day. He makes a quick excuse and wonders what she is doing here. Our boy then suddenly remembers that he was the one who asked her to share how things went with her father. Harriet bluntly repeats exactly this, but he still doesn't understand why she is doing whatever he says. He asks if she's still planning on leaving the academy and skipping a semester. She confirms her father no longer minds her staying anymore, since the crown prince himself is now against the very same idea. He guesses that everything went exactly as he had planned, but he wonders why she still looks so incredibly anxious. So he demands that she give him an answer immediately. Harriet awkwardly lets him know that her father wishes to meet him. He is completely shocked and asks her why. Harriet anxiously tells him that her father saw right through her act, and he is certain that his daughter cannot speak like this, so he questioned the truth behind her words. Our boy understands exactly why this has happened, because Harriet's dad is probably used to her usual playful behavior, so all of this was simply inevitable. He asks if she casually revealed his identity, but Harriet quickly clarifies that her father just doubts she could come up with such a speech. He brushes it all off, since he can't really do anything now. Our boy asks her if she said anything else about him. She becomes completely silent, so he hopes she didn't say anything bad. The girl starts to sweat very awkwardly, so his darkest doubts have now become certain. Valier becomes angry and orders her to just stop. She apologizes, but he does not stop before hitting her on the forehead. The girl screams out in pain and calls him a shitty, horrible scumbag. The next day, our boy gets a visitation request from Harriet's father, which completely shocks him. He greets the Grand Duke with perfect manners. The old man asks if he is the Reinhardt who instructed his dear Harriet to say all of that. The protagonist confirms this, so her father wonders what made him do that. Valier explains that Harriet was against taking a semester leave, so he just helped her come up with something to avoid the absence. The dad repeats, asking if he's sure Harriet asked him for help. Our boy confirms it yet again. So the Grand Duke assures him that the entire matter is now solved, and he is no longer planning on ordering Harriet to take a semester leave. But he still doubts that Harriet had asked for his help first. Valier gets very confused by this. So the Grand Duke points out his poor background and then rudely says that Harriet would absolutely never engage with the likes of him. The father clarifies he is not trying to disrespect Valier at all, but Harriet has been avoiding everyone who lacks any noble status, which means she would have never, ever asked for his help. Since Valier is saying that she accepted advice directly from him, he becomes completely silent at first, and then asks if Harriet is in love with the protagonist. Valier is completely shocked by this, and he lets the father know that he has zero interest in his daughter. His blunt words leave the powerful father completely stunned. The Grand Duke calls his statement complete bullshit, and frustratingly asks if Valier's eyes have some kind of major issue. He doesn't understand how anyone can see his baby girl every day and not be hopelessly in love with her. The protagonist realizes that her father is a down-bad fool for Harriet. Suddenly, Harriet barges in with a beet-red face and frustratingly questions what on earth they are talking about. She orders our boy to leave her room this instant, so he listens to her and quickly gets up to leave. The father desperately tries to stop him from going, but Harriet immediately shuts him up. She feels incredibly embarrassed hearing them talk about such things. The Grand Duke does not dare to talk back to her, so our boy guesses that even the most powerful wizard is nothing against his daughter's rage. Harriet becomes angry and orders her father to just head back home. The poor man desperately tries to explain himself, but her face just starts blushing even more deeply. The Dronzer ends up saying rude things to her own father, and then leaves without even listening to his explanation. Valier uses this opportunity to quickly disappear himself. Later, Harriet awkwardly bumps into Valier once again, who asks her if their little conversation has now ended. She tries to clarify what happened and blames it all on her father. The protagonist, with a completely straight face, asks if she doesn't like him. Her face turns beet red and she immediately begins to scream, calling his question ridiculous. So, our boy takes the rejection and questions why she looks so angry, for absolutely no reason. He then closes the door out of fear, but he begins to smile when he hears her screaming outside his room. She begs him to open the door and promises she will not hurt him, but the stubborn boy just completely ignores her pleas. Harriet then starts to cry out very loudly, but he just smirks to himself and bullies her very proudly. Later on, back at the temple, Valier finally joins the supernatural power control classes. Despite having a very weak supernatural power himself, he can activate it much faster than almost everyone else in the class. Though one student does have a faster activation time, Kono Lin's amazing teleportation. The guy is capable of activating it faster than a person can think. But the major issue is that he loses all of his clothes as soon as he uses it, so his unique ability is pretty much completely useless. Valier feels genuinely bad for the poor guy. Next up is Liana de Grants. Our boy observes her closely and believes that she is naturally talented in using supernatural powers. She is the type of person to show insane growth without much effort. He feels jealous, but thanks God he can also grow at a fast pace. He wishes that things could continue on like this forever, but something important has been on his mind lately. The teacher compliments the entire class and then decides to conclude things for the day. She smiles brightly and hopes they show the same effort in the exams. This is the canon event that no student can ever possibly avoid, something that every single person here wishes they could dodge. The midterm exams that are about to begin very, very soon. During his daily training session with Ellen, he wonders why she looks so completely careless, despite the exams looming so very close. She confirms that she is going to continue her tough training. Valier knows that all the other students are doing their very best to somehow survive the difficult upcoming exams. But he doesn't understand why Ellen seems to look so carefree. Even Charlotte and the prince are avoiding their other responsibilities and studying extremely hard. He calls Ellen lucky, since she's the top student, despite her very careless and nonchalant attitude. Louis Anshin is definitely smarter than just about everyone, but the only thing helping him move forward is his incredible brain. Otherwise, he is as physically weak as a fragile twig. The academy judges all of its students based on their total grades, so Ellen is almost always ranked at the very top. Valier wonders if he should be continuing his training, because it is just going to lead him to utter failure in the exams. Our boy decides that he has to start right now, as it is going to be embarrassing to get worse grades than everyone else. He's too lazy to start right now, so he becomes very frustrated. Ellen looks at his worried expression and asks why he is not studying. Valier feels a little bit stunned by her question, assuming she probably thinks he is dumb and needs to work much harder. He brushes it off, believing that it will all be alright in the end. Since Ellen herself does not seem to look worried at all, he stops overthinking his situation as well. She finds his reasoning illogical, but he doesn't really care about it. Later, safely inside of his own room, he looks at the glowing system window and learns it's rewarding him with 3,000 points if he scores well. Despite his own incredibly careless behavior, our boy doesn't want to waste such a golden opportunity. He had spent 2,000 points just the other day for his talent awakening, so he now only has 4,130 points left to his name. He needs a total of 4,000 points to activate another talent, so it is extremely hard for him to just ignore this challenge. Valier knows that reaching the top 10 is absolutely no joke. He might be smarter than a majority of his own classmates, but it is going to be nearly impossible to reach the top 10 in a school that has over a staggering 10,000 students. He ignores it for now and checks his other challenges, but finds even worse options, which frustrates him even more. He takes this as a personal insult and decides he will prove everyone wrong by reaching the top 10. At the cafeteria, while they are all eating together, Ellen reminds him that he was not going to study this time, but our boy believes that some things just cannot be avoided. She believes in him and tells him she is sure he will perform well. Her unexpected words of encouragement surprise the protagonist, but she then calls him a very smart boy. His face turns red. Our boy thanks her and tries to calm himself down, as he feels weird getting all excited over a high schooler's words. He thinks he is no longer worthy of being called an adult anymore. He is sure that she is much smarter when compared to him, so he gets a brilliant idea and asks her to join him in studying. But Ellen gives a very straightforward answer and rejects our boy. He sits back down, consumed by his own disappointment. While he is walking back to his room, he tries to remember what had happened in the original story. The entire midterm arc was supposed to help Ludwig, the real protagonist, show how much he had finally improved. He is a very clueless guy with a strong sense of justice, but he is also a real idiot despite giving it his absolute all. The poor guy always fails all of the exams and gets a bottom ranking. But when he was on the edge in the original story, Lewis' action helped him immensely with his academics, so it did not take long for his grades to finally start to improve. Lewis Anshin is the absolute smartest first-year student, but he has a very self-centered and arrogant personality. But the protagonist then gets a very wicked and brilliant idea. He decides he will study with Lewis so he has a higher chance of succeeding. He immediately finds the guy, but Lewis starts looking very anxious as soon as he sees our boy. Valier assures him that he should just chill out a little bit. Lewis considers him to be a bully and asks what Valier wants from him. The protagonist smirks devilishly and asks for his invaluable help. Lewis is completely taken by surprise. Princess Charlotte recognizes our boy and wonders why he is here. He shares that he is just here to study, since he had heard that Lewis is the smartest student. The nerd anxiously wonders what on earth he should do now. The princess decides to use this opportunity and quickly joins in, hoping that he doesn't mind her presence. Lewis agrees very easily, which completely surprises Valier. He remembers that, in the original story, the nerd would instantly reject just about everyone. But now, he sounds like a completely different person. Valier hears someone calling his name out from behind him, and he recognizes the familiar voice almost instantly. Ludwig cheerfully greets him with a wide smile. Charlotte invites him to come and study together with them all, but Valier knows that he will not get anything done even if that happens. Ludwig joins their group without any kind of hesitation, much to the annoyance of the protagonist. He knows Ludwig is a huge dummy. The original protagonist could not learn much, despite doing his best. He was a very hard worker, so he obviously took his education seriously. But his grades were still really crappy in the end. He was originally hoping to just study with Lewis in private, but he doesn't mind Charlotte being there, since she is really smart. Valier starts to feel incredibly irritated, hearing Charlotte explain something so simple to the dumb guy. Ludwig still does not understand at all what she actually means, so the princess then goes into much greater detail for him. But the dumbhead still remains completely and utterly confused. Valier grits his teeth in pure frustration and finally loses his patience. He gets up and starts to insult the guy without holding anything back. He spits out some absolutely terrible words, but Ludwig just laughs it all off. The princess stops him and defends the dummy. Our boy quickly shuts up, since it is technically his own fault for writing such a character. The princess asks him a very, very easy question this time, but he finds a way to mess this one up as well. Lewis gets very annoyed, and the protagonist frustratingly questions how someone can possibly forget such an incredibly easy answer. The nerd loses his patience and starts yelling directly at Ludwig. He then shocks everyone there with his brutal stream of insults, and frustratingly questions why he cannot memorize such an easy answer. The princess now becomes deeply concerned, and asks Ludwig if he had perhaps damaged his head as a young kid. Valier is surprised that she is not holding back anymore, either. Ludwig gives her a negative answer, while Valier guesses that the princess probably now thinks, how can someone be so incredibly dumb if they didn't injure their head as a kid? Charlotte becomes certain the Empire is not spreading proper education. She tells Ludwig that it is not at all his fault, but the entire Empire's, for not providing any free basic education. She smiles at him and assures him that he should not worry. Valier assumes that she hates him, while Ludwig doesn't understand a single thing, so he is just completely relieved to hear her comforting words. The princess is now determined to change the average intellectual level of the entire Empire's general population, so there is never another pitiful case quite like Ludwig's. The thick-headed dummy thanks her, as he doesn't understand a thing. Valier finds all of this very funny, but decides to forget about everything else, and asks Lewis to please suggest what the best thing is that he could possibly study for these exams. The nerd gladly helps him, and then, after a little while, our boy joins his seniors over in the crowded cafeteria. Lewis wonders why he did not just join his very own classmates, but Valier reminds him that there are absolutely no such rules. The nerd calls him correct and then tries to speak even further, but someone announces that he is going to now play a song. While they can all enjoy their delicious food, the Class B students are all very happy to see the guy, so he begins to sing his original song called Magnum Opus. Everyone present enjoys the show, including our hero, Valier. Charlotte observes all of his various expressions and points out that her own class is completely different from Class A. He calls her correct. Despite being a little bit behind, Class B enjoys life and has a great deal of fun together. The protagonist does not hate his very own class, but he just simply thinks that every single student from Class A is obsessed with just improvement, so they are all always working incredibly hard. He almost forgot that life isn't only about improvement or survival. Sometimes you have just got to enjoy it, too. He feels very glad that he came here today, and wishes he could just drink some booze and forget about all his worries. After that particularly enlightening day, our protagonist studied all day long, except for his morning training. The nerd and the princess were always right there beside him, so they quickly started to admire how fast he was at learning and memorizing all the material. Because of all this, he felt even more compelled to give it his all and score very well. Despite having a very old brain compared to all the other students, he did not want to completely mess up all of the exams. He was hoping to get very good scores in the common subjects. But since there are thousands of kids who achieve perfect scores, if he gets even a single solitary question wrong, Valier knows that his rank will plummet in an instant. So he now needs to study with absolutely everything he has. In a cruel twist of fate, he missed a single question on the midterm exams, and with that one mistake, his primary objective was utterly shattered. Days later, the final judgment was delivered for all to see. The official overall rankings were unveiled on the grand bulletin board. A wave of shock rippled through the crowd as they saw our protagonist's name at the very top. Our hero had somehow managed to score number 1 in the wrong category. Despite a dismal 734th place on the written midterms alone, he still seized the first-place crown by earning a perfect A+ in all his lectures and practical classes during the midterm evaluation period. Because the Academy's evaluations value progress far more than just raw skill level, Valier had been fated from the start to receive excellent grades. Ellen had also dominated, achieving the highest scores on the midterm exams, and in her individual practical classes as well. But because she faltered on 2 crucial questions in the final exams, he unexpectedly snatched the coveted top position right from under her. He had conquered a ranking that was utterly meaningless to his true goals, and to add insult to injury, the system awarded him 0 points. He had, after all, failed the actual challenge that mattered. A storm of chaos erupted because of his unforeseen academic victory. May, the month when the first vibrant green leaves emerge, finally began. A whirlwind of events began to unfold in our protagonist's new life. Harriet simply could not accept that he had achieved the top academic score, but he derived a twisted pleasure from constantly teasing her about it. He had fully anticipated Prince Bertus would stand in his way, but the prince only complimented him more for such a stunning achievement. Soon after, his newly awakened magic sensitivity talent was revealed to the world during the mandatory annual physical scan. Unlocking a brand new talent at such a breakneck pace caused people to acknowledge his incredible potential even more than before. Our hero now had no reason to rush his development, so he wisely chose to slow his pace down significantly. After some time had passed, the ban on leaving the temple was finally lifted, so our boy made his way to Alaris's shop to get critical updates and to pass along some vital information of his own. Since Princess Charlotte had ceased her relentless pursuit of the boy and he had unexpectedly become the go-between messenger, Alaris was able to continue managing things from the shadows. He learned that Princess Airy and the other demons had successfully settled down on Radina Island. They were becoming much more adept at blending in with the humans. But even if some unforeseen trouble arose, Alaris handled it as she checked in on them with great regularity. Our hero returned to the temple, carrying the boy's handwritten letter. He gave it to Charlotte, who had been anxiously waiting for some time. He couldn't bear the thought of her feeling any more sadness, so he had carefully penned a letter which said that he was deeply sorry for vanishing so suddenly from her life, but that he was now safe and hoped the princess was doing well. Valier had not wasted a single moment. After the campus-wide ban was officially lifted, the princess appeared overjoyed because he had retrieved the letter she craved. Without a single moment of delay, she smiled with radiant joy and thanked him again and again for the sheer, innocent happiness on her face felt like sharp knives, plunging directly into the protagonist's guilt-ridden heart. Later, during his grueling training session with the mighty Ellen, he collapses to the ground and begins to loudly complain. Valier frustratedly questions why he continuously keeps failing. He theorizes that his combat skills must have declined because of the long break he took from training during the midterms. He laments that he is now even worse than he was before, but Ellen bluntly tells him that he is completely wrong, and she reveals she is now just fighting a little bit harder than before. Valier realizes this is happening because she is finally taking him seriously, which can only mean that his own skills have drastically improved. He is absolutely thrilled to hear this incredible news, but he asks Ellen just how vast the power gap between them truly is. She decides to demonstrate, pointing her sword up towards the high ceiling. "This is me," she states, then lowers the sword. "And this is you." He is utterly confused, wondering if it has something to do with the sky. But she clarifies that whenever he unleashes his supernatural abilities, his power reaches at least up to her knees now. Ellen struggles to properly put it into words. Since they have been sparring together for quite some time now, he is fully aware of just how monstrously strong she is. But he can't help but think she is boasting a little bit too much. Ellen simply states that it is the undeniable truth. Valier knows her skills skyrocket at an extreme rate compared to his. They are both improving at an incredible level, so she is like an insurmountable wall that he can likely never conquer. During his most recent official swordsmanship duel, he felt the improvement because he's so used to training with Ellen. Every other opponent now seemed like an absolute joke to him. They were all moving so slowly that he could predict their every move. After having awakened his self-suggestion ability, he cleverly divided his reinforcement power into multiple categories for faster activation times and much greater overall efficiency. With all this, he chose swordsmanship and reinforced his body with that power, which also added a few bonus points to his physical abilities. Compared to how he was during his initial awakening, Valier's overall condition and power have now literally doubled. Since he spends every single day getting his ass thoroughly hooped by Ellen, he has somehow become strong enough to defeat others with zero effort. His physical powers alone are now sufficient to completely destroy anyone. He asks Ellen if listening to the swordsmanship lectures properly would actually do him any kind of good. She ignores his question entirely and just orders him to get back up so they can continue to train. Our boy prepares himself for yet another beating. The next day, Adriana expresses just how incredibly surprised she was to learn he had achieved the top position. Valier is aware that his campus reputation absolutely sucks, but he feels disappointed that people are going crazy over such a thing. She reminds him that he has not yet truly shown that he is, in fact, an incredibly capable person. He admits that she is correct. Adriana then asks if he is planning on joining the very first group mission. Now that the grueling exams have finally concluded, he gives her an affirmative answer, and he asks if the first mission is going to be a survival one. She shares that it is usually like that, mostly, but she is sure that he is going to do great in a survival mission. Valier realizes she is blatantly insulting his shitty, commoner background. Adriana just smiles and agrees that he is correct. Then she shares that most of the noble kids cannot handle such missions. He finds that to be perfectly normal, since it is no laughing matter for kids who were raised in wealthy households to survive such an ordeal. Valier recalls that the teacher did not reveal it in a proper manner, but he did hint that the central theme was going to be survival. He had offered no further explanations at the time, but he did say that the location would be assigned on the very day of the mission. Valier is the original author of this entire story, so he knows this much. The scene then shifts dramatically, and the survival mission commences on an uninhabited tropical island. The students immediately begin complaining about the oppressive heat. After just a few minutes, one of them screams, while the others stop him. Valier deeply regrets ever writing such a painful chapter, but with no other choice, he moves forward and realizes he is completely done for. Kamsenja Island is located deep within the vast empire. It is not at all habitable for humans, and is roughly 3 times larger when compared to their entire academy. The teacher announces that this will be the fated location, where their perilous test will now officially begin, and that they must all survive until Friday evening, which means they will endure 5 hardcore days before this test concludes. The students have been given only a few meager supplies for this, but one of them calls the entire test completely reckless. Harriet speaks up and declares it is extremely and unnecessarily dangerous. The rest of the students all agree with her assessment, but the teacher reminds them all that this is not being forced on them. They are free to leave if they so choose, but they must be prepared to receive a failing grade as well, since they are all from the prestigious royal class. The teacher explains that they must now prove their worth, because they have far more privileges and receive many more benefits. This group mission is the perfect opportunity for them to show it. The teacher then displays a small, button-shaped artifact, and he explains they can just press it if they grow too tired. Once it is activated, the button will instantly teleport them to a safe place, but they will have failed the entire mission. If they can successfully achieve a few specific tasks, they are free to conclude the mission before the 5-day mark as well. Whichever class completes these tasks first will get additional points. The teacher concludes his explanation and then teleports away, after wishing them all the best of luck. Harriet sits right down and begins crying just like a little kid. She calls this entire mission useless and doesn't understand why the teachers want them all stranded on such a dangerous island. While she continues to wish she could just go back home, the protagonist takes a look at their meager supplies. He is quite surprised that there is more stuff than he had expected, so he asks Ellen if she is determined to see this through to the end. She confirms that she is, so he then asks Prince Bertus as well. The prince is also determined, so our boy picks up a sharpened knife and decides to head deep into the jungle alongside Ellen, while the prince stays behind to look after all the other kids. He starts to move, but the prince doesn't comprehend his objective. Vallier shares that he is after something very important, but Bertus is clearly worried, since there is no knowing what lurks inside such a dangerous jungle. Vallier is surprised that the prince is so worried about him, but Bertus finally relents and decides to take care of things here. Our boy does not want to go in there at all, but this is the only way he can earn extra points. After a few hours, Class A, which was predominantly filled with spoiled nobles, had somehow managed to survive the entire first day, but most of them had given up after only a very short while. In the end, only the mighty Ellen had survived, unexpectedly. Class B, however, was successfully able to complete the entire mission, thanks to the surprising leadership of Ludwig. That is what had occurred in the original version of the story, but events have already taken a sharp turn towards complete uncertainty, so the protagonist can no longer predict what is about to happen in Class B's camp, and he is not going to let his own Class A fail either. He is certain that the prince desires the very same thing, so just letting him take care of the others is the best option for now. He suddenly recalls that his own class had a few very weird individuals. Our boy finds a grove of coconuts and feels an immense wave of gladness, as they will not have to worry about finding water for a while anymore. He thinks that he and Ellen are probably considered weirdos by the others, too. The two of them head back to the camp, carrying all the coconuts. At the shore, Bertus questions why they have brought back so many coconuts. Our boy explains they can be used later on, if they ever run out of water. The prince is completely shocked at first by this foresight. He calls Vallier over to the side for a private talk, and he asks if the protagonist has ever done something similar to this before. Vallier answers that he has not, but he would much rather take decisive action than just stand still. He believes they should only rest in order to maintain their precious stamina, and he reminds the prince that they need to quickly find a suitable place to sleep for the night, no matter how incredibly uncomfortable that place might be. Somewhere they can avoid the rain and also keep themselves warm. Bertus doubts they can possibly find what he is describing, but Vallier points out all of the surrounding trees, the thick vines and the large palm leaves, and thinks they can all be used to construct something useful. Bertus still feels a little bit confused by this, but our boy just smiles and assures him that he should not worry, as they can let others who are much better at such things handle this one. Later on, Adelia learns about their plan, but she anxiously answers that it might be utterly impossible, because they do not possess any of the proper tools to make such a thing. Bertus does not understand it completely himself, but he explains that they can use the wood as pillars and the leaves to create a roof, so it should be doable. He then asks if she has any suggestions. She answers it would be better if they constructed something similar to a hut, but she is hesitant and wonders how they will possibly sleep in such a place. Bertus reminds her that she will fail if she does not want to survive. Bertus knows that this is absolutely no joke, but he thinks the students should at least do their very best, instead of just giving up so quickly on everything. He orders Eric, Kono, and Care to bring back as many leaves as they can, because it will be absolutely necessary to properly cover the entire roof. He then approaches Harriet and asks if she can possibly use her magic to chop down a nearby tree. She sounds a bit confused by the request, but she agrees to do it, so he reminds her that she must be very careful. Bertus then orders Ellen and Cliffman to begin setting up the main camp, just as Adelia wants them to. They agree to his clear instructions. While Valier is observing all of this unfold, he thinks the prince is naturally and exceptionally great at ordering others around. Since he has finally managed to calm himself down, he has managed to direct most of the important tasks with great ease. Valier knows he might well turn evil in the future, but he is, without a doubt, a natural-born ruler. Valier decides to focus on his own assigned tasks now. He points towards two other students and asks Bertus to let him talk to them, because they are both really important compared to the others in their class. Liana and Heinrich both become very confused by this, so they order Valier to just be completely straightforward with them. He notices their extreme caution but guesses that this much is to be expected, since he has never spoken to Liana, and Heinrich absolutely hates him. Our boy orders the guy to just start all the fires whenever they are needed, and to focus on making fresh water for the time being. Heinrich gets confused by this, so he explains that they will need fresh water. He has already asked Adelia to construct a water purifier. Once that is finally finished, they can continue to make fresh water. The stubborn guy becomes incredibly angry at this, and he starts shouting at Valier, telling him not to order him around. The protagonist very nearly loses his own patience, but he calms himself down and then explains that it does not matter whether the prince himself orders him or Valier. His efforts are critically important, or they will all just die from dehydration. He suggests they should all just forget about their pasts for now, and work together as a team in order to survive. Heinrich grinds his teeth together in frustration, but he then finally agrees to the plan, and he makes it clear that he is only doing it for the sake of everyone else. Valier does not mind this at all, as long as he does the job. He then orders Liana to go out and start hunting for food, and he points towards the sea to help her better understand. The protagonist clarifies that she needs to go fishing for them. Liana electrocutes the water and successfully kills a single fish. Since her powers are still currently pretty weak, Valier guesses that this is going to be very hard for her, but Liana can somehow make things work by getting much closer to the fish. First, she mentions that she is completely unable to swim, so our boy suggests that he can carry her out into the deeper water, if she just holds on tightly to his back. But he suddenly remembers that he might get electrocuted as well. She is surprised by her own incredible stupidity, and she decides to just hunt in the shallow water for the time being, and kill the fish if she manages to get much closer. She then stops as soon as she remembers she can't even touch a fish. Harriet screams because of some bugs right after she cuts down the tree. The others are very surprised to see her incredibly dumb behavior. The protagonist calls that enough for now, and he orders everyone to start processing the materials for their new hut. He asks them to bring all of the gathered leaves, and he lets the stronger students deal with all of the heavy wood. Once they have finally gathered enough of the large leaves, Valier explains they will also need vines to keep everything held together. Bertus notices the other class is also busy building something. He contemplates this, but still doesn't understand what kind of special tasks they will need to be doing. Valier and Liana return, bringing food for everyone to eat. Harriet lets out a scream of pure, unadulterated fear, making everyone wonder just how strong her throat really is. Valier finds her entire behavior to be just plain stupid, and he announces that Liana has caught this huge lobster using her magic. The protagonist is seeing such a huge lobster for the very first time ever. His mouth begins to water just by the very thought of eating it. The students all check to see if it is actually safe to eat, while Harriet continues to stress out for absolutely no good reason. Bertus assures them all that they should not worry so much, as the teachers are most likely observing this entire whole thing. So even if they end up in some kind of life-threatening situation, they will not actually lose their lives because of it. But he doubts that a single lobster can possibly feed everyone. Liana feels disappointed, but with no other choice, she goes back to hunting. Failure notices someone is drinking the precious coconut water, so he reminds the guy that he should not be wasting so much. Kono thinks they can just bring back more of the coconuts later on, but Failure gives him a truly terrifying and menacing gaze, as it is not at all easy to just climb all of the tall trees. Our boy suddenly realizes there is no need for him to do all the hard work, since Kono can simply just teleport up to the top. He decides he will now assign this task directly to Kono. Failure orders him to now be in charge of gathering all the coconuts, and to just use his teleportation ability to do so. Failure is aware that he must find a new source of fresh water very quickly, as coconut water cannot be used to bathe or to clean any kind of wounds, so he heads off towards a hidden location with plenty of fresh water. Failure gets tired and feels crappy as he is going through all this pain, all because of his very own writing from the past. He does not care at all if Class A ends up losing, as he can still receive the points that he is really after, if he can just manage to hold on until Friday comes. He knows this to be a fact, but for some unknown reason, he doesn't understand why he is still going through so much trouble. He just wishes that he could get knocked out and then rest for a while. Failure suddenly hears a strange noise coming from deep within the jungle. Delphine is tirelessly chasing a large, running boar, and she finally kills it with one of her deadly arrows. She feels very glad, but wonders how she is going to take it all the way back. The protagonist calls out to her from behind and then offers his help. Since she looks so anxious, he is surprised to see her praying. Delphine sounds very worried as she cannot take it all back completely alone. The protagonist once again offers his valuable help, so she feels an immense sense of relief. He compliments her on her amazing skills and asks if she is used to such stuff. Delphine calls him correct and then shares that she is from Talprad, where almost everyone is incredibly skilled at the art of archery. He listens intently to what she says, but technically he already knows all of this since he is the writer. The girl belongs to the far northern region of the vast empire, and she is also a proud member of the Talprad Ranger group. The place is well known for all of its citizens' skilled archery, but even among them, Delphine is considered to be very special. She can only rely on her impressive archery skills for the time being, but later on in the story, she will unlock some form of spirit magic. He then remembers writing that Talprad's hunters actually belong to the ancient elven lineage. The elves had gone extinct many, many ages ago, but since Delphine is a direct descendant of them, she is able to use this powerful spirit magic. He forgets about it for now, and helps her move the boar back to the shore. Delphine announces that she has returned to their camp, but Charlotte is a little bit surprised to see our boy with her. The girl explains that she had met him while she was out hunting, and that he had even helped her move the very heavy boar. She is sure that things would not have worked out if he had not appeared. Charlotte still feels very confused about this whole situation. She reminds him that the mission might not be against any cooperation, but it is still very much a direct challenge between the two classes, so he should not go around helping all the others so very casually. Failure makes a very cocky expression and then demands a leg of the boar, which makes the princess suddenly burst out into a fit of laughter. But she lets Delphine be the one to decide on this instead, as she is the one who actually worked so very hard to get it. The girl happily agrees and then points out towards the vast, open sea. Ludwig emerges from the water with a large fish caught on his weapon. He leaves the protagonist completely speechless with his very cool entry, and he announces that he has now gathered even more of the food. Delphine does not mind sharing it all with Failure now, because she is absolutely sure that Ludwig is just going to gather an entire week's worth of food effortlessly. Delphine then begins to butcher the now dead boar, promising to give him one of its legs before the sun finally goes down. Ludwig offers the protagonist some of his freshly caught fish as well, since he kind of got a little bit carried away while he was fishing, and now they have a bit too many of them to eat by themselves. Failure gladly takes them from his hand, so Ludwig gives him a firm handshake and hopes that they are enough. Charlotte finds it very funny how they are all so friendly to each other, despite the fact that they are in a direct competition with each other. Failure starts to head on back to his own camp now, and Delphine hopes that he will return for the boar leg later on. Once he finally makes his way back to his own camp, Bertus wonders how he possibly managed to gather so very many fish. Failure explains that they had a lot of extra food, but Bertus still wonders how he even went over to their their camp in the first place. The protagonist shares the entire story of what had just happened, and says that Delphine had agreed on sharing some of her meat. Care gets very anxious as soon as he hears about the wild boars. He now realizes that they can get attacked during the dark of night. If such dangerous and wild animals like boars are inside the jungle, Valier gets very annoyed at this display of cowardice. But Bertus believes it will be fine if they just stay cautious. He thanks the protagonist for all of his incredible efforts, as they are in desperate need of some extra food right now. Valier notices that their emergency hut is now almost completely built. The prince shares that it was a very hard and arduous process, but the students had all managed to finish it up somehow. Our boy still feels surprised by how very doable the whole thing is. Adelia expresses her deep concerns about the potential for rain, but Valier suggests that they should just try to compromise and try to make some wooden flooring with all of the leftover logs, to at least avoid having to sleep on the cold, wet ground. He looks over at Harriet working, and believes that it will not be easy. After that, the entire class continues to work incredibly hard. Despite all of their immense fatigue, they are all determined to finish their work, so no one even notices the time moving by so very fast, because they are all completely focused. At night, the whole class looks very worried as they watch all the fish get cooked. Harriet starts to complain about the lack of any proper utensils, but Valier reminds her that they are literally stranded on an island. She hears the other class singing, and wonders what they are even doing, because it sounds as if they are actually enjoying themselves over there. The prince gets up to try and cheer up their gloomy mood, and he understands that they are all going through a very shitty situation, but he wants them all to be able to move forward from this, and to not let this be their very last group mission together. He eats some of the cooked fish himself first, and then shows them that it is finally good enough for them to eat. The students all continue to complain about everything, but they finally start to eat all of their prepared meals. Harriet does not feel okay about loving a meal in such a weird situation, so our boy tries to fix her mood by sharing some of his own food with her. The two of them sit together quietly and just pass the remaining time. Ellen suddenly gets up for absolutely no apparent reason, and she heads straight on towards the vast, dark sea, while the prince tries to stop her, in a state of complete confusion. The others all wonder what on earth is currently happening, but Ellen emerges shortly after, with multiple lobsters on her spear. She gets all of them cooked up for everyone as well. The prince warns everyone about the dangers of the deep jungle, and he lets a few of the other students get some much-needed sleep, while the others are all stuck with the dreaded watch duty. He sits down with our boy and gives all of the credit directly to him. Valier tries to be very humble about his contributions, but Bertus points out all of his tremendous and valuable efforts, and he believes that everyone would have left a long time ago without him. Bertus cannot believe that Team B is taking things so very lightly, but he admits that he is simply no match for all of them. Valier wonders what the prince is now trying to say to him. He is sure that Bertus has now reached his absolute limit, seeing how he is no longer hiding his much weaker side from him anymore. The prince sincerely thanks our boy for being here with them. Later on, Valier gets extremely tired from the non-stop watch duties. He is surprised that he is being forced to do all of this once more in his life. Our boy then remembers his incredibly tough and grueling army days. He notices that Liana is now waking up from her sleep, but he reminds her that she can still continue on sleeping if she wants. She does not look very good at all right now. The girl tries to head off towards the deep, dark jungle, but he warns her about the danger, and then he grabs her hand, while he is demanding that she give him an answer for her actions. She gets very pissed off by this and frees her arm from his grip, pushing our boy away from her with all of her might. Liana coldly tells him that she is just leaving so she can take a shit. Reinhardt is sitting on a tree trunk, in front of a warm campfire, incredibly worried about the well-being of Liana, since she has been in the bushes for well over 20 long minutes. He wonders if he should go and check on her. He could either find her in some kind of deep trouble or just scare her. After carefully considering all of his available options, he makes up his mind and walks slowly towards the dark bushes. He asks her to just snap once if everything is currently okay, and to snap twice if she is actually in some kind of trouble. She then snaps twice, indicating that she is indeed in a lot of trouble. He then asks her to snap just once, if she just needs something with which to clean herself up with. She snaps once, and he suggests that she should use some leaves to do so. However, she violently snaps her fingers again and again and again, signaling for him to go and get her some much-needed water, and he gets her some, Liana walks out of the bushes towards the water. Her face is completely devoid of any and all emotion, and she passes right by Reinhardt without uttering a single word. As she begins to fill up the pot with all of the fresh water, she informs Reinhardt that she is now going to just give up. Shocked, Reinhardt thinks that he can't really blame her for this. She was raised just like a pampered princess back at her home, and she is now facing extreme difficulties in this very harsh environment. He tries his best to talk her out of quitting the mission, arguing that it would be a truly terrible thing for her to do after all of the effort that she has put in to get this far. Liana crawls back into the bushes with completely lifeless emotions, talking about the terrible thing that she is currently doing in the bushes. Reinhardt sits back down and hears another sound from the bushes again, and he wonders who on earth it could possibly be this time. Harriet pushes her own way out of the dark and dense bushes. With tears in her eyes, she is now seeking some help from Reinhardt. She wears a very upset and troubled expression on her face. Reinhardt thinks that she believes that he can actually help her, and his heart softens at her incredibly vulnerable current state. He helps her out by providing her with a pot of clean water. Once everyone has finally managed to clean themselves up, they finish setting up their entire base camp for the night. Harriet now has a lot of free time after producing all the materials for the camp, so she helps them find plenty more food with her underwater breathing spell, which she generously uses for everyone else at their base camp. While everyone is busy finishing up with the main base camp, Ellen and Reinhardt decide to go and search for some clean water. Reinhardt reasons that since wild animals are all around them, there must be a nearby source of clean and fresh water, as all of the animals also need to stay hydrated as well. Although they already have access to some form of drinking water, their own greed now drives them to seek out some fresh water. Everyone wants some clean water for both washing up and for drinking. Constantly sweating and being covered in all of this dust, it is incredibly important for them to stay clean to boost their morale. Reinhardt would much rather find a source of clean and fresh water than to have to listen to all of the kids whine about being so dirty. He knows the kids will all give up if some clean water is not found very soon. In their long and arduous quest to find some clean water, Reinhardt and Ellen both become extremely and utterly exhausted. They realize that it is now completely impossible for the two of them to explore the entire vast island on foot like they have been doing. Reinhardt resorts to using his hearing powers to locate the body of water. He listens intently for the faint sounds of all the crashing waves, and then he points them in the direction of where the water is flowing. They arrive at a tall cliff where the clean water is located, and Ellen jumps right down into the crystal clear water below. Reinhardt thinks to himself that she must be extremely exhausted to just jump from such a great height. He wonders whether this water source is too far away from their camp, and if the kids should even attempt to try and access it at all. Even if they do, they will likely get all dirty again on their way back, due to the incredible length of the entire journey there. Reinhardt and Ellen decide that it is not really up to them, and that they will have to follow whatever Bertus's decision is. Ellen tells Reinhardt to go in the other direction for a while, since she now needs to take off all of her dirty clothes, and begins to wash the grime from his garments, when Ellen suddenly rushes back to his side, her voice a frantic whisper, begging him to abandon this place, insisting they had trespassed upon forbidden ground. She points toward the ghastly skeletons and a smoldering fire by the water's edge. It was a chilling sign that they were not the sole inhabitants of this forsaken island. Clearly, they were unwelcome guests, and a hidden society, perhaps a large one, lurked in the shadows. Reinhardt and Ellen hastened back to their makeshift camp. Their drenched appearance immediately signaled to the group that they had discovered a precious source of clean water. A wave of elation swept through the weary survivors, but Reinhardt's grave pronouncement shattered their short-lived joy. There is someone else on this island with us. Panic and disbelief erupted among the students. They clamored, questioning their next move. Could these mysterious inhabitants be savage cannibals? Reinhardt managed to quell the rising hysteria, theorizing that perhaps locating these unknown people was the true purpose of their mission. Making contact with them could be the very key to completing their harrowing trial. They debated their strategy for dealing with these unseen denizens of the island. Turning to Reinhardt for his decisive leadership, he advised a cautious approach, starting with a visit to the stream. Truthfully, even he was uncertain of the best path forward in this grim situation. At the stream, he watched the others' brief moment of joy, but Reinhardt had seen the unvarnished truth and refused to buy his lies. He and Bertus entered a quiet debate. Should they relocate the camp here, or was their original location the safer bet? Both choices were fraught with peril and potential reward. Establishing their camp beside the vital water source would increase their chances of encountering the mysterious locals. However, it would also serve as a beacon for any dangerous beasts that roamed nearby. They concluded that the entire group must weigh in on this critical choice. Once the floor was opened for discussion, a fierce argument ignited over whether to move to the stream or to retreat to the security of their original encampment. The majority favored the new location near the stream until Liana pointed out the menacing snake she had spotted close by, the very same one Ellen had slain and was now holding. At this gruesome sight, Bertus made an executive decision. Returning to their first camp was the only wise option. The party retreated to their camp, hauling buckets filled with precious fresh water. They calculated the supply should sustain them until the following day. Bertus believed their immediate needs were met for the day. After all, their defensive fortifications were mostly complete, and they had a surplus of provisions inherited from the absent Class B. But Reinhardt presented a different counsel. He insisted they must finish reinforcing the entire camp immediately. This decree earned him frustrated glares from Ludwig and Kono, who had desperately hoped for a moment's rest after their long, arduous labor. Once the shelters were finally fortified, the exhausted students settled in, just as the original prophecy of the novel foretold. A storm was predicted to rage through the night, and as darkness fell, a torrential downpour began to lash the island, brought on by the fury of gale-force winds. The brutal winds began to tear their fragile huts asunder. Bertus roared orders for everyone to remain sheltered, and if their hut was destroyed, they must run to another for safety. Amidst the chaos, Harriet's shelter was suddenly ripped apart. She cried out, certain she was being swept away by the merciless tempest, until Reinhardt lunged forward, snatching her from the storm and pulling her into his own hut. Terrified, Harriet could only curl into a ball in the corner. To offer some comfort, Reinhardt urged her to summon her fire magic to provide some warmth. To his utter astonishment, she didn't just conjure a flame for herself. She managed to manifest a sphere of warmth for every single person in the camp. A stark deviation in her character from the original tale, where the novel's Harriet was concerned only with herself, and perhaps Reinhardt. As the relentless rain began to subside, Reinhardt and Bertus emerged from the shelter to forage for provisions. Their eyes scanned the devastated camp, a scene of utter ruin, as they began a head count of their survivors. It was then they made the grim discovery: Kair was gone. In the original story, all of Class A, save for the indomitable Ellen, had essentially surrendered the mission. Now, in a dark parallel to Class B's fate in the novel, members of Class A were now beginning to vanish into the night as well. Bertus confronted Eric, who was on guard duty before Kair's shift. Eric confessed that he had succumbed to exhaustion the moment Kair took his post. Kair had vanished sometime during the storm. This led Reinhardt to formulate three chilling possibilities. 1. Kair had foolishly wandered into the jungle and was now lost. 2. The island's mysterious inhabitants had abducted or killed him. Or 3. Class B had captured Kair, a sabotage tactic to shatter Class A's morale, and force them to forfeit the mission, ensuring a victory for Class B. Survival was not the only path to victory in this cruel game. A class could also triumph by breaking the will of their rivals. They could force the other class to surrender and thus complete their objective swiftly. Reinhardt asserted his frequent interactions with the rival Class B. Therefore, he reasoned that a recon mission to their camp would not seem out of place. Upon reaching the enemy encampment, he found a scene of absolute devastation. Their camp was in a far more wretched state than Class A's. He called out into the ruins, checking for any signs of the Class B students. He located them, huddled together for shelter beneath a massive tree. He approached their de facto leader, Charlotte. Her eyes narrowed, questioning if he had come merely to spy on their misery. He admitted the charge without hesitation. Under these grim circumstances, he felt no shame in his tactical assessment. Reinhardt's keen eyes scanned Camp B's survivors, and he confirmed one was unaccounted for. He informed Charlotte that Louis Ankton had also vanished from their ranks. This meant students from both camps had disappeared into the night. This new information immediately cleared Class B of abducting care. Charlotte recounted the brutal hardships her own class had endured during the mission. In a moment of compassion, Reinhardt guided her on where her class could locate the life-saving clean water, pointing toward its location. He then prepared to take his leave. She offered him her sincere gratitude in return. Reinhardt returned to Class A's camp bearing his critical intelligence. Bertus declared that their most logical course of action was to actively seek out the island's shadowy inhabitants. It was their only hope of recovering their vanished comrades. But even if that was the mission's true goal, they first needed to secure a stable food supply. 2 teams of 2 plus 1 lone warrior were dispatched to hunt for food and signs of the locals. Liana was paired with the resourceful Reinhardt. Bertus teamed with Cliffman, while Ellen went solo, her superior strength her only companion. As Liana struggled to maintain the grueling pace, Reinhardt deduced that her sedentary life as a mage left her with little physical stamina. He wisely suggested they pause for a brief respite. Leaning wearily against a tree, Liana requested the machete from Reinhardt's grasp. She then channeled her electrical magic into the blade, heating it for warmth. Reinhardt was stunned. He had no idea that Liana had already mastered the advanced skill of enchanting objects with her electricity. She even playfully nudged Reinhardt to attempt it himself. This left him utterly bewildered. Was she a kind soul or not? As they debated where any huntable creature might shelter in this downpour, Providence answered, and they spotted a lone deer. However, the prize was far beyond the reach of Liana's powers, and if Reinhardt's javelin throw should fail, their potential meal would surely bolt. In a stroke of genius, Reinhardt proposed she enchant his metal javelin with her crackling electricity. Despite the soaking rain, she channeled her power into the spear, but Reinhardt ended up shocking himself in the disastrous attempt. The deer, of course, vanished in a flash. This spectacular failure led Liana to question how Reinhardt ever topped the class. With such monumentally foolish ideas, she taunted him, claiming his head must be completely empty, which only made the conductivity of electricity through his skull even better. As their bickering escalated, Reinhardt finally admitted his defeat. He declared he had no more energy to quarrel. He insisted they resume their hunt for the escaped deer. During their search, a strange noise caught their attention. They crept closer, only to discover a jaguar had already claimed their prize. Reinhardt's frustration mounted. He was mystified as to why such a powerful predator was even on this island. Locked in a tense stare-down with the deadly jaguar, Reinhardt laid out their 2 terrifying options. Either they challenge the beast and attempt to steal its kill, or they make a strategic retreat. He suggested enchanting the javelin with her lightning power once more, but this time, throwing it at a puddle near the jaguar as a diversion. He ordered Liana to execute the plan, assuring her she would not get electrocuted, as she was immune to the effects of her own formidable powers. Liana was filled with doubt. She questioned if they couldn't just withdraw and find another target. If her throw missed its mark, they would surely be attacked. But Reinhardt refused to show a shred of fear. He boldly declared that he would take full responsibility for their lives. Liana hurled the javelin, channeling all her might and frustration. Tragically, her efforts were utterly useless. The projectile missed both the puddle and the jaguar completely. Reinhardt could only stare, bewildered and disappointed. The now enraged jaguar launched itself toward them with murderous intent. In a moment of sheer desperation, Reinhardt commanded Liana to electrocute the very sword he wielded. He roared that he had but one shot to slay the beast. Failure meant they would both be torn to shreds. Reinhardt swung his crackling sword at the lunging jaguar and, miraculously, killed. After the battle, he collapsed to the ground, and a concerned Liana rushed to his side. After a moment of dark humor with Liana, Reinhardt hauled the deer's carcass back towards the camp. Their return was met with cheers of praise for his slaying of the jaguar and stealing its prey. Harriet rushed to ask if he was unharmed. He nonchalantly replied that he was perfectly fine, but casually mentioned that he did get electrocuted, much to the visible annoyance of Liana lurking in the background. Bertus also returned victorious, with a bounty of birds he had hunted. He boasted to Reinhardt that hunting was a simple affair for him, as it was a common pastime amongst the noble elite. But Ellen, the the lone wolf, had still not returned. Just then, Bertus received word that Eric had foolishly ventured into the jungle to find Kair. With Liana completely drained from their ordeal, Bertus decided that only Cliffman Reinhardt and he would embark on a rescue mission, taking separate trails to find Eric. They held no fear for Ellen, for she was strong enough to fend for herself. He gave a stern warning not to venture too far into the jungle's depths, as night had fallen and they would be utterly alone. Reinhardt reflected on the chain of foolishness from Kair. Eric and Kono, pondering how their reckless choices could very well doom the three rescuers, now being dispatched to find them in the treacherous darkness. He had no desire to go searching for the fool Eric, but he joined the party nonetheless, lost in his dark thoughts, musing on how utterly reckless and useless they all were. He suddenly heard voices cutting through the thicket. He soon discovered Eric in a heated confrontation with Scarlet over a kill she had made. She accused him of trying to steal it from her, all while spewing a torrent of insults in his direction. Reinhardt watched the entire sordid affair unfold from the shadows, witnessing Scarlet knock Eric to the ground with a single punch, and then grind her boot into his face for good measure. She sneered that she possessed the Queen's protection, and could easily crush his skull right there, but she refrained because she was not a pathetic worm like him. As she stalked away into the jungle, Reinhardt emerged from the brush, and Eric immediately cried out, "Did you see that?" He desperately tried to paint himself as the victim to Reinhardt, swearing that the vicious Scarlet had assaulted him. But Reinhardt had seen the unvarnished truth and refused to buy his lies. Reinhardt delivered a swift, brutal kick right between Eric's legs, like he was cracking a pair of eggs. He then warned him to hold his tongue, having been a silent witness to the entire humiliating encounter. Reinhardt dragged the pathetic fool back to camp, where Bertus immediately confronted the disgraced Eric. He conceded that feeling useless from time to time was understandable, especially in a gathering of such exceptional talents as this. It was inevitable that some would feel inadequate, but your selfish actions put 3 other lives in grave danger. He forced Eric to confront the fact that he was not strong enough, nor was he skilled enough with magic to be of any real use. "Do you want to be branded as useless?" he demanded, "because of your pointless, reckless pride?" Humbled, Eric finally apologized to Bertus for his grave error and received his pardon. However, Bertus decreed his punishment. He would stand guard for the entire night. At that very moment, Ellen finally returned to camp. She was dragging the carcass of the jaguar that Reinhardt had heroically slain. Bertus informed them that the predator's meat would be too tough to be edible. However, there was another prize to be won. They could skin the beast and sell its valuable leather pelt. Since Reinhardt and Liana were responsible for killing the jaguar, and Ellen had hauled its body all the way back to camp, they all agreed to divide the profits 3 ways. Liana, however, graciously declined her portion of the spoils. Reinhardt and Ellen stood to gain a fortune, up to 20 gold coins for the pristine skin, or at least 10 coins if it was in poorer shape. And so, Reinhardt set to the grim task of skinning the jaguar for its valuable hide. Ellen pulled Bertus aside, explaining the reason for her late return. She had been scouting deep within the treacherous jungle. She relayed her startling discoveries to him, describing another camp littered with human skeletons and a still smoldering fire. She was certain these were the tracks left by the island's mysterious inhabitants. As the hours passed, they began to assemble the grim puzzle pieces about these inhabitants. They realized the enemy preferred to strike their camp under the cover of darkness. They had their own encampments hidden deep within the jungle, and they were more than capable of abducting or even killing people. A chilling realization dawned on the entire camp. Their true mission was to hunt and capture these very inhabitants. They resolved to launch their counterattack at the break of dawn. Everyone retired to their huts for a restless sleep, except for the disgraced Eric. But in the dead of night, unearthly sounds shattered the camp's fragile peace. As the terrified students emerged from their shelters, they discovered to their horror that Eric and Adelia had both been taken. Cliffman theorized that since 2 people were abducted simultaneously, this could potentially slow down their mysterious kidnappers. He urged them to give chase into the darkness immediately, but the others were paralyzed by the fear of walking into a deadly ambush. It was Harriet who stepped up, using her light magic to illuminate the dark jungle. In the sudden light, a set of footprints became visible. Although the tracks were indistinct, they were disturbingly large in size. Class A began to follow the ominous trail. As they pursued the massive footprints, they confirmed their kidnappers were of a truly immense stature. They soon ran into Charlotte, the leader of the rival Class B. She relayed the grim news that Liana and Christina had also vanished. This confirmed their worst fears. There was more than one kidnapper afoot. The tracks ahead of them suddenly split into two separate paths. Bertus made the command decision. His team would venture into the deeper jungle. He tasked Charlotte with pursuing the other trail through the jungle. As they followed their assigned path, Bertus and his team were halted by a raging river that seemed impossible to cross. The group stared in confusion, wondering how they could possibly cross this obstacle. Kono, who had a coil of rope, questioned its purpose now. How could they possibly secure it to the other side of the river? But Reinhardt suddenly remembered Kono's unique teleportation talent. He ordered Kono to use his ability to teleport to the river's other side. Without hesitation, Kono blinked across the rushing river, though the magical transit stripped him of his clothes in the process. Reinhardt couldn't help but jest at Kono's sudden, embarrassing state. Once the blushing Kono had successfully crossed, they secured the rope to a sturdy tree. Ellen then made her way across the rope, joining Kono and Reinhardt. Cliffman was next, carefully making his way across the precarious rope bridge. As Reinhardt stood up after helping Ellen find her footing, his eyes caught a horrifying sight, a massive figure standing behind Bertus, Liana, and Harriet. He and Ellen began shouting and gesturing wildly, but separated by the roaring river, Bertus and the others were completely unable to hear their warnings. They could only wonder what was causing such frantic and fearful behavior. When they finally turned to investigate the source of the commotion, they discovered the shadowy figure was a monstrous orc. It emerged from the trees, and Bertus, Harriet, and Liana stared back at the orc, frozen in utter shock. Its massive, muscular green body was a truly terrifying sight. They were paralyzed, questioning why this creature was here. It unleashed a deafening roar and slammed the ground with such force that the very rope they had strung across the river snapped in two. This sent the unfortunate cliffman plunging into the river below. Bertus bellowed for everyone to flee and focus only on their own survival. As Kono cried out, questioning what manner of beast they were facing, Reinhardt grimly explained that it was a creature of legend, an orc, a monster straight from the pages of medieval fantasy tales. He had, in fact, written them into his original novel, believing orcs to be vastly more powerful than any mere human. This made him question why they were so often dismissed as simple-minded mobs. With Cliffman now lost to the raging river, Kono shouted for him, frantic about his well-being. Yet Reinhardt calmly assured him he was most likely rescued by their teachers. The button-shaped artifact they carried was more than just a signal to surrender. It also functioned as an emergency recall spell. Therefore, it was highly probable the teachers had already saved him. Reinhardt reminded himself that this mission was not designed to be a death sentence. It was merely intended to simulate a near-death experience. Ellen, ever the warrior, insisted they had to try to kill the orc. It was the only way they could hope to succeed in their mission. A bewildered Kono asked if it was even conceivable to defeat such a monstrous creature. Ellen simply replied that they had no choice but to try. She commanded Kono to teleport across the raging river once more and retie the rope one last time. As they fled in terror from the pursuing orc, Bertus was forced to reckon with his past choices. He had grown far too complacent. He desperately asked Harriet about her ability to conjure attack magic, but she was crippled by her own lack of confidence. Meanwhile, Liana's lightning magic seemed woefully insufficient to halt the orc, and so, Bertus resolved to engage the fearsome orc himself. He commanded Liana to support his assault with her lightning strikes, while ordering Harriet to begin preparing a powerful attack spell. He urged her to climb a tree to escape the orc's reach, as it would surely target her next. Just before his final charge, Bertus steeled his nerves, reminding himself to fear no orc. Liana struck the beast with a bolt of her lightning, but just as Bertus was about to attack, he tripped over the newly tied rope, and the orc slammed into him. Liana watched in horror, certain the beast would now turn on her. Yet she believed her lightning could, at the very least, push the orc back. But as she was lost in thought, the orc hurled a machete at Liana, knocking her unconscious as well. Next, it turned its malevolent gaze toward Harry, who was cowering in a tree. But as it launched its machete toward her, Ellen descended from the sky like a valkyrie, deflecting the blade and leaping into glorious combat with the orc. Everyone could only watch in awe as Ellen battled the monstrous orc. Reinhardt pondered how, in his original novel, he had depicted Class A as gifted but utterly lazy. He had painted Class B as superior to Class A in a single crucial aspect: unwavering motivation. He now saw that Ellen was the sole member of Class A who embodied that same refusal to surrender. Meanwhile, as Ellen continued her relentless assault on the orc, she began to inflict more and more wounds upon its tough hide. While Ellen kept the monster occupied, Harriet finally completed her attack spell, Colossal Ball of Fire. She shouted for everyone to take cover before unleashing the massive inferno toward the orc. As Harriet launched the enormous fireball at the orc, the sheer force of her spell sent her toppling from the tree. Reinhardt cried out that if she fell from that height, she would surely perish, and he was too far away to reach her in time. Unsure of how else to proceed, Reinhardt shouted for Kono to save her. Kono was stunned, having no idea how to perform such a rescue. Reinhardt urged him to use his teleportation ability to intercept her fall. The very instant Harriet began to plummet from the tree, she suddenly found herself cradled safely in someone's arms. It was Kono, who had teleported across the chasm to save her, losing his clothes once again in the process. The mortified Kono quickly teleported back. Embarrassed, Reinhardt rushed to Harriet's side to check on her, and she immediately jumped into his arms, thanking him profusely. Reinhardt told her it was Kono she should be embracing instead, as he was the one who had truly saved her life. He then acknowledged her magnificent orc kill, and encouraged her to no longer be ruled by her fear. In the original story, it was Ellen who was destined to kill the orc, while Harriet was quick to surrender. But in this new reality, Reinhardt believed Harriet had performed a truly miraculous feat. Everyone was now consumed by a single question: why wasn't the mission over? The orc had been vanquished after all. They debated if there were perhaps more orcs to be slain, and if Team B had already taken care of their own monster. Reinhardt held grave doubts that Team B could have killed their orc, as they simply lacked the raw power to do so. In the original tale, Ellen was supposed to defeat all the remaining orcs. In the midst of their frantic speculation, the button-shaped artifact on each of them began to glow brightly, and from a swirling cloud of smoke, Eppenhauser appeared. He solemnly informed them that their harrowing mission was finally over. He then proceeded to announce the final results. Team A had 4 survivors and had successfully slain 1 orc. Team B, however, had only 1 survivor, yet had also managed to kill 1 orc. To everyone's utter shock, it was Charlotte who had slain the orc all by herself. With the brutal mission finally concluded, the survivors were rewarded with a weekend of fun at the beach. A lavish feast of delicious food was provided, and the students spent their time swimming and basking in the sun. Bertus approached Reinhardt for a quiet conversation, lamenting how he could have handled the mission with greater efficiency. He also suggested that Reinhardt should commend Harriet and Ellen for their truly magnificent performances during the ordeal. Bertus believed that if such praise came directly from him, it might place undue pressure on the girls. Harriet grew quite dramatic as the full weight of her achievements sunk in. Meanwhile, Ellen had captured a massive lobster and was preparing to cook it. The rest of the group insisted that Reinhardt join them in the water. Bertus then called for him to come along, as he charged toward the waves. As they all reveled in the cool water, Charlotte asked if she could join them. After a long afternoon of fun and playful antics, Bertus pulled her into a private room for a serious discussion. She revealed that she was well aware of Bertus's personal inquiries, and his seeking of personal advice from Reinhardt. To this, Bertus sternly replied that he must keep his personal feelings out of their conflict, and he should not pass judgment on the others, especially since he had no idea which side Reinhardt would ultimately choose, and he had no desire to be forced to kill him. Eppenhauser arrived once more, announcing that the victorious teams would be granted a bounty of extra points. Furthermore, each student had been individually evaluated based on their contributions to the mission's success, and they too would be awarded additional merit points. Finally, they would all vote for an MVP from each of the 2 teams. The students then cast their secret ballots. In the end, Charlotte and Harriet were chosen as the MVPs for their respective teams. Harriet was flustered and shy about her victory, and the rest of her class showered her with congratulations. Later that night, as she sat quietly next to Reinhardt, he prompted her to speak whatever thoughts were on her mind. After a long, hesitant moment, she quietly whispered, "Thank you, Reinhardt caught the grateful look in her eyes. As she ran away in embarrassment, the next day, Charlotte and Reinhardt sat together on the beach. He questioned her about the mysterious circumstances of her solo orc kill. Charlotte confirmed that she had indeed killed it, but she staunchly refused to reveal how. She stated that she preferred not to depend too heavily on her magical abilities. Reinhardt's curiosity about her hidden power only intensified. He wondered why she was so guarded about using it. But before he could probe any further into this mystery, their brief vacation was over, and they were all returned to the temple. There, Reinhardt immediately resumed his usual rigorous routine. He continued his training with Adriana, and consistently faced crushing defeat at Ellen's hands in their practice matches. He successfully sold the jaguar skin to Bertus's own great-grandfather, the very same man who had once tried to assassinate him. He earned a handsome sum of 30 gold coins from the sale, which he dutifully split with Delphine and Ellen. He even splurged on a fine meal at a very expensive restaurant. As Reinhardt devoted every waking moment to his intense training and studies, he noticed only marginal gains in his overall physical prowess. However, he was thrilled to see that his swordsmanship had finally ascended to an F rank. This resulted in his overall rank leaping from a lowly F+ to a respectable D+. Overcome with excitement, Reinhardt rushed to offer his heartfelt thanks to Ellen. Although he still felt a pang of disappointment at only achieving a D+, he reminded himself that he still had a long journey ahead to perfect his skills. As the days passed, Adriana insisted that he accompany her somewhere. She promised him that, if he found the experience unpleasant, he would be free to never set foot there again. Upon agreeing to follow Adriana, Reinhardt discovered that she intended to bring him to a religious club. The academy, it seemed, was home to a wide array of clubs, some of which were centered around faith, and she led him to the one dedicated to the worship of the 5 main gods. This particular club boasted the largest membership among the royal class. He was greeted with warm smiles from every member, and was immediately offered a variety of snacks if he was feeling peckish. Yet Reinhardt found their overly cheerful demeanor quite unsettling. He thought he might actually prefer the company of scoundrels like Bertus. While he was chatting with the members, Reinhardt was approached by a girl named Ceres Van Owen, the esteemed vice president of the religious club. With the club's president currently absent, they began the meeting, as all the other members were present. The meeting commenced with a communal prayer. Reinhardt quickly discovered that this act of prayer had a strange and powerful effect on him. It was as if all his lingering fatigue simply vanished into thin air. This was a far cry from what he had imagined a religious club would be like. He regaled them with stories of his first harrowing mission, and before he knew it, the first meeting had come to a close. Just as he was about to make his exit, Adriana intercepted him, insisting that he stay for some snacks. As they discussed whether Reinhardt adhered to any particular faith, she explained that the gods reward those who show them true devotion. Reinhardt, the secret, true creator of this very world, pondered the irony of his situation. How was he supposed to pray to the very beings he himself had created? During their theological discussion, he overheard whispers regarding the club president's impending return and the terrifying resurgence of a so-called demon church. Grave conversations about the existence of a demon realm began to circulate. As Reinhardt listened intently to the hushed conversations, he mused on how there were human followers of these so-called demon gods, and how these dark entities differed from the 5 main gods. The great demon realm had long ago collapsed, leaving behind only a scant few survivors. However, thanks to Reinhardt's freeing of the prisoners, the demon realm now had a faint glimmer of hope for a revival. Many people foolishly misunderstood the true power of the demon realm, mistaking it for a force of immense strength, and they now seemed to believe that the demon realm was preparing for a devastating counteroffensive against the human world. Someone raised the chilling concern of demon cultists hiding within the temple itself. But Ceres swiftly shut down this line of thinking, claiming she had already conferred with the student council president. She assured everyone that the children being discussed were merely misunderstood souls, result in a chilling fate at the hands of the inquisitors. With the tense gathering finally concluded, Reinhardt and Adriana made their way back together. A crucial realization then dawned upon him. Her goal was not to force her faith upon him. Instead, her true intention was far more strategic, to help him forge alliances with influential seniors, who could prove to be powerful assets. As their paths were about to diverge, Reinhardt, boldly inquired about the hushed whispers of a demon-worshipping cult and its sympathizers lurking within the temple. On his return journey from the club, Reinhardt pressed Adriana further, asking about the secret talks amongst the Demon Realm's supporters. Adriana suspected Ceres and the others might hold some knowledge, but she ultimately dismissed the rumors as baseless chatter. Reinhardt was taken aback by her complete ignorance of the matter, and shifted his questioning to the strange absence of the club's president. Adriana explained, "She is the daughter of the Grand Master of the Holy Knights, the legendary Liberia van Olivia Lanes. This sacred organization was composed of presidents and knights from the 5 major faiths, though it ultimately answers to the Pope of the 5. Leading this order placed her father upon a throne of immense authority, as it was a sacred order, operating entirely separate from the empire. The power they wielded was so vast it eclipsed even the main principalities. Olivia herself was known as the Ariadne Saint, famed for her incredible divine abilities and selfless charity work. She had vowed to join the ranks of the Holy Knights upon her graduation." As Adriana spoke of how Olivia was the idol she looked up to, her voice filled with a deep worry and a profound frustration. Olivia had mysteriously vanished from all her meetings and classes. Even the temple's instructors were completely baffled by her absence. Reinhardt theorized she was merely in a rebellious phase, but Adriana vehemently disagreed. Reinhardt urged Adriana to confront Olivia and demand to know what was wrong, since she was clearly still present within the temple, only avoiding her classes and official club meetings. Adriana hesitated, as Olivia was her revered senior, but Reinhardt insisted that her heart would know no peace unless she uncovered the truth behind Olivia's strange behavior. After some gentle persuasion, she resolved to speak directly with the saint. Upon her return, she brought Reinhardt grim news. Not only was Olivia planning to abandon the club and the temple, but she was also on the verge of renouncing her very faith. She had offered Adriana no explanation for this drastic decision, leaving Adriana to wonder if she had the right to investigate further. Reinhardt declared it would be wrong for her to meddle. He proclaimed that he would undertake this mission in her stead. He reasoned that Adriana had done so much to aid him, and now it was his turn to repay her kindness. He simply wanted to see Adriana smile again, and so Reinhardt's investigation began. He first sought answers from Bertus. Bertus recalled seeing the prestigious Holy Knights, but confirmed Olivia was not among their ranks, as she held no official title within the order yet. He questioned why Reinhardt was so interested in her affairs, and Reinhardt relayed Adriana's disturbing findings about Olivia. Bertus was baffled. He told Reinhardt that she was a living legend, possessing the power to have fought in the last Great War, but was barred from doing so because of her student status. She had taken a full year off to heal the wounded, saving countless lives in the process. She could wield high-level priest magic and earned the title Ariadne Saint. He believed she was destined to become the next Grand Master of the Holy Knights, or even the next Pope had she chosen to join the Tuan Order. Bertus expressed his desire for her to lead the Holy Knights. Reinhardt demanded to know his reasoning. Bertus simply stated it would be better for everyone if she took command. But Reinhardt saw through the lie. This was not the true reason. He knew Bertus wanted her to become the Order's leader because the Holy Knights were a major political thorn in the Empire's side. They were known to keep demon slaves, and had even attempted to seize the succubi for themselves. During the Great Demon Prisoner escape, her ascending to the role of leader would mean she would be far less likely to interfere in the Empire's affairs. Bertus then theorized that she had uncovered the dark truth that the Holy Knights were not as virtuous as she believed, or perhaps that Olivia had found a lover, which would explain her sudden desire to abandon her sacred path. Bertus declared he would speak to her himself and try to change her mind. After his audience with the troubled saint, Bertus informed Reinhardt that his efforts to convince her had failed, but he had discovered the truth behind her sudden apostasy. She had learned of the despicable deeds committed by the Holy Guard. Reinhardt resolved to speak with her himself. As he knocked on her door, she shocked him by calling out his name, revealing that she had already known he was coming. Reinhardt was lost in her ethereal beauty, wondering if she were an angel. Staring at the breathtaking vision that was Olivia, Reinhardt finally understood why people called her the Ariadne Saint. She told him that Bertus had just been there to speak with her, and she thanked Reinhardt for his concern for her well-being. As she gently touched his face, our hero Reinhardt began to blush intensely. He stammered that he knew the rough details from her talk with Bertus. She asked him if he had known of her before. She had certainly heard tales of him, but this was their first time meeting face to face. This was why she was so surprised by his deep concern for her. Our hero confessed that it was actually Adriana, who was the one truly worried about her, and that she felt it would be improper to interfere in her affairs. The saint looked genuinely embarrassed. She realized that her actions were causing many people to worry. Our hero tried to dissuade her from quitting, reminding her of the countless people who relied on and looked up to her. She asked him if she should just ignore all the wrongdoing she had witnessed. He argued that she should ascend to a position of power and enact the changes herself, but she felt she could not afford to wait. If she delayed any longer, she would either remain powerless or, even worse, become just like them. Our hero understood her plight and offered his sincere apology. She thanked him and then embraced him, making him incredibly flustered. After his failed talk with Olivia, our hero and Adriana went for a run the very next morning. On their return, they bumped into the saint once again. She was standing grimly beside her father. She looked as if she had been beaten and was being taken away. They asked her if she was truly leaving, and she confirmed it with a sad nod. Her father coldly ordered her to conclude the conversation and focus on her training. Our hero was certain she had been weeping. He thought to himself that, while the temple could prevent a knight from taking a student away, they were powerless to stop a parent from claiming their own child. Adriana looked utterly bewildered. Reinhardt guided her to a secluded place to share his grim findings about the so-called Ariadne saint. As they talked, she came to a horrifying conclusion. Her father had taken her away to conceal the Holy Knight's dark secrets. Our hero was shocked, as he knew the leader was a priest, and priests were forbidden from marrying. Adriana then revealed that Liberia had actually adopted Olivia because of her immense divine talent. He had planned to mold her into the next Grand Master. Her turning her back on the knights must have driven him into a rage. After a moment of grim contemplation, our hero told Adriana they had no choice but to follow them. She was shocked, certain they would be discovered. Reinhardt swore he would fabricate an excuse if they were caught. Filled with grim determination, Adriana agreed. Liberia and Olivia were now in a tense discussion on a train, with Reinhardt and Adriana secretly spying on them nearby. They were too far away to understand their words, so Reinhardt activated his supernatural listening ability. Liberia was telling her that she was destined to be the leader, but she remained adamant that she would never lead the Holy Knights, and would prefer to be exiled from the order instead. Olivia declared that she would never change her mind on the matter, and her father finally put an end to the heated conversation. After our hero and Adriana had returned to safety, they discussed what they had overheard on the train. There had been talk of suffering, and they both feared that Liberia would force his daughter into becoming the leader against her will. Adriana was on the verge of tears, questioning how he could go so far. Reinhardt realized with a jolt that, in his original story, she had been completely absent during the Great Gate incident. If Liberia did not succeed in breaking her will, she would be eliminated one way or another. The reward for saving Olivia was the chance to gain one of her abilities. He knew that certain characters, who were not meant to exist, had been saved, and they possessed the power to alter the course of history. And Olivia was one of those who could change the world's fate. As Reinhardt and Adriana discussed the dire situation with the saint, Adriana's face was a mask of worry. Our hero admitted that he did not know Olivia on a personal level, but he knew that someone as kind as her did not deserve such a fate. She must not be allowed to die. He vowed to save her for her kindness, but he knew he could not save her with Adriana's help alone. With her taken to the temple of the Holy Knights, the task would be incredibly difficult. They had no legitimate reason to approach that sacred ground. Bertus and Charlotte might have the clearance to enter, but they had no justification for saving the adopted daughter of the Grand Master of the Holy Knights. Even if they did help, it would cause a major political incident. Adriana asked if exposing the truth to the public would help. Our hero told her that while it might provide some aid, the Holy Knights would be pushed past the point of no return. The myriad religion had countless devout followers, and this scandal would not be enough to break their faith. It would only put Olivia's life in even greater jeopardy. Reinhardt knew that a major authority figure had to intervene to have any hope of resolving this crisis, and he told Adriana that the teacher teachers would have to be the ones to step in. Adriana was shocked by this bold suggestion, questioning if he truly intended to inform on the knights. The demon prince confirmed her fears and laid out his daring plan. He would involve the teachers, who held immense authority over the student body, and Ceres from the student council, as she had connections to many people in positions of high power. He explained they would write an anonymous letter and plant it within the club's meeting room, acting as if they had merely discovered. Adriana was terrified they would be caught and handed over to the dreaded inquisitors. They planted the fateful letter in the clubroom. Reinhardt then attempted to rewrite the future of the novel, but found himself unable to do so. He needed a staggering 10,000 achievement points to alter destiny. Instead, he could only see a preview of the novel's future. In this grim vision, he saw an injured Olivia. Then, he witnessed her father forcefully removing her from the academy. He saw the teachers holding a meeting about Olivia's dire situation, which ended with them concluding they could not help her, as she was no longer a student under the temple's protection. After this, the demon prince foresaw Ceres confronting Olivia, but the saint would tell her nothing, either out of fear of Liberia, or because she was under some form of magic preventing her from speaking. If he did nothing, the saint was destined to be killed. He began to rack his brain, searching for a way to change this tragic future. As he was lost in thought, Adriana burst into his room, telling him they had to get to the club meeting immediately. Ceres had found the anonymous letter they had planted. Adriana came to inform our hero that Ceres had read the letter, and that they must attend the emergency club meeting. Upon their arrival, Ceres looked at our hero with deep suspicion, but allowed him to join the meeting nonetheless. As discussions about the scandalous letter began, after Ceres slammed the letter down on the table, it was decided by Olivia's replacement that this was likely a prank, or a vile attempt to defame the Grand Master of the Holy Knights. But a few members had witnessed the saint leaving the temple, bearing the clear signs of physical abuse. Ceres declared that she would go and speak with Olivia herself. The demon prince realized with a chill that this was exactly as his vision foretold. They had only one day left to save Olivia from her terrible fate. He warned Ceres that Olivia would not speak a word of the truth, as her father would not allow them to speak in private, and she was too terrified of her father to say anything incriminating. It was then suggested she take Evia, a first-year student with the power of telepathy, with her on the mission, as she would prove to be invaluable. Ceres and Evia arrived at the Grand Master's residence. Evia was visibly nervous, sweating profusely. She was told to remain calm and ask her questions, if she sensed that anything was amiss. They were then greeted by the Grand Master of the Holy Knights and the Saint. Ceres and Liberia exchanged pleasantries about Olivia's sudden departure, which had been a cause for much confusion. She expressed her relief that the saint was unharmed. As the club president skillfully kept Liberia distracted, Evia remembered her mission. She had to use her telepathy to ask Olivia about her safety. She mustered her courage and sent her questions using her powers. Olivia confirmed she was being tortured and was in desperate need of help. This revelation made Evia sweat and tremble as she maintained the telepathic link. Her nervousness became so obvious that Liberia asked her why she looked so terrified. Ceres quickly made an excuse for her and told him they had to be going. They immediately returned to the club for a meeting, where they confirmed that the anonymous letter was telling the truth, and that they had to take drastic measures to help Olivia. Ceres decided to reveal the terrible truth to everyone, and on Sunday night, the temple's entire faculty, along with a contingent of armed forces, descended upon the Temple of the Holy Knights. Reinhardt did not join the raiding party, but he knew that events had taken a far more drastic turn than he had expected. Bertus was discussing the matter with him over what appeared to be coffee, a look of pure glee on his face. He told our hero that he had made things far more entertaining. Reinhardt was confused, having no idea what he was talking about. Bertus then revealed that he was aware of Reinhardt's deep involvement in the affair, and all the clever maneuvers he had made during the operation, like writing the anonymous letter and suggesting they take Evia. Bertus seemed overjoyed, and told Reinhardt that with Olivia's rescue, everything had changed. The Holy Knights were on the verge of being completely disbanded. His yellow eyes were wide with a manic smile on his face. As Bertus explained that the Holy Knights were being dismantled, our hero was in a state of shock, Bertus told Reinhardt that His Majesty would not take this matter lightly, especially now that it had been exposed as a case of child abuse. Our hero saving a single life could spark an all-out war. Disbanding the order could cause the Holy Knights to rise up against the Empire. Reinhardt was stunned at how one small action could have such massive consequences. Bertus told Reinhardt that if he were to take over, he could help to prevent any potential war from breaking out, and Reinhardt agreed. It had not yet been confirmed if Olivia was tortured or not. The imperial family had now seized control of the investigation, and to avoid any backlash from the knights, they had dismissed the case as Liberia's own personal affair, and had proposed that he should step down in favor of someone more aligned with the empire. While all this political maneuvering was happening, Olivia returned to the temple. Everyone was emotional and overjoyed to see her again, as they had feared she was quitting the temple and her faith for good. Reinhardt then discovered he had acquired Olivia's Holy Mind ability, a reward for his success in saving her life. This ability granted him her immense willpower and resistance to mind control. As he was reading about this, Olivia knocked on his door. She apologized for coming at such a late hour and asked if he had a moment. The saint and the demon prince then set out to have a private talk. While they walked, she thanked Reinhardt for his crucial role in her rescue. She confessed that giving up everything would have ensured her safety, but she had been too naive to realize the danger. They sat down, and our hero asked her if she was still renouncing her faith. She confirmed that she was. Reinhardt tried to argue against it, but she showed him a fragment of pure white light emanating from her hand, glowing with a blue aura. She told him this was the power of Tuan, the god of innocence. But if that were the case, why were not all innocent people able to wield such power? Some knights and priests, she explained, even used their divine powers to inflict harm on others. The gods, it seemed, did not care what mortals did with their gifts. She was still able to wield these powers, even after renouncing her faith. She claimed that perhaps this was only the case for the 5 major gods, a statement that caught him completely off guard. She then asked him why he had helped her, and if Adriana had put him up to it. He began to blush furiously. She then asked if he had fallen in love with her, since she was, after all, very attractive. She declared that she no longer had to follow divine commandments, and was now free to do as she pleased. As she began to flirt with him openly, he grew so nervous that his entire face turned bright red. She told our boy that they could do something in the future, but that it was too soon for that right now. She then kissed our boy directly on the cheek, causing him to blush so hard that his face turned crimson. His mouth hung open, and he was completely frozen. She laughed at his reaction, and told him that they would continue this conversation another time. Reinhardt was certain she had changed. She had become corrupted, and now flirted with him during their daily jog. Our boy, the demon prince, told Adriana what had happened that night with Olivia. Adriana thought it was wonderful that she had kissed him, and that he should be thrilled that she liked him, especially since she was once revered as the Ariadne saint. Reinhardt was certain she was just toying with him. Adriana then told him that Olivia had invited both of them for a meal as a treat. Reinhardt didn't want to go, feeling incredibly shy, but Adriana refused to let him back out. Adriana and Reinhardt met up with Olivia, and everyone in the vicinity was staring at her. She grabbed both of their hands and took off running. Reinhardt felt shy once again as everyone stared at him with burning jealousy. He asked Olivia if she could let go of his hand, and she flatly refused. During their meal, Adriana told Olivia that she would not be joining the Holy Knights. Olivia apologized, then asked Reinhardt about his magical abilities. He explained the nature of his powers, and Adriana added that his powers were instrumental in saving her. She declared that in that case, she would marry Reinhardt after he graduated. As she grabbed his hands, Reinhardt began to blush, his face turning bright red. Our boy yanked his hand back, accusing her of toying with him. He claimed she would surely forget him after she graduates. She informed the demon prince that she would indeed be completing her graduation from the temple. She then asked him if he preferred Adriana, a question which shocked her. Olivia told Adriana to be free, just as she was now. She saw them off, telling them she would see them at the next club meeting. Our boy now understood what Harriet must feel like whenever he teased her. Reinhardt decided not to join the club. Saving Olivia had been enough to earn the trust of the upperclassmen. And the seniors, they all greeted him warmly whenever he passed by, especially Olivia, who continued to flirt with him, hugging him and kissing his cheek in full view of the public. While our hero found this amusing, Many people were beginning to grow jealous of him and started talking behind his back. Reinhardt couldn't tell them to stop, because what they were saying was essentially true. He was a jerk, but all the older girls seemed to be fond of him. Kono had even asked our hero for advice on how to attract women, which only served to annoy the demon prince even further. Kono begged our boy to reveal the secret to his success with women. Our boy thought carefully and told him he had no idea. Kono's jaw dropped as Reinhardt explained his theory. He told him that all the women in his life were there simply due to coincidence. He had done nothing special. He believed it was easy for him to talk to them, because he saw them as mere children. But Olivia, being older, made him nervous and unsure of himself. That's when the demon prince had an epiphany. He was successful with the other girls, because he spoke to them in a casual manner, with no ulterior motives. Kono should try the same approach. Kono's eyes lit up, and he ran off in the opposite direction, shouting his thanks to Reinhardt. Reinhardt immediately knew he had made a grave mistake. He watched in horror as Kono approached Liana and asked her out for lunch, to which she replied they had gym class later, and she would be too exhausted to do anything afterward. Our hero covered his face in second-hand embarrassment. One by one, Kono asked all the women in Class A out, and every single one of them rejected him. It was a truly magnificent achievement, being rejected by every single girl in Class A. Kono returned to our boy and asked him if his method truly worked, since he had asked everyone out and received only rejections. He fell to his knees and begged Reinhardt to show him how it was done. He pleaded with him. Our boy kicked him away and told him to simply watch and learn. He went to Liana and asked her out for some food. He was certain that she would reject him, as she was in a foul mood after their exhausting gym class. Then Kono would finally understand that the demon prince was no womanizer. Liana said she wasn't hungry, but that she would go out for drinks with him instead. This turn of events left Reinhardt in a state of utter shock. Reinhardt returned to Kono and told him she had agreed to get drinks with him. Kono was filled with rage and confusion, demanding to know what made Reinhardt superior. Just then, Bertus entered and told them to come with him. He promised he would reveal what made him so much better than the other guys. They all sat down for tea, and Bertus explained that women were drawn to Reinhardt for one simple reason: because he was hot. Both Reinhardt and Kono were dumbfounded. Kono was first embarrassed, and then his embarrassment turned to fury. He declared our boy to be an enemy of all men from that day forward. Kono then stormed away from the table, weeping that when it came to women, everything just came down to looks. The very next day, our hero, the demon prince, sensed a surge of hostility directed at him from three foolish individuals. It seemed a meeting was underway, regarding some shady business happening at the temple. One man claimed that Olivia had changed, and was now far too close to our boy, the demon prince. They didn't seem to know his true identity, but they had noticed that all the upperclassmen were now his friends. They declared their intent to dig up dirt on him, and utterly destroy his reputation. It was the media team from the temple. They were furious that our hero was so close to Olivia. They set out to conduct a series of interviews, starting with Bertus, who described Reinhardt as incredibly hardworking. Ellen was uncertain, and Liana admitted she also thought he was hot. They interviewed numerous people, all of whom had nothing but praise for him. They then asked Harriet what she thought of our hero. She went on an angry tirade about how he annoyed her constantly. But as she realized what she was saying, she added that he wasn't all that bad. He had helped her. Kono said people thought he was hot, but he just couldn't see it. The media team then returned and discussed what they could publish to defame our hero. They were at a loss, as most people had spoken highly of him, including Her Highness Charlotte. But they latched onto Harriet's comments and branded him a bully. And since so many women were close to him, they decided to label him a playboy as well. Ellen then informed Reinhardt that a few people from the school newspaper had come to question her about him. She admitted she didn't have a clear answer. Reinhardt grew angry that after everything they had been through, she still didn't know what kind of person he truly was. She told Reinhardt to look in a mirror and tell her what he thought of himself. Our hero had no answer to this question, and they silently returned to their training. As time went on, The first weekend of June finally arrived, and the hit piece on Reinhardt was finally published. The article painted him as both a bully and a playboy. It also claimed that many people were terrified of him. Reinhardt read this while surrounded by his peers. He smiled, knowing this was all written because he was close to Olivia. Suddenly, he erupted in anger, shouting about why he wasn't denying these claims, causing the people around him to flee in terror. Harriet appeared, telling him he was only making the situation worse, and Reinhardt accused her, saying he knew she was the one who had talked behind his back. She grew upset and turned to leave. Reinhardt sat down with her and offered a sincere apology. He asked her what she had said. She told him that she had actually tried to help him. She then asked him what he planned to do, since he enjoyed making a scene. Reinhardt knew he couldn't confront them directly, as he had no idea how this situation would play out. He admitted to her that there was some truth to the rumors. She immediately thought he really was a creepy playboy. Reinhardt grew angry, shouting, "Not that part!" Reinhardt pondered what Ballier would have done, and remembered that he would have simply let it go. But Reinhardt vowed that he would make them pay, but not in the manner of a bully. Reinhardt believed that the upperclassmen of the monthly royal would have to pay for tarnishing his name. He stormed towards them and kicked down their door, roaring that they needed to talk. As he was shouting at them, demanding to know why they would publish such an article, he suddenly froze when he saw Charlotte already sitting there. She said she had a feeling he would come storming in. Reinhardt wondered what Charlotte was possibly doing there, and she told him she knew he would come here and get himself into serious trouble. She also stated that the article was incredibly misleading. She had mentioned him as a good friend, but that part was conveniently missing, and the entire article felt deceptive. The members of the paper then presented their side, that they had simply gathered information on him, and had assumed Reinhardt was that kind of person. She told him that our hero might get along with women well, and had been involved in some troublemaking, a fact which disappointed Reinhardt. But he had changed and was certainly not a playboy. She asked them if people even read their digest, since it was full of conspiracy theories, and was only distributed to the royal class. She then came across an article about the imperial capital attack. She was shocked, as it contained content discussing the demon realm, and questioning the actions of the holy knights. As soon as she read this treasonous article, her expression changed from shock to pure fury, and she began shouting at them that this article could get them all executed. It also cast a very bad light on the imperial family and the holy knights. Our hero believed that something was being covered up, which would explain why Charlotte was so enraged. If people actually read this article, the writers and their entire team's lives would be in grave danger. There were also articles about a revolutionary student army, a secret magic society within the temple, a demon spy, and a ghost that was haunting the temple. Reinhardt knew he had to investigate all of these, except for the demon spy, which had already been cancelled. He would gain 300 points for each one. Our hero told her to stop. He knew that if she kept going, Reinhardt and Charlotte lament the treacherous nature of the slanderous articles. They both knew with certainty that no instructor would assign such dangerous material. She inquires if our hero is all right, offering to utterly dismantle the troublesome club. He wisely advises against it, knowing that scattered, they would be far more difficult to control. She concedes, but notes some articles are definitely worth a deeper look. Whispers are now spreading like wildfire about active demon worshippers. No one could truly stop them, as the temple draws students from all corners of the world. They both came to an agreement that it would be stranger if there were no anti-imperialist factions within the temple. She then proposes that Reinhardt join her in rooting them out, since she had heard he was a supporter of the empire. Reinhardt mused on the irony. He was the demon king. By all rights, he should be aiding the enemies of the empire. He tells her his head feels like it's about to shatter from the stress. She then asks him to do her a small favor. Reinhardt knocks on the door to Alaris's secret lair, and she grants him entry. She warns him that investigators in this area have been known to simply vanish. He would be wise to lower his guard upon entering her domain. He asks her for an update on how Alaris is faring. She informs him Alaris has seized total control of the Adena Islands by dominating the business world and all the business majors in the region. Reinhardt is astounded, but knows it's a simple feat for a succubus like her to completely captivate the masses without even a whisper of magical influence. He warns her to tell everyone under her command to stay vigilant, as the situation could turn deadly at any given moment. He then opens a sealed letter, one that Charlotte had written to Ballier, asking him to deliver. The letter recounted the brutal group mission, and how she had resisted using her true powers, but was ultimately forced to unleash them in the end. Reinhardt feels a profound sense of wrongness in writing her a reply. If discovered, this deception would shatter his fragile relationships with everyone. As our hero clutches his head in sheer frustration, Alaris surprises him, her arms wrapping around his tense frame. He knows this charade is a deep betrayal to both himself and Charlotte. Reinhardt then questions Alaris about the so-called Temple of the Demon God. She asks him why he has suddenly taken an interest in such matters. He reveals to her the rumors of demon god worshippers secretly operating within the temple. To this, she reveals a shocking truth. There is no actual demon god. It is the very same god that humanity worships. However, since they could not accept that humans and demons prayed to the same deity, they twisted the god's name and altered the faith to their own standards, all to serve their own dark agendas. This corrupted information has been passed down through generations, and those who believed in this lie attended the demon temple. This revelation leaves Reinhardt completely stunned. He is baffled as to how believers of the demon temple can wield magic, since it is essentially a man-made religion. She explains that it is still rooted in a deep faith in a god. That is why it's possible they can still manifest divine powers. He now understands why Olivia was so distraught, that the gods are indifferent to how people use their given powers, so long as people continue to believe in them. He questions his own foolishness in making the gods so selfish and utterly uncaring towards the plights of mortals. A few days later, Reinhardt delivers the letter, supposedly written by Ballier, to Charlotte. She clutches the letter tightly to her chest and retreats to her room with a radiant smile on her face. Seeing her so happy only makes our hero feel worse about his deception. Time marches on, and the month of June arrives, the day he promised he would aid Her Highness in investigating the rumors. Kano is seen flailing helplessly in the swimming pool, and Charlotte tells our hero they should investigate at a later time, as the swimming has left her completely exhausted. She is then escorted back to her room by the ever-loyal Alaris, who has to support her, as she can barely walk or feel her own knees. Reinhardt has no desire to train in the pouring rain, but the moment Ellen walks past him without uttering a single word, he knows that if she won't refuse to train, then neither can he. During their training, he asks her if she is alright. She seems sluggish, even allowing him to land a highly predictable strike. He asks her if the rain is affecting her. She replies that she actually enjoys the rain and suggests they take a break. They sit together, sharing some tea. Our boy admits that he never knew Ellen had an affinity for the rain. She then asks him if he does as well. He tells her that he doesn't really. She then asks him what is truly going on between him and Charlotte. He quickly assures her that it is nothing. They are merely friends. After that, Ellen clenches her thighs and tells Reinhardt about her brother, who he reminds her of. She explains that he left on a long trip, and just before he departed, he gave her his sword and never came back. Her brother had known everything about her, but she knew almost nothing about him, just like with Reinhardt. Reinhardt is deeply shocked. He remembers that she told the reporters nothing about him, the members of the monthly royal, because she truly knows very little about his past. She asks him a few probing questions about his true nature, and he is left shocked and unsure of how to answer her. He realizes she asked him about Charlotte, because she had seen the look of guilt in his eyes. He knows now that she cares for him more than anyone else. That is why she is asking him these difficult questions, so that he won't vanish from her life like her brother did. Reinhardt struggles with what to tell her. In a moment of panic, he simply says that he hates the rain. She smiles, rises, and tells him she hates people like him. Before she leaves, Ellen does not show up at the training grounds. The following day, Ellen has stopped attending both the training grounds and morning exercises, making Reinhardt deeply concerned for her well-being. He knows he cares deeply for her, but he cannot bring himself to reveal his true identity. And he knows she doesn't want another person like that in her life. He knows asking her to keep things as they were would be unfair, and would only serve to reopen her old, painful wounds. He strikes the wooden training dummy with his sword again and again. There is also the new problem of having to train with Cliffman. He feels pity for Reinhardt. Our boy can tell they don't speak, communicating only through their actions. He pats Reinhard on the back and wishes him good luck before departing. Reinhard approaches Ellen, intending to have a talk, but she completely ignores him and walks away. Harriet, who was watching, asks if they had gotten into a fight. Reinhard denies it, but she cheerfully says it's obvious they fought, since they were annoyingly attached at the hip all the time, and it was only a matter of time before she realized what a terrible person he is. She then kindly offers her help to him. Our boy thinks that she is a cute kid who is always willing to help, despite all the hardships they had endured together. Reinhardt denies her offer and jokes with her about her concern for him. They both lean against a wall side by side and discuss how the rain shows no signs of stopping, and how the Irene River might overflow due to the constant downpour. As she tells our hero that she and Adelia had planned a trip to the riverside, but had to cancel due to the flooding. A shocking realization dawns on him about the flooded canal and the members of the Rotary Club who reside beneath the Bronze Gate. He takes off running without uttering another word. Reinhardt stares down at the raging canal, which now looks completely submerged. He asks a nearby guard what became of the people who lived down there. The guard informs him they escaped just in time and have since relocated to the Winster Market, which is the best place to offer them shelter. He warns him not to go, as that place is teeming with homeless people. As our hero ventures into the dangerous market, he thinks about how disgusting the place is and prays that he doesn't get stabbed or ambushed by thugs. A man tells him to get out, that he has no business being there. As our hero thanks him and turns to leave, the man notices the temple's insignia on his umbrella. He demands that Reinhardt empty his pockets. He promises to let him go if he just surrenders his money. Reinhardt delivers a swift blow to the man's neck. As the man convulses on the ground, Reinhardt coldly informs him that he alone decides his own freedom. The man yells "Attack!" and a horde of thugs descends upon our hero. Reinhardt is now bound to a chair, all his possessions stripped from him. They mock him for his foolish and reckless actions. They examine Reinhardt's stolen identification and inform him that he must be the very same boy the Rotary Club sent back to the temple. Reinhardt is surprised. They reveal they are the Notorious Thieves Guild. They have a working relationship with the Rotary Club, as they provide them with money to survive. However, Lawyer from the Rotary Club has been trying to sever their ties from the guild's financial support, which has created a great deal of tension between the two groups. Capturing him at this particular time was a perfect opportunity for them. They plan to use him as bait to lure their enemies in. Eppenhauser has noted that number 11 is missing, and it is highly unusual for number 11 to miss school without prior notice. Ellen listens to this news with great intensity. Reinhardt has completely vanished. The news of his disappearance is now officially confirmed. The temple's guards have launched a massive, citywide search for him, but not a single clue to his whereabouts has been found. Bertus and Charlotte have now gotten involved, so the capital's royal guards have joined the search as well. But still, there is no trace of our missing hero. Ellen stands alone in the rain, an umbrella held over her head. She thinks back to the last time she ever saw her brother. He was leaving for a trip and had told her that he loved her, and she had told him that she hated him. This had caused him to slap her. Her brother never returned. She later had to stand over his grave, knowing the last words she ever spoke to him were that she hated him. She realizes she has done the very same thing to our hero. She had thought she could live without him, but she was wrong. She needs him in her life. He is now lost and could very well be dead. And her last words to him were that she hated him. She believes this must be her punishment for all the awful things she has said and done. She then walks towards a lone figure, Harriet, who is sitting dejectedly in the pouring rain. Ellen places her umbrella over Harriet's head. Harriet looks up at her, her nose red and her eyes filled with tears. Ellen simply says, "Let's go find him." Ellen and Harriet make their way to the canal, where Reinhardt was last seen, and they come to a conclusion. He must have gone looking for the people living under the Bronze Gate. They ask a nearby guard where the people from under the bridge had gone, and he points them toward the Winster Market. They both venture into the dangerous market in search of our hero. Harriet is clearly terrified, as her brother had warned her to never go there because of all the dangerous thugs in the market and the criminal organizations that lurk in the back alleys. They go around asking for our boy, but they find no clues. No one there has even heard of him. They realize the temple's guards must have also come here to investigate, but had no success in finding him either. They figure either he never came here, or they must find someone who actually knows who Reinhardt is in order to have any hope of finding him. So, they decide to look for the people from under the bronze gate first. Harriet and Ellen return to the temple to speak with the guards and inquire about the new location of the Rotary Club, as they were not to be found at the market. Shocking the guards, they discuss other possible locations. One guard tells them they might be at the Mona train station, as they can conduct their business there, regardless of the weather. They arrive at the train station, and are met by a man who offers to sell them a shirt for a silver coin, a broad smile on his face. They ask him if he knows Reinhardt. He is surprised to learn that he is missing, and had not heard the news until now. As he holds his face in shock, he asks them who they are. Ellen tells him that they are his classmates. He tells them to leave, and that they will handle the search for him. But Ellen insists on coming along. After arguing over whether it is safe for them to join, he agrees but warns them not to complain. Later, as they are making their way towards Lawyer, they are told the club is in the middle of relocating their base, and that they must be careful around the boss, because she has a very short temper. The people around them are judging and questioning who these pretty two young girls could be. They go inside, where Lawyer begins to interrogate Ellen about who they are. She tells her and informs her that Reinhardt went missing during a search with her team at the market. This news shocks everyone in the room, including her. She tells them to leave, and that she will handle the matter. Ellen insists on joining, claiming she can be of use. Lawyer tries to grab her, but Ellen moves out of the way. Lawyer freezes and tries to grab Ellen multiple times, but she dodges her with ease each time. Ellen tells her that she does not wish to fight. She only wants to help. Lawyer thinks, this brat thinks she stands a chance if I go all out. She tells her she has a bad feeling about what will happen there. She will get Reinhardt back to the temple and that they should leave. But Ellen again refuses. This causes Lawyer to charge at her with her full power. Ellen thinks to herself that she must go all out. She struggles on the floor, having blocked the initial strike, but it felt as if her arm would shatter into 1,000 pieces. Lawyer goes to attack Ellen again, who dodges the strike and lands one of her own on Lawyer. She looks up at Lawyer, who is looking down at her, questioning if she is holding back. She unleashes a flurry of attacks that sends Ellen flying backward. As Ellen struggles to get back to her feet, Lawyer thinks that Ellen is a true monster. She had managed to avoid all attacks aimed at her vital points. She thinks that this girl could become a threat to the demon realm, and that she must be killed, despite her being a student of the temple, which would surely bother His Highness. She thinks she should kill her now, while apologizing to Reinhardt as she charges up a killing blow. Lawyer charges towards her. Lawyer prepares an attack designed to kill Ellen, who looks back at her, realizing Lawyer truly intends to kill her, as she stares back at a massive, shadowy wolf. As Lawyer rushes toward Ellen, Ellen swings her powerful sword at her. Ellen is now on the ground, and Lawyer stands above her, holding Ellen's sword, Lament, in her hands. She is thinking about how Ellen managed to both dodge and counterattack. She thinks that our boy must have befriended her, as he likely has a grand plan for her. Even the lament she was holding has now returned to Ellen's grasp, leading her to believe the sword is enchanted. She feels a wave of relief that she did not kill Ellen. Lawyer tells her to leave, that she would only get in the way. Ellen sits down on a nearby bench, thinking that she is not the strongest person in the world, and how a mere homeless woman was able to block her lament. She also thinks that she truly does not know our boy at all. Harriet asks Ellen to leave, believing that she will get sick, but she wants to stay there for a while longer. Alaris and Lawyer discuss how Reinhardt was kidnapped, and how some girls came looking for him. Alaris is shocked. Lawyer believes it must have happened when our boy went to the Winster market to check on them, but they were in the midst of relocating their base. She believes the Thieves Guild is holding our boy, as they cannot get to her directly. Alaris wants to go to them herself, but Lawyer believes the Imperial Guards would have already checked with the thieves, so something about this situation doesn't seem right. Alaris believes they will have to find out for themselves. Harriet returns to the temple, where Adelia asks her where she has been and urges her to change her clothes, lest she get sick. Someone asks her where she has been from behind, and it is Bertus, smiling at her and asking if she went out searching for Reinhardt. She thinks that Bertus is creepy, and she does not understand what kind of person he truly is. At first, she had wanted to be friends with him, but now she is not so sure. She comforts herself by saying that Reinhardt will return. Alaris and Lawyer are at a gate, while Alaris is using her life detection magic. She tells Lawyer that this is the place where her magic works. Lawyer tells her this is the main base camp for the guild. Alaris tells her she has done good work finding this on her own, as she had thought Lawyer was simply a fool. They argue over many things before finally going inside, such as how she was beaten by a first-year kid from the temple, and why Lawyer wanted to kill the girl who wanted to help. His Highness, Reinhardt. Two people are asking someone what to do now, while referring to them as their teacher. That someone is Reinhardt. He is scolding them, saying that they are far older than him, and should not be calling him their teacher. He is currently arguing with the leader of the Thieves' Guild, trying to get them to work under him. While this is happening, Lawyer kicks down the door and commands everyone to hand him over, or else she will slaughter everyone in the room. She freezes when she sees Reinhardt, completely fine and untied, and he simply tells her that she's late. Reinhardt explains what has transpired over time, how the master of the guild grew enraged at his own team. When he discovered they had kidnapped a kid from the temple, he returned all of his stolen items and begged for his forgiveness. Reinhardt then asked him to dispel his ID card, as it was traceable. As the massive search for him began, the master became more and more panicked, especially when he learned the imperial family was involved. He was discovered by both Charlotte's and Bertus's men with surprising speed, while the temple's own forces had utterly failed. This caused him to think they have vast information networks at their disposal. Reinhardt had dismissed both parties, telling them he had a plan, and to maintain his status as missing. He thinks that Bertus and Charlotte must have some idea of what he is up to, and that they should only pretend to be looking for him. He tells Lawyer to become the new master of the Thieves' Guild, but she flatly refuses, saying it would be too difficult to oversee two organizations, and that it isn't even worth it. He gets angry at her, thinking he had laid out the plan so perfectly, but now he is facing opposition from his own side. After a bit of arguing, they leave, and the guild now seems indebted to her for not becoming their master. Our boy is then nagged by both Alaris and Lawyer, to whom he apologizes for causing them to worry. Our boy returns to the temple, where he is thoroughly investigated. He gives them all false statements, and continues to claim that he remembers nothing, and they eventually stop bothering him. Our boy is walking alone in the rain, thinking things have turned out reasonably well, and how the rain is not stopping. He sees Ellen sitting there, and he goes over to her. She looks badly bruised from her fight with Lawyer. As soon as she sees Reinhardt speaking to her, she leaps over to him and embraces him tightly. Her feet landing on his makes him freeze in place. Everybody greets Reinhardt warmly upon his return to the temple, including Olivia, Charlotte, and Bertus. He wants to know more about this once our boy gets some proper rest. Reinhardt thinks he has met with everyone, but then remembers there is one person left to see. He knocks on a door and is told to come back at a later time. Reinhardt can tell that the person inside is crying, so he agrees to leave. As he is walking away, he is told to wait. Harriet is crying. Reinhardt tells her he found out about her going to find him, and thanks her. She tells him she was so worried about him, and wasn't sure if he would ever return. This makes our boy think he should have returned much earlier. Reinhardt is worried sick about Ellen, after Harriet told him about how she had gotten beaten up and sat in the rain, refusing to go inside until our boy returned. Despite Harriet desperately trying to get her back inside, she had refused. He is now walking toward her room, thinking she must be terribly sick. As he knocks on her door, he is greeted by a very ill Ellen. He tells her she needs to get proper treatment rather than hiding in her room. He tells her he has made porridge for her and that she must lie down. He begins to feed her the porridge and asks her what she has been doing. She tells him that it felt like it was all her fault, and she feels so guilty. She confesses that she didn't want to lose him, as he is so precious to her. They both apologize to each other for everything that had happened. After that incident, Reinhardt notices a few changes in Class A. Harriet and Ellen have grown closer after their shared search for him. They have also been going out much more often joined by Adelia and Liana. Reinhardt and Ellen have been avoiding each other since their talk in her room. He thinks it's likely because she told him how much he meant to her, or perhaps that she's embarrassed she cried in front of him. Cliffman and Reinhardt are now on friendly talking terms, since Ellen has been going out so much more. They are now the only ones left in the close quarters combat training. Cliffman takes a keen interest in Reinhardt's relationship with Ellen, acting like a young girl who is worried about her crush. Reinhardt is confused as to whether these are normal male conversations. Reinhardt blushes when asked by Cliffman if he would like to spar with him. There are whispers about why this girl has suddenly returned, as Lawyer asks her why she is here and what she had just said. It is Ellen, with her sword drawn in her hand. She asks Lawyer to train her. Ellen has returned to Lawyer's camp, seeking to train with her. Lawyer demands to know why she would do such a foolish thing, an angry expression twisting her face. Ellen states that she already knows how to fight, and that she can only gain true experience from real combat, not from simple training. Lawyer remembers the warning Reinhardt gave her when she told him she had tried to kill Ellen, and she still feels incredibly uncomfortable about it. He had told her not to do things she was not ordered to do, a dead, cold expression on his face. As soon as Ellen calls her auntie, her expression changes from anger to a warm smile, and she tells Ellen to call her big sis. Ellen agrees to call her that if she agrees to train her. Lawyer agrees to train her, and they immediately begin. Reinhardt is walking back, thinking about how his back aches from training with Cliffman. He is a completely different fighter from Ellen, who focuses more on elegance and grace. Cliffman is all about raw strength. He thinks that despite training like a wild beast, Cliffman always helps Reinhardt up and is very gentle with him afterward. But he could still seriously injure our boy. As Reinhardt is lost in these thoughts, he passes by Ellen. She is bruised and in a terrible condition. Reinhardt, after a moment of hesitation, asks her what has happened to her. She tells him that she has been training with Lawyer. Our boy warns her about choosing her enemies more wisely. She says that she will not ask him about his secrets, but that he must allow her to do this, as she does not want to feel that way again. He then asks her if she has forgotten about him. She simply apologizes, which puts our boy in shock that she is now so cautious of him. Reinhardt understands and grabs her by the hand, taking her to get proper treatment. She can barely walk, so Reinhardt helps her by letting her place her hand on his back. Later, he accompanies Ellen to her training with Lawyer after her classes, where the massive skill gap between them results in Lawyer beating Ellen up badly. Each time, Ellen would stay behind to eat with the beggars, and the gang would stare at Lawyer for beating a kid up so badly, making her out to be some kind of villain. Reinhardt would then have to carry Ellen on his back on their return, causing the gang members to endlessly make fun of him. Time passes, and the month of July arrives. The semester is now drawing to a close. Ellen, Adelia, Liana, Reinhardt, and Harriet are all having a talk over sweets. They discuss how Ellen never seems to gain any weight, how hard she trains, and their plans for the upcoming vacation. Reinhardt doesn't want to eat his sweets, and says that Ellen can eat his share. When Liana asks him why he isn't eating, everyone begins to share their plans for the break. Adelia wants to stay at the temple and conduct her research. Harriet wants to go home and research her magic, and she also has a few things to ask her family. Reinhardt doesn't know what he is going to do. He had wanted to stay and train, but he wants to do something more meaningful. Liana will be going to her family's villa in the Adena archipelago. Ellen then announces she is signing up to be an adventurer. All the girls grow worried, as it is a very dangerous profession. She then tells them she is going to the Dark Lands. Ellen's words worry everyone. After she tells them she is going to the Dark Lands, they ask her if she is talking about the land of the demons, the Dark Lands. She says the Adventurers Guild offers great rewards for exploring new places. Everyone tries to talk her out of it, since despite the war being over, there are still demons lurking there, and she might run into some of them. She says she has teleportation scrolls if things get truly desperate, but she will not listen. Reinhardt thinks she has gone completely mad and tells her not to go. He gets angry at her. Ellen agrees in a shy and quiet manner. Everyone is confused as to why she is acting this way. After Ellen and Reinhardt have seen everyone off, he tells her that he needs to talk to her. He tells her that whatever happened with his kidnapping was not her fault, and that he is incredibly grateful that she even went out to find him. She tells him that she keeps doing irresponsible things, causing Reinhardt to think that she is just being cautious of him, so that she doesn't hurt him. That is why when he told her she could not go to the Dark Lands, she agreed. Reinhardt knows she sees him as a precious friend, and he does not want her to continue to see him this way. He decides to finally tell her the truth. because he thinks she is trustworthy and has done so much for him. He starts by telling her how he delayed his own kidnapping when he was finally found, how he wanted to absorb the Thieves' Guild into the Rotary Club but ultimately failed. He tells her everything about the guild's relationship with the club and about how he was sent by the club to the temple to gather information, but his aptitude got him into the royal class. He musters up the courage to tell her that this is just a cover-up and that he is, in truth, the last surviving heir to the shattered throne of the demon realm. He tells her that this is also a cover. He then tells her he is the creator of this very world, and everything that happens in this world is ultimately because of him. As Ellen listens with a deeply disappointed look on her face, as he talks about this, she begins to hit him. He asks her why she keeps hitting him, and she tells him that if he does not want to tell her his secrets, he shouldn't, but he should not lie to her face. As she gets up to leave, Reinhardt thinks it was foolish of him to tell her, because no one in their right mind would ever believe him. As he is thinking this, Ellen calls to him, "Are you coming or not?"